timing in place. Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? You see what I'm lacking the placement. Thoughts as I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars blow in your inner. The stars at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing the earth to rising, realizing global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting, creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened, cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Load. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really needed a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, Woody in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex on the lean. knickers, my blouse. I just party hard, flipping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong, stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go 10 bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F you from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. 2 groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever? You gotta be kidding me, man. Ah, this is crazy.
It's a final day here for the group stages here at the Asia Pacific Challengers, and it's also the last chance for 3 sets of matches for the 6 teams that we have to make it into knockouts. It's the lower bracket matches here for the most part, and it's gonna feel like an upper bracket match in the knockouts here, definitely, as the teams want to survive and get into the knockout stage. And without further ado, let's hop into day 6 here of the group stages in the Asia Pacific Challengers.
This could be absolutely brutal. Flaring. On the end. What a dodge!
Oh, no. 3 guns, but the Orbital Strike right now to go for the burn. Here comes Minimize and Scroll, and Scroll is just a little tap from the Spectre. Will get the takedown. Rosify, he's gonna push it. He wants to go for that peak, that shock bolt though to anticipate it, and he does get the takedown! Enough the AoE for the halfway. Here we go now with the hold it. Bonkers just keeping with the stick, and they will get the defuse anyway. Nos holds the line, but Bonkers now able to concuss the opposition enough.
Oh no, Eeyore's gonna get a kill. Maybe even 2. Oh my goodness! He does get the refrag. He will try to get the orb, but Flinch was already waiting for it.
Get somewhere out of nowhere so quickly. Nos though will have to make amends, and the showstopper will get 2. Timing is perfect to get 1. Minimize gonna get on the board. 6 again. It's just absolutely steadfast. He is the clock that the Bonkers defense relies on, but Asterisk with an explicitive, Eeyore is his name-o, and that will be his game-o. RDW now, the only one left. But for Persija, if you peek from Link, this might be RDW's demise. 1 down below, 1 up on top, and with 1 soul, it will be the firepower of Persija to give themselves this victory. A 2-1 scoreline. All the overtimes you can get in the series. Persija Esports keeps C supremacy and moves on to next week.
The only one to remain now. He does have his ultimate. Spots out one already. There you go. Flash spots out one, but Vibor is holding on true. They're pushing through the smoke too aggressively here, Dax, and they might have actually lost this one a little bit too. But the blade is going to delay them even further. They can't wait any longer. They have to start pushing in. And look at this. Lammy Snacks, John Olsen, and teammate are starting to rile right in. Oh my goodness, I have to sneeze, but they are still doing so well.
His demise of Matarazzo right now trying to go for the chase. Time though is running on. He needs to make a play fast. Stand double stab towards the screen. A long angle through main, but even further away, it's John Olsen going for the parcels again. Signed, sealed, delivered, courtesy of Full Sense. And Velocity will have to read their own epitaph as Full Sense will move on to the knockouts. 13-3, a commanding victory here from Full Sense. Eyes wide open, and the goal is clear from the play-ins to the playoffs. Full Sense will make the endurance run count.
For the first time, Velocity will be facing Southbuilt Esports tomorrow.
Welcome to day 6, the final day here in the group stages here at the Asia Pacific Challengers. I'm Nomad with Black and Blue and Rap. How are you guys doing this fine Monday morning?
Well, it's not expected for us to be ending this week on a Monday, but I think it's about right because, well, it's the end of the day, start of the week. It's also the end of this stage and also the start of when we actually get a full, clear picture of which teams are going to do that knockout stage. So really what happens today defines how the brackets will go come playoffs next week.
Oh, and once again, the weight only increases. It's been heavy duty, heavyweight day after day. We've seen, once again, so many last hopes of their respective regions bow out and have valiant efforts to try and stay in. But I think we'll see more of that today. I don't know, man. It is Monday, but I am honestly ready for Valorant all week long.
Yeah, last hopes are still up in the air here right now. We've got a couple more regions here that have their last lots for the teams, their last hopes to getting into the knockouts and get represented. And really, we actually have to talk about the couple of matches we have yesterday. I say a couple because we only really saw 2 matches yesterday, and we're gonna be bringing up the highlights right now. And for the most part, the first series that we had for yesterday was Persija Esports and Bonkers, as close as it can get, a 2-1 scoreline. And Bonkers, I really thought that they could take it away from Persija.
Well, it certainly looked that way, and this is probably the closest series we've had this entire stage. I mean, you look at every single map, and it went the distance, multiple overtimes. You know, map number 1 went for like, what, 4 overtimes, map 2 and 3, 2 overtimes. So there definitely is a case to be made here that no team was necessarily better than the other. It's just that Persija happened to win this time, even though they were my prediction to win this series. I was really impressed by what Bonkers did as well.
Thoroughly impressed is truly one of the ways to describe our first series, as it provided so many thrilling rounds. I mean, we talked about how Bonkers had only a few days to really prepare and try and close that gap, and I feel like they went above and beyond everybody's expectations. Me personally, I thought they had what it takes to stifle the PSG advance, but once again, it's the experience, the veteranhood of this Indonesian squad that really pulled through. They had Iron Man-like stamina, and although we had so many overtimes, it never really felt like this game was dragging at all.
Definitely so. I mean, this Full Sense match, it really was kind of a head scratcher for quite a while. You see the opening map and Velocity just going super, I guess, basically unstoppable in that opening matchup of theirs here on Haven. And then when we move to the second map, that's where things really felt like Full Sense finally caught up to the pack. I mean, Velocity Gaming, they started with like 7 rounds straight on Haven, and ended 9-3, and the curse it came real for them with Full Sense winning it in overtime 14-12. But then, as I said, you go to split, and 9-3 also is how we end this first half, but in the favor of Full Sense, and the curse just never really hit them, I guess, in the same way. So that small adjustment period where we kind of felt like Full Sense were maybe reading out how the Velocity side would play, and more importantly, getting themselves into the groove to play. I feel like after that opening half from Haven, they just were really locked in, and we saw the benefits of that. When Full Sense are on their highest gear, they're really almost unstoppable.
I'm glad we mentioned a lot of the intangibles and what it takes to be a player to compete at the highest level, or just to compete, period. Again, they were scheduled for a different time slot in the day, and to have that mental headspace to truly prepare yourself to face the competition, to face the music, to be in front of your screen, to be 100%, it's really delicate. A lot of people don't understand the fragility of that. But speaking of fragility, the matches today, once again, will decide the fates of all these teams.
Definitely so, and we'll have a look at their journey to where they are right now and where their fate lies in the knockout stages, as we have a look at the entirety of the tournament format for you guys that are just tuning in right now to the Asia Pacific Challengers.
Something like this, though, with all about that dual play.
I told you, dude.
Welcome to the VCT Challengers APAC Playoffs. The journey to Masters starts here. VCT Challengers APAC Playoffs features the top 20 Valorant teams from Asia Pacific as they compete for one of two spots in the first global event of the year, Stage 1 Masters. The tournament runs from the 10th to 27th of March and is made up of 3 stages: the play-ins, group stage, and knockouts.
Members of PPGL now down, and Bekai comes in from behind and retaliates too.
The 2 teams which make it all the way to the grand finals qualify for Masters, where they will meet the best teams from around the globe, plus the lion's share of the $150,000 prize pool. APAC Playoffs begins with teams placed into the play-ins and group stages based on their performance at domestic competitions, and the goal of distributing teams from same region into different groups. The 8 playing teams compete in 2 4-team double elimination brackets, with 2 teams from each bracket proceeding to the next stage. Things won't get any easier with the now completed 4 groups competing again in 4-team double elimination brackets, where again the top 2 from each group proceed. The surviving 8 teams will then be sorted into a final double elimination bracket, with the grand finalists qualifying for Masters and battling in a deciding match to be crowned APAC champion. There is a rising tide in the Pacific. It is the rise of the next heroes, and it continues to grow stronger. For more information, please visit ValorantEsports.com.
Double eliminations, a lot of second chances going into the knockouts as well as during the knockouts, and we're already seeing the final length of the matches that we have here as we have a look at the groups that we have to refresh in your memories. Over at Group A, Boom Esports made it all the way into the knockout stages, but in the lower bracket, Made in Thailand and CERBERUS going to be facing off in that rematch of the opening match of the entirety of the group stages. Meanwhile, over at Group B, it has finally been completed. PaperX bested Persija Esports 2-1, which brought them down to the lower brackets to face off against Bonkers. But the story is the same as Persija gets that 2-1 victory and not make their way into the knockout stages. Over at Group C, free tickets here for Bleed Esports. Xerxia Esports weren't able to compete yesterday, which allows Bleed Esports to coast smoothly towards the knockout stages, and Xerxia will face off against ONIC G later on today to decide who is going into the knockout stages. A rematch for their match as well. Lastly, the last group of the day, we saw the match for Full Sense and Velocity Gaming They got us in the first half, Velocity Gaming, but Full Sense took it all the way into the knockout stage, and that will be the match in the lower bracket. South Built Esports, Velocity Gaming, the last chance for the Philippine region as well as the South Asian region to compete and make their way into the knockout stages. And this has already set the tone for the entirety of the day, in which we will find out the schedule that we have right now. Hard-hitting matches here as we see one of the competitors that's going to be playing later on today, made in Thailand. He will be going up against CERBERUS, followed by Xerxia Esports and ONIC G, and lastly is Velocity Gaming and South Built Esports. What do we have for the day? What do we have for the day here, boys?
Before anything, I'd like to politely disagree with you saying that Bleed had a bit of a free ticket. I mean, yeah, that was really unfortunate, and a lot of us don't really want to look at it that way because competitors want to compete. The price that they had to pay was that would have been necessary data to see where they were falling short moving into our knockouts. And I'm pretty sure everybody, and I mean everybody, wanted to see that matchup. It's a little bit of a shakeup, but today, hopefully none of those debacles will happen because we truly still have yet another toss-up. We start off with Myth versus CERBERUS, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and you know, knowing how true competitors they are, they're not going to be happy with how they got there, but hey, things are the way it goes, and now this just leaves us with basically a superstar matchup for our low bracket game here for that Group C slot. And you know, you talked about our first opening game, CERBERUS versus Myth, and I think that one is going to be, as I said yesterday, kind of a sleeper hit. Everybody's, you know, maybe looking forward to the second and third matches of the day, but I think this opener is going to be proving to possibly be even the closest match we're going to have the entire day.
Yeah, I completely agree with you guys. Just how star-studded the Made in Thailand CERBERUS roster is going into this matchup definitely feels like it may just be a game 3 triple OT every single game on the way. Even more depending on these guys, because a cornered animal is a lot stronger when it's really in a corner. I mean, that's what a cornered animal is. But we have other matches as well in the day. It's Xerxia Esports, ONIC G, another rematch. And then the last series that we have, something that I kind of want to talk about before we get into the opening match. It's Velocity Gaming, South Built Esports. South Built Esports, they got knocked down to the lower brackets by Full Sense. And then moving forward, they're going up against Velocity Gaming as well. It's a toss. This game is even more of a toss-up here. It's a 50-50 because I'm pretty sure that South Built Esports and Velocity Gaming, they haven't really played against each other as of late.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at, you know, Velocity and the teams that they have been able to beat in the past, when you look at the C teams at the very least that they have played in the past few months, we do see them play against Full Sense. Yesterday we saw that also in the past. We've seen them play against other teams like Action PH, for example, to reference another Filipino team, and there really was a bunch of kind of matchups that you really thought that they maybe could have won, but it just has been the case where South Asian teams do typically struggle against C teams, in particular C specifically, as compared to the other regions in APAC. And I think it's a big matchup kind of benefit for most of the C teams, but South Built, they can't really rely on just that kind of matchup history to go in their favor, because Velocity have been looking pretty spectacular, especially in that opening map on Haven yesterday versus arguably one of the best teams in C. So there definitely is a lot of prowess on that Velocity team. Maybe they have a bit less experience playing internationally, but that doesn't mean necessarily that their performance kind of suffers from that too much.
Just for a reference for our audience out there, we are kind of getting ahead with the matches, but the excitement is just really hard to contain. South Built versus Velocity, this is honestly an interesting story in the making, because South Built in their last matchup against Oblivion Force, they did look kind of shaky. They did pull out that W, but not in a very convincing fashion. Meanwhile, Velocity, they've looked like they are on the up and up, so this is kind of where we see a little bit of a power creep, so to speak. But again, we are kind of getting ahead of ourselves here, Jiro.
We are definitely indeed, Rav. We can't contain the excitement, just like what you said, but we can't contain the teams that are going to be playing here in the first series of the day. First off, we got CERBERUS. Vietnam is looking stronger as the day progresses. We've got CERBERUS Esports, the three-headed beast, wanting to protect their underworld status here in the lower bracket and move on to the knockout stage. We got Akashi, Daikyu, Kishi, Loki, and Red Neville.
Well, historically, typically, Cerberus would have 3 heads, but this one's got 5, hell, even a 6th, and they have been looking spectacular, especially after landing that last player to their roster. Red Neville coming in from Big Bam, moving to this roster, helped really secure them into the, I guess, #1 seed for Vietnam. Not only are they related to the Greek mythology, but they got Loki as well, who is spectacular on this roster. But more importantly, in this matchup between Cerberus and Made in Thailand, these guys, remember, they did play against each other in the opening match for group stages, Group A. And in that case, well, it was Made in Thailand who came out with a win, and they still do have the benefit of being, I guess, kind of the favorites to win this match because of that. And in general, they have looked like a slightly better team throughout this tournament. But then again, there also is the added benefit for the Cerberus side, where they were the ones who lost that previous match, so they know more what to adjust, what to fix, and how to flex into what might be needed for this matchup for them to be able to take the W here. Typically, whenever a team loses that opening matchup, they are the ones who have more to go back on. They're the ones who have more to fix, and they're the ones who know what to really make the proper adjustments for when it comes to the rematch. And so that's why we see a lot of times Team A loses Series 1, but when they rematch, they take it again. So I'm thinking that Cerberus do have that small edge.
I mean, Loki might turn into a horse, pull a fast one on Made in Thailand. If you know how the rest of that story goes, keep it to yourself. But Cerberus, they've had that core for such a long time, so I honestly agree with most of the points that Black and Blue made. But again, it is pretty much yet another toss-up.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about mythology here against Cerberus with Cerberus Esports, but we got to talk about the team that we have up next. It's Myth. We've been talking about the Myth, but here comes Made in Thailand. Myth, yeah. But they're not a mythological creature here. They've proven themselves to be legends in their region. We got Alone Fields, Delanda, Kadum, Conga Red, and Wanna Fly.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We talk about the legendary status of this organization itself, but it's not only Cerberus that's had the benefit of having a long and seasoned core. Granted, it's not the complete 5 in comparison, but with Conga Red, Wanna Fly, and Alone Fields, joined by an electric pair of Kadum and Dellen, these boys are once again preparing to carry the weight of such a prestigious banner. So far, they haven't disappointed, but another top seed stands in their way at a chance at claiming the crown. Now, Made in Thailand, they've shown quite a great balance when it comes to both offense-oriented strategy and defense, but it's where their defaults really shine. So I'm honestly curious how this is going to match up against Cerberus, who's pretty much seen everything with a core that's been together for what, almost a year now, with just the addition of Red Neville.
I feel like great defaults is one of the kind of core aspects. We can look at the Thailand scene as a whole and be like, yeah, that's where they really do specialize in as compared to the other C teams here. There are other, great C regions like, Indonesia, Philippines, but I think that's kind of what sets Thailand apart, is their defaults are always very sound, and the way that Myth like to play, they always have that kind of philosophy sometimes that you see them to go like, initiate, retreat, retaliate, the kind of back and forth poke and prodding motion is where they really have made a name for themselves. And I think that these guys, even though they don't have as big of a name as like Full Sense and Xerxia might be, they're almost there. They got that small edge underneath, but hey, they're really good as well.
And what's also really good about Made in Thailand as well as CERBERUS Esports is that they have very reliable sentinels in this matchup. Going into the head-to-head that we have, we've got WannaFly and Cute, and we've seen them play before. And WannaFly playing on that Viper and that Killjoy really made an impact for Made in Thailand. Over at the CERBERUS side of things, Cute only ever really played Chamber the last time they went up against each other. What do you guys have for this? I'll start with you, Raf.
So, since we're talking about the Sentinels, right, naturally, they are going to be in charge of locking down a point of interest, whether it be a site or a rotation. Now, we talked about how Made in Thailand has wonderful defaults. CERBERUS, they're gonna have to anchor on how to take down WannaFly without losing too many members. Again, this is not to discount their ability, but honestly, yet another win condition for them. Just to touch on Daikyu, he does play a lot of Sentinel, but he does flex on that Reyna every now and then. WannaFly, though, he is more the reserved side when it comes to his agents, swapping that Reyna out with the Viper. Everything else is pretty much head-to-head for these players. But like I said, it's those defaults that CERBERUS really have to weather the storm, and who is helming that fortress? It has to be Daikyu.
And you can kind of see the story of this matchup based on their last one and the agents that those two players play, WannaFly and Daikyu. WannaFly coming in from the side of Made in Thailand, you know, him actually being on proper Sentinels, and then you basically have a Chamber insta-lock for the opposing side in Daikyu. And that isn't a knock on them. It's more about their playstyle. The aggressiveness is something that Vietnam has made themselves to be known for here in the Sea region, and having a Chamber be part of that is exactly what helps enable that, because they get to go peak, they get to back out as well any single time. And I think that is a very big testament to how these teams like to play, quite contrastingly large to each other. There's a very big difference and disparity in the game styles and the philosophies they put in, and that's evident in those two Sentinels.
I mean, it's a clash of styles here, clash of titans, even more so. But I kind of want to ask: is history going to be repeating itself? Has CERBERUS Esports finally adjusted to Made in Thailand? They finally know how to go up against, like, get the proper amount of aggression to overtake the defense that Made in Thailand has, or will Made in Thailand still have it in the books here, Raf?
So here's the thing, again, just to go back to the point where Made in Thailand has wonderful defaults. They also have wonderful space control. I really believe that CERBERUS, despite the signature hot start of the region, they do have a tendency to overextend on the defensive side specifically. And Made in Thailand, they've been capitalizing on that in their previous matchup. Hopefully they have recognized that type of shortcoming and adjusted to it. But it also begs the question, isn't the hot start, isn't that early aggression the anchor to having a successful series? Well, this is also yet another factor. Our map veto, both the new maps, honestly, Black and Blue, these are default bans that, you know, doesn't really paint the whole picture.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense that they do ban this. Actually, these are the two worst maps for both teams, so I think they're pretty happy to not have to play on either map. I mean, CERBERUS, they did win their last time playing this against Fancy in their own qualifier, but that's just too small of a sample size. To your point there, Raf, as you said, you know, it almost seems like for the Vietnamese teams, as they pick Bind here Myth, as I was saying, you know, the Vietnamese teams, they kind of tend to, I guess, go for a heat check every now and then, but when they get checked, they just don't realize it themselves and continue on. And for a team that was made in Thailand, as their name suggests, they're very used to kind of resetting themselves and really analyzing and making those adjustments mid-game on the fly. That's something that they really have struggled to, I guess, counter against here for the entirety of the Vietnamese teams that we've seen this tournament. But CERBERUS, it's their last chance here, the last hope of Vietnam, and they're looking to at least deliver on that.
I feel like personally CERBERUS should have Breeze in their map pool, or at least improve upon it, because with the indication that they love to constantly heat check, that means that they just want to keep pushing the tempo and thrive in those scrambles. Now, having Breeze out of your core map pool, if that's your primary playstyle, is somewhat befuddling. Ascent can be very similar. There's quite a bit of scrambles, but honestly, if you're a defending team on CERBERUS, or rather on Ascent, you have the choice not to. You don't have to contest mid if you really don't want to. You can play rotation, have a little bit more market presence, but that's about it. So that's a bit of a deterrent for CERBERUS.
Well, they pick Bind to start things off as we're talking about it now. And this was a map that Made in Thailand did win the last time they matched up against Cerberus. And you look at map number 2, we're going Ascent. And the last time they played that against No Namers was actually a lot more favored to the net end side. So I'm not too sure what the game plan here is for Cerberus. I mean, it's not a great map for Myth, to be fair, but it isn't exactly too hot for the Cerberus side either. And we end things on Icebox, a cool tundra to get things done. This is actually a decent map for both of these teams that we do see here.
I'm honestly interested in this Ascent pick the most because since we have, again, Daikute on that insta-lock, or at least mostly insta-lock chamber, we see quite a bit of a reliance on the Killjoy lockdown on this map, so maybe there's gonna be a swap out. But then again, Chamber also has its merits. He can fight for lobby control, he can fight for a long control better than most Sentinels. Still, it's a dynamic that I would honestly love to see.
Definitely so. And I mean, we're ending it on Icebox, as he touched upon, and that could be a map somewhat similar to Breeze that could help Cerberus thrive in those scrambles, but I would wager that it's a bit more than just that as compared to Breeze, which sometimes can be an all-out scramble, at least from some of the teams we've seen play at this stage. Yeah, I think Icebox, I mean...
Over Breeze? Oh wait, no, I was thinking of Ascent.
I'm not saying
over Breeze.
No, I'm talking about Icebox is similar, but not as much of a brawl as Breeze might be.
Fair.
But we've talked about the entirety of their map pools. We've talked about the players and the teams themselves. We got to talk about the predictions here. Are we going to see a repeat of their opening matches, or is this really going to change for now for the side of Cerberus? Let's start with Geo Black and Blue.
I do think Made in Thailand have the upper hand in this match, and they should be the favorites to win this, in my opinion, maybe like 60-40% in their favor. But I will say that Cerberus, I think they're going to be able to make this one up. We're definitely going to go the distance. The map veto kind of wayward, but I did think even coming into this that Cerberus has what it takes, because every step they've taken has been forward, no matter how big, no matter how small. So they've always been on the advance. And now that they have Red Neville on this team, I think that they can finally make those adjustments from their opening series in Group A to finally get the redemption here. So I'm going to go Cerberus 2-1 to avenge the Hell Dogs.
Well, you did say they have taken steps forward. Made in Thailand, they're absolutely gorgeous when it comes to resetting, taking a step back, assessing the situation, and see where they went well and went wrong. So with that being said, I still think Made in Thailand, they're not gonna allow that run back revenge. They're not gonna allow that the satisfaction of getting that W, learning from them. So yeah, Made in Thailand 2-1.
All right, well, personally feel like Made in Thailand will keep the Devil Dogs in their places, and they will always be faithful in their playstyle and overpowered Cerberus Esports for that matter. A 2-1 scoreline for me as well, but we will go the distance. We will see overtimes here definitely, because this is the last chance for either of these two teams to make it into the knockout stages. And without further ado, let's hop on to Bind, the first map in this best of 3 series between Made in Thailand and Cerberus Esports.
Magandang umaga mga kababayan. Kami ang inyong caster for today. My name is Phil. Alongside with me is Raywer, and you are watching the VCT APAC Challengers. And we've seen it already. It's gonna be Cerberus versus Myth. So it's gonna be Thailand versus Indonesia. Tama ba? Cerberus Indonesia or Vietnam? Yeah, Indonesia. Vietnam. Para syempre malaman kung sino pa talaga ang pupunta sa knockout stage. And it's gonna be next week Thursday, and syempre on Sunday we're gonna know kung sino ba ang makakapunta sa Valorant Masters Reykjavik. Basta sa Iceland. Yun. And pasensya na kayo kung ganito ang boses namin dahil napasaba kami kagabi sa isang malupit na labanan. Dahil ang mga casters ng lahat ng casters ng VCT ay nagkantahan. At syempre, i-flex ko lang na ang score ko ay 99 at 98. Si Dax, naka 100. Ang kapal ng muka.
Tapos ako tong nagkomanta ng It's All Coming Back to Me. 96 lang. Grabe talaga, napakadaya. Dinaya.
Okay lang yan, man. Walang problema dyan. Talagang, kung magaling ka, huwag mong sisihin ang karaoke. Kakala ko may ignition dun eh, pero sayang. Sayang. Natawa ng tubero dun. Pero, at least, CERBERUS, magkakakita ulit from Vietnam, kalaban ng Made and Thailand. We have Alone Fills, the Lend, sila Kadum. Actually, this is the second time I'm gonna cast these people from Myth. Si Kong TV, so si Wanna Fly. Si Akashi, Die Cute, Loki and Red Naval Kishi dito naman sa side ng CERBERUS. Pero nga lang, itong mga players ngayon ng Made in Thailand, mukhang they're really trying to be aggressive here in A. Pero, mapipigilan ba to, Ray ng CERBERUS?
Ako, kahit sino man mananalo eh. Sa totoo lang, Vil. Basta mas maganda kung 2-0, syempre.
Obsimation, mga kaibigan, pero Wanna Fly. Tamang right click control classic lang. Pero yun nga lang, shorty ang kalaban, boy. ROI, 150 pesos. 4v4. Nakakamiss talaga mag-Valorant ka mamaya. Kung maaga matapos. Wala namang work bukas eh, kaya...
Stream natin.
Sige.
Sa
Tuesday tayo maglaro. Pero,
sige.
Uy, kitang-kita ka dyan ni Loki. Baby boy, the god of mischief is wrecking havoc already. Alone Fills with a kill on the pero nga ng flash ang mukha. Dito kay Loki daw. 1v2 Red Naval nag-iisa na natin, pero Diyos ko pa, binalot sa regalo. What? Pero, 1-0 already in favor of the Thai team, Made in Thailand.
Uy, Vil. Yung Myth, sinisimulan na naman nila ng ganito, tapos biglang makakahabol din yung CERBERUS in one way or another. So, pero feel ko ngayon na mas familiar sila sa isa't isa na. Baka yung Myth, medyo naging comfortable na nga sila sa mga...
This is second time na naglaban sila, diba? Second time na naglaban sila, no? Am I right?
Yep.
Pero, yung the last time team, dito lang din yun. 2-1 ang score in favor of Myth. Pero tingnan natin if magiging 2-0 na ba. Kasi back then, nung naglaban itong dalawang players na to, first map is Bind. Nanalo ang CERBERUS. Ay, nanalo ang Myth pala kahit pinili na CERBERUS. Next map nila, Haven. Pinili ng Myth pero nanalo ang CERBERUS. Last naman is Split. Ganun yung labanan nila nung huli silang nagkita. Pero ngayon, it's gonna be Ascent and Icebox naman.
So talagang sinasabi ng mga teams ito na bagong experience naman. Pero ito, kamukha pala ni Hot Sauce yung isang taga-Myth. Yusef, kung nanonood ka man, kamukha mo talaga isa nilang player. Diyan ka talaga naglalaro, hindi ka talaga naglalaro para sa Bren, pero si Kadum nakaabang. What?
I have no idea kung paano nangyari yun to. I mean, it's just parang alam na kayo kasi pero hindi nga lang, the land. Wala na siyang bullets dito, pero nga lang pushing ito a 1v1 situation right now. Ay, tapos na pala. 2-0. Now in favor of Myth. Ito si kaibigang Yusef, ano yan eh. Tropa yan. Kasi nung pumunta ako sa Bren HQ, magkakasama kami nang kasama namin si Javi. Tapos dahil kay Javi.
Ano ginawa ni Javi? Magaling maglaro.
Magaling maglaro. Basta dahil kay Javi, kaya ako napapalit ng sensitivity kasi meron ko si show match. Naglaro ako. Wala eh. Believe sila sa jet skills ko eh. Kadum. Stinger. Meron pa siya makikita. Oh no! Sabog ang ulo ni Kadum. Ay, ni Loki pala. With that Stinger though, pero kasi kung nakaisa pa nga dito with that Spectre though, 4v3 situation right now. And Myth, mukhang nangunguna kahit naka-vandal mga kalaban nila.
Grabe naman yung Myth. Aggressive plays lang, pero malay sila Vander na. Narangan lang ng mga taga-Myth. ang kanilang mga kalaban sa Cerberus. Pero ngayon, si Daikit feel ko timing to. Okay, speaking of hindi nila alam na meron nasa likod nila. Okay, 1. Ay, okay, that's just 3. And it's just gonna be 1v2. Si Wanafly ba makaklatch niya to o hindi? Pero si Kishi goes for it.
May vandal ba dito? Uy, pwede nung kunin yun. Ayun, may vandal. Pero wala eh. Oo nga. He's gonna save just that vandal instead, man. I mean, that's gonna happen. Pero dito naman sa side ng Cerberus, mahirap yun eh, Ray. Kasi 4 ang namatay sa kanila. Well, na-defuse na yung spike, pero knowing na wala naman silang pera no after all these vandal buy, medyo problema nila ngayon ang pera. Pero makakabili pa naman yung iba. I mean, makakabili pa naman sila. Pero yun nga, the economy is at stake right now. Like what I said, makakabili pa naman sila. Pero okay lang. Kasi ng pera. Mid, mas marami. Pwede kang if ever natalo ang mid next round, pwede nga silang mag-force buy pa eh. Pero, syempre, mag-save na lang sila kasi that's how economy works dito sa Valorant.
So, ganda ng bigay mo muna yung rounds, tapos sa next round ka na lang bumili. Pero depende, minsan kasi may mga teams strong din sila kahit thrifty. Pero as per me, collect muna sila ng collect ngayon. Pero si Daikit nabawasan na nga din kagarin. Conquered finally gets Kishi, and although nabawasan siya, at least nakapata sila ng isa na nagiging problema nila. Usually tries to go for the setup lang here sa may B side just to cover up. Pero speaking of, on the other side, si Kadoom, he's just checking for the flank. So most likely mag-A side itong mga taga Myth. And looking at it, Novel, double controller pala ang mga tropa natin sa Myth. At isa lang ang kanilang Sentinel, which is going to be Sage. So medyo interesting yung meron ng Myth ngayon with their lineup. But I guess it's gonna work well kasi ngayon nakapag-ikot na sila kagad sa site. And finally, this is the time nata na pwede na silang manalo muli at magkaroon ng malaking lead against Cerberus.
Ito na ba yung malaking lead na hinahanap doon? Pero that is a triple pick coming in from Cerberus right now. Pero there's gonna be a 4 versus 3 situation right dito sa mapa na. Pero nga si Alone tsaka si Kong nakaisa pa nga dito. Pero nga nagkahati ka na nga ng mundo. Pero it's just that snake bite na meron ang made in Thailand. Sobrang nahihirapan ngayon ang Cerberus na makabawi dito. Ray!
Vil!
Vil lang kasi Vil. Bakit pakinggan? Wala ako nun.
Oo.
Ano ako, medyo meron akong chan pero matigas.
Ano yan? Ab?
Yeah, exactly. So, kung makita mo yung biceps, triceps ko, bro.
Ay! Oo, magkakasama tayo eh. Konti na lang, mananapak ka na, Vil eh.
Ay, hindi ko gagawin yun. Hindi ko gagawin yun. Gagawin ko yun pag may umaway sa kaibigan ko. Kunyari, Rim, pag may umaway sa'yo, ay, aawayin ko rin. Tandaan mo.
Awayin mo nga.
Ay, labas tayo dyan. Sarili niyong problema yan.
Hindi, iba naman yung tinutukoy ko eh. Ayan.
Huwag ka mag-alala sa, kaibigan mo ako sa lahat ng desisyon mo sa buhay, suportado kita.
Yan ang ganyan na magkakaibigan, guys. Kayo mga co-casters, akala nyo lang pero behind the scenes, magkakaaway talaga kami. Magkakaibigan talaga kami.
Solid kami, man.
Pwede na kami pro team eh. Diba? Role ni Vil, duelist.
Hindi, coach. Push B.
Coach. Ay, coach pala, coach. Sorry.
Si Kishi. Low on HP. Kadoy! Diyos ko po, kitang-kita ni Kishi! Men, kitang-kita! Nananilaw yung mukha ni Kishi, mga kaibigan! Kadoom, naghahanap na pwedeng makaboom! Pero wala siyang matamaan dito. They're gonna plant the spike already. 4v5. And there's gonna be a big mishap for the players of CS right now because they literally can't do anything. Because Myth is just literally all over the place. They're going side to side really flawlessly. And what is the next thing for Cerberus to do? Para lang at least makabawi sila dito. Iba daw yung boses ko ngayon.
Sorry guys. Sorry amin. Okay, there's just si Gidley. He alone feels, and after that, clean pa rin ang post plant ngayon ng Myth so far against Cerberus. Pero kasi naiintindihan na naman natin na ito ay eco round. So mga pistol lang ang mga hawak-hawak ng mga miyembro dito ng Cerberus. Pero okay lang yon. Grabe naman to mga nagko-comment. Pag si Riri kumanta, technical pause.
Hindi totoo yan. Can confirm mga kaibigan. Narinig ko si Riri kumanta kahapon, men, paldo. Diyos ko po. Alam mo yun? Alam mo yung hindi naman umiikot yung upuan ko, pero nung narinig ko si Riri kumanta, Diyos ko po, napapindot ako ng red button. Red button. Button.
Golden buzzer ba, Bill? Pwede na.
I mean, magkaiba yun magkaiba. Kasi sa Pilipinas Got Talent, di ba, pag red, out na, di ba? Doon ako sa The Voice, syempre.
Yan. Yan talaga dapat. Dapat lang, Bill. Doon na lang ako magaling.
Doon ko lang nga na nag-excel, tapos hindi yung bakit. Red Naval. One tap to the head.
They found my trap.
Sino kayo mananalo dito, Riri? Makakamba kaya ang server sa tingin mo?
Oo naman. Siyempre, makakapag-comeback yung service. Pero ako, masasaya ako nanalo yung Myth.
Oo, sa mabilisan lang.
Oo, para mabilis 2-0 kagad. Tatandaan natin itong map pick na to ay Myth. So, kailangan manalo sila dito.
Then Iceback Ascent ng gagawin nila, pero ito lang kalapag na papag mga kami, pero nga lang kadoom with a nice flick. Isa siyang thigh flick. Pero, Delend with a 3K. Okay. The God of Mischief nasa likod mo, baby boy, pero nga alam na ni Kadoom kung nasan si Loki. Maraming salamat, Riri, kasi tinanggap mo ako as kaibigan.
Ay, siyempre.
Kahit ano. Kahit tawag doon, napipilitan ka na lang.
Bakit ako ba pipilitan? Kwinento ko nga sa'yo lahat kagabi.
Sige. Maraming salamat sa maraming salamat sa tiwala.
Syempre. Tiwala ako sa inyo. Lalo na dito sa page broadcast ang 3 bayani. Syempre, tiwala ako sa inyo.
Alam nyo ba, guys?
Ito na nga lang tayo Ha?
Alam nyo ba, guys? Na naka-time out ang Cerberus. Huwag mag-alala. I mean, ito. You're in a safe haven, Ray.
Oo naman. Pag kayo talaga, every time.
You're in a safe haven.
Bakit?
50K lang.
Sige, send Gcash.
Pwede. Malilimit na ako.
Sana all.
Sorry. Limit na ata ako, hindi na ata pwede mag-send sa akin.
Ay. Di ba may mga iba, malaki yung, nila?
Hindi naman ako naka-business account eh.
Pero dito, Myth pa rin, I think. Sobrang, yung double controller nila talaga na-utilize nila na napakaayos. And they're actually having a good read against the members of Cerberus na naman. At di ba kanina nag-ultimate nga si Kishi? Pero parang wala naman tayong naramdaman at all. Kasi parang nakuha pa rin naman ni Delend yung mga taps against them. And Kadoom finally gets Red Neval. At 3 na lang kagad na natitira sa side ng Cerberus. There's just a tap. Pero knowing that going up against 2 members, quite complicated na naman sa Cerberus unless may mangyayaring yan. Pero wala na talaga silang ultimate na pwede na lang i-capitalize on.
Mukhang maganda pang hitain to sa Myth no? Pero nga si Kishi mukhang babawi ata ang kuya mo. Naghanap muna na mas magandang skin, mga kaibigan. Mas gusto niya ang Forsaken.
Nagaganda ka ba sa Forsaken?
Actually, gustong gusto ko yung skin na yan. Swear. Alam mo kung bakit? Kasi kitang-kita ko yung bullet trails. Legit! Gandang-ganda ako dyan. Kasi marami kasi ako Smurf, di ba? So yung mga Smurf ko, may yaman syempre. Ang dami nilang skin Hindi naman sa akin yun Tapos nagreklamo na lang sila kasi hindi nila magamit. Oh, yun. Tapos si isa kong pinakamayaman na skill, may ganyan. Diyos ko. I mean, gigil na gigil ako. Ang sarap gamitin, promise. Huwag kayong magreklamo sa Smurf, guys. Oo, totoo yun. Di ako mapanalo sa rank ko eh.
Sa unrated na nga lang ako bumaba eh.
Oh, hindi ako manalo sa rank ko, guys. Iron 3.
Ay, okay lang yan.
Salamat.
Ako, naghahanap na lang ako ng kaduo.
Yan. Sana
controller main sana.
Control. Sige, I mean, depende kung ano gusto mo.
Pero gusto ko duelist naman. Lahat, raise main.
Oo. What? Talaga? Check ko.
Oo. Hindi naman, wala lang. Share ko lang, gano'n. Share ako eh.
May sharer badge ka.
Sa sobrang may pagka one-sided yung laban, ganito nakainit ka agad ang mga taga-Myth. Pero pangalawang beses na yan ni Kadum na gumamit siya ng showstopper, wala na namang tinamaan. Pero okay lang yun. Dahil Myth yan eh. Ganun ata nila ginagamit yung mga utilities nila. At ngayon, after making quite good noises here at B-site, nilabas na nga nila kagad yung Seekers just to get good information at hating-hati na naman ang toxic screen. At ngayon, Red Devil, may babawasan pa siya ngayon. Ako po, ang dami niya. Ang hirap pumitas kahit isa. Buti na lang, nakapag-flash din kagad ang mga katulad ni Congaret at naharangan na nga sila kagad with that Viper Spit and with that wall coming in from Sage. Biruin mo, lahat nilabas. May Viper Spit pa.
Low-key, nakaisa dito. Kadum, mga kaibigan. We're gonna catch one as well. Die cute. Up! Do that smoke. Pero yun nga, tama spray and pray lang ginagawa nila. The clock is ticking already. Alone feels with the 2K. Pero meron pa rin silang Viper Spit. He can actually get that operator though. Pero narinig nila, oh my god, alam ni Kong! Alam ni Kong! Alam ni Kong! Payaman.
Xerxia. Yeah, that will be the win coming in from Myth once again. Medyo mahirap atang i-tackle down ang mga miyembro ngayon ng Myth. Biruin mo, gagawa lang ng onting noise tong Myth. Ang Cerberus biglang mawawala yung plano sana nila on the rounds that they have. And after that, Viper Spit, di na talaga nakapag-retake at all ang mga miyembro ng Cerberus. Pero, sa sobrang lakas ng Myth, sila pa ang nag-time out ngayon din.
Siyempre, sa sobrang lakas nila, hindi nila kinakaya 100%. Anong gentle. Pero kung napapansin mo, medyo talagang evenly distributed yung kills ng Cerberus dito. Pero wala eh, talagang mapa talaga ng Myth to eh. I mean, we've seen it already back then. Na nanalo ang Myth dun sa mapa pinili ng Cerberus, which is ito nga. I mean, itong bind. So, bigay natin sa kanila to. Bawi na lang tayo sa Icebox and Ascent. Well, hindi pa naman natin sila nakita to. Nakita maglaro din dito.
Yun yung yun yung interesting about sa Myth. Pero sa mga nandyan alam niyo ba na si Astro tsaka si Wits, dati silang mga taga-Myth eh. Ayan. So, sa mga hindi aware. Tapos ngayon, nasa kanya-kanya na silang mga teams. Isang Team Secret, isang Nigma Galaxy. So, alam niyo naman na outstanding talaga ang mga members ng Myth. And happy ako, Villa, na well and improved na sila ngayon compared before. Sobrang nahihirapan talaga sila. Kasi ang lakas din talaga ng Full Sense together with Xerxia. And sila talaga yung may expectations din dahil nakapunta na sila ng LAN tournament. So as for Myth, it will take so much time, pero I think this is already the way. Para lang, syempre, laro talaga ang Myth at makapag-LAN din kahit papano. Pero here it is, Cerberus ang gusto na lang ngayon ay maging aggressive. And speaking of, nakita yung balikat masyado ni Kadum doon. At ngayon, 4 na lang sila. And ilalabas pa nila kagad ang ultimate. But there's just a trades coming in. 3v3 na nga tayo. Di nila nakapasok na kagad si Kongare, di ba? Ang galing. Magic! At biglang makakapag-plant na nga sila kagad. That short was good, but the control kagad ng bats ay nakuha ng Myth already.
Yeah. Pero dito naman ngayon, si Lavender, nakakuha naman siya ng operator, pero makukuha ba to ni Kong? Actually sa showers, may butas yan sa taas eh. Pero tingnan natin if gagamitin ba nila yung butas na yun para sa lineup nila, probably no. Cute being flashed, tamang wall. Oh my god! Saka nakatingin Lavender! Well, meron din kasi sa shorty. Andun din kasi si Delind eh. So rap na hit talaga, paano na? Isipin mo na flash si na flash si Chamber. Si Lavender. Siyempre kailangan niya patayin si Brimstone dito.
One enemy remaining.
Sad, you know. Diyos ko. At saka ang ganda ang ganda nung pagka-plant. Yung pagka-plant kasi hindi dun sa pinakagilid. May space ng konti, andun lang sa may unahan. Malapit lang dun sa vicinity ng nung square. Basta gets mo na yun kung vicinity ng basta square sa A, yun, yung yellow square na yun. Andun lang sa gilid. So talaga makikita talaga lahat ng mag-diffuse.
Ay. Talagang di ba rin talaga, I mean, this was very particular when it comes to, tsaka di ba, nagkaroon sila maraming distractions sa may short din, then bigla nakapasok na sila coming in from bat. So, interesting talaga yung mga rotation dito ng Myth and how very keen they are when it comes to the details para lang maipanalo pa natin yung post-plant. At muli ngayon, eco na naman yung Cerberus at si Cute. Ang bilis lang ng natin yun eh. Para nag-start tayo, 11:30. 11:49 pa lang. 8-1 na. Ang bilis ng mga pangyayari. Pero Cute ngayon, alam na kung saan siya i-expect ng kanilang mga kalaban. Although, nakontas ang ibang miyembro ng Myth. Pero ito na nga pa rin ang kagandahan. May butas nga lang ngayon. Medyo pangit yung wall. But still, si Kadum, talagang ia-agree na lang niya to. Comes with a follow-up. May isa pang miyembro kagad. And he spots them out as he gets the third kill. At si Loki na lang kagad ang natitira. Waiting for the critic pero sobrang hirap na yan. 5 pa yan versus sa'yo na nakahawak lang ng Sheriff. And finally, Alone Fields takes him out. And it's gonna be 9-1 in favor of Myth.
9-1 already. I mean, this is gonna be really hard for these players na talaga makabawi kung tuloy-tuloy lang din talaga na magkakaroon sila ng problema ng ganito. It's just, they have no idea on how to shut down made in Thailand. Ang hirap.
Hirap din. Dito ata pag alam na ng made in Thailand kung paano maglaro yung servers. Pero tingin ko naman baka sobrang na-utilize lang talaga nila ng maayos ang mga controller nila. And nagaganda ng entry ni Kadum in fairness, Vil, ang ganda parate. And even if mapatay siya, there's Red pa na next sa problema ng Cerberus. Pero speaking of, buti na lang si Cute na nakabawas na kagad ng isa coming in from Myth.
4v5 alone, pwede sila magkita ni Lavender dito if ever, pero yun nga lang ito dito sa Bind mga kaibigan, this is the map na sobrang daling mag-comeback. If ever you're gonna compare 3 other maps, this is the map na sobrang daling mag-comeback. So tingnan natin if makakapag-comeback ba ang Cerberus dito if ever. Cute being spot out but didn't get a tag as well. Kadum, double satchel, going in, but Akashi is waiting doon sa may backside. Loki, pushing in. Dito lang sa may showers mga kami, pero ang Cute actually waiting right now, pero Alone Fills will take you down already. The land, Molotov para siya, pero mapaalis si Akashi dyan. And alam nila na mayroon tao doon sa may triple. Okay, punta A. 2v3, Jet, pushing in. Medyo mahirap na galawan ang gagawin ni Alone dito. Antayin niya. Oh my god. Outplayed, ladies and gentlemen! Oh my God! Alone fails, knows what's up! Tatamaan ba siya? Oh my God, di ata siya tinamaan ng Rolling Thunder. Pero pwedeng mapatay ni Alone fails si Sova.
Oh my God!
Oh my God! Na ano pa? Natamaan ng lintik, mga kaibigan! Diyos ko! Is this gonna be a winnable situation for the side of Myth? Na-outplay masyado ng mid in Thailand ng Cerberus. Walang kaalam-alam si Akashi Senpai kung nasan si Alone tsaka si Wannafly. The clock is saying already, and Akashi will say goodbye.
Hoy!
Bars.
Men, kakaiba tong Myth eh. Nagmamadali, gusto ata sa makipagkaraoke din eh. Kahapon yung full sense din, ganun eh. Nagmadali, gusto atang sumama sa karaoke. Eto ding mga taga-Myth, same ata ang gusto na lang mangyari dito. Walang takas talaga si Kishi oh. Na line-upan eh. Oh, wala eh. Pero at the same time, wala na rin talagang oras para kay Akashi dahil wala rin siyang information nasan ba ang mga miyembro ng Myth. And now we're down with 1-10 scoreline. At isa na lang before Myth can actually make this to a 1-11, and I think sobrang unstoppable talaga nila ngayon, Vin.
Oh, man. Solid pa.
Scout destroyed.
Bakit?
Hindi yung kay Julia.
Right here.
Hindi yung nakita ko ngayon.
Kita mo rin ba?
Oo. Sabi ni sorry, commercial daw ba?
Bago endorser nga eh. Yan. Sige. Parang ang lasa daw lang. Ito kasi meron kaming kakilala. Ang pangalan niya Julia. Pero mamaya pag-uusapan natin siya pagkatapos pasabugin ng kadumi mga players ngayon ng Cerberus. Pero man, all the players of Cerberus right now, at least nakakita ngayon si Rendeval. Yun nga lang, Diyos ko po. Daikyu and Kishi doing a good job. Some of the possible push of Cerberus right now. I mean, of Myth. Pero yung nga pushing it to a 2v1. Loki, the only man remaining. How the hell Myth is still alive? How the hell na sila pa yung lamang? How? I don't know anymore. 1v1 up. Sabi ni... Oh my God, 11-1. Ang sabi ni Astra... Idiot! Oh, hindi masama yun kasi sinasabi mismo ni Astra yun
Naiintindihan ko, Bill. Huwag ka mag-alala. Pero ngayon, ang mangyayari... 11-1. Pag panalo na yung Myth dito sa defending, too easy. 13-1. Buti nga di 13-0 eh.
Oo.
Buti na lang. Kapag 13-0, it's been a while.
Oo.
Wala pa tayo nakita ng 13-0 dito, di ba? Wala pa.
Wala. Sa Champions lang meron. Dapat nga dito magkaroon sa Champions. Sa Champions nagkakaroon eh.
Ayo, sa VCT ba the PH? Meron ba? Wala. Ba 13-1? 13 meron.
13-0 meron.
Ay, hindi. Ngayong stage. Ngayong taon.
Oh, meron.
Meron ba? Ano?
Oh, Secret Oasis.
Oh, yung Secret Oasis. Oo nga pala. Natandaan ko na.
Oo. Sino ba nagcast nun? Kami ata ni Taylor?
Hindi.
Tayo
ako
ata yun
si Nomad.
Huh?
Or, basta ako yun. Ako nagka-13-0 na yun ata.
Talaga ba? Sa split? Sa split yun eh. Ako yung nag-cast nun, baliw.
Ay, sino kasama mo? Ay, ako lang na si Taylor.
Hindi naman kasama si Nomad sa Stage 1 VCT PH eh. Kasama ba?
Oo nga pala. Oh, may araw na sumama siya, di ba? May week.
Wala! Huy! Okay ka lang ba?
Basta, merong linggong kasama si Nomad sa atin. Oo, tama. Pero si Taylor kasama mo. Oo. Merong linggo na kasama natin si Nomad. Nagpalit sila ni Taylor, di ba? Si Taylor yung nag-panel host.
Oo nga pala. Sorry.
At ngayon, ang Myth, dalawa na lang, tapusin nyo na. Si Conrad nga, 15-6, si Alone Fields, 12-3. Ano na? Yung Cerberus, wala pang double digit ni isa. Daming pang counter ng Myth kahit defending eh. Utilize yung double controller sa attacking. Ngayon na lang ako nakita ng malinis na execution ng double controller. Ng Viper, tsaka ng Brimstone. Ang ganda. Pero ito si Delend na pick off ni Red Deval. It's time na ba na makabawi ngayon ang mga taga Cerberus?
We're gonna see if ever lang talaga magiging 11-11. Pero nga lang Kadum, nakaisa pa nga nakadalaw dito pero nga lang Loki and Kashi. Talagang pinapasabong ngayon yung mga muka ng mga players ng Myth ngayon. Pero sa totoo lang, ang satisfying ng tunog pag nakapatay ka using the Gaia skin. Kasi, ano yun, di ba? Parang mga puno-puno, di ba? Parang yung, ano kasi, parang yung feel, lalo na pag kunyari, inaano, parang nagre-reload ka. Yung parang punong, yung parang punong, ano, yung punong sinisira. Alam mo yun, hindi naman sinisira, pero yung bark ng tree, na yung cracking sound nun, parang ganun.
At, okay. Enemy remaining. Isa na lang. At ngayon, Bill, baka 11-1 curse to sa bind, ah. Baka makahabol pang service. Pero gusto mo talaga yung skin ngayon? Ako hindi ko nagugustuhan eh. Parang naiingayan ako masyado sa Vandal niya.
Sa ano? Sa Gaia?
Oo.
Oh, I like it. I like it. Because of the satisfying sound whenever na nakakapatay ka. Lalo na pag headshot.
Oh. Lahat
well, it's fine. When it's a free round though. I mean, Ray. May 10 rounds na pwedeng magkamali ang Myth. Okay?
Kaya nga eh. Isang panalo lang, match point na eh.
Oo.
Wala na. Okay yun. Okay, sabi nila. GG's. O, round 14 na. Full buy na ang mga taga Myth eh. Pero wala silang pera gano'n kasi wala din naman sila ganong napatay. Wala nga sila napatay eh. Sa Cerberus. So, medyo... Ay, rather, ang sa Myth naman ay ito. Okay, akala ko may makakapag-force ng operator. Wala ka pala dahil wala ding pera gano. And now, Alone Fields is just gonna go for the tops with that Guardian. Expensive talaga mag-Sage. At ngayon, puro Vandal nga ang ibang mga miyembro ng Myth. But here it goes. Wanna Fly. Just really playing
parang Pinoy si Wanna
here.
Fly eh, no?
Oo nga, parang may hawig siya.
Oo, gini Wanna Fly eh. Parang ako. Pero, sorry. Alam mo kung may pinagkaya ba ni Wanna Fly? Parang kaming pinagbiyak na bunga. Tama ba yun? Yung term na yun? Okay. Pero ito, kailangan kabahan ng Cerberus kasi meron ng Vandal yung mga players dito ng Made in Thailand. I mean, back then sa ibang bangbang, ang tawag sa kanila is Myth Trust. Meron pa nga isa eh, Signature Trust pa. Ayan, lahat ng variations ng Myth na abutan ko sa totoo lang. Hindi ko naman sinasabing matanda ako pero parang gano'n na nga.
Ilang years ka na sa Esports, Bill?
Kahapon lang.
Kahapon lang.
Oo.
Ako ngayon lang eh.
Tagal na.
Ngayon.
More than 10 years na rin siguro. Tagal na. Pero ito na yung players ngayon ng Cerberus going in. They wanna fly! Still getting that kill. Pero Kadum! Oh my god! This is a total domination that is Metros is doing for the side of their team. Lalo na Cerberus right now. They're really having a hard time dealing with these people. 3v2. Akashi Senpai will be dead. That's all up to Daikute. He knows already kung nasa ba si Daikute ngayon mga kaibigan. Andun lang sa may showers. Pero Daikute is pushing! Why? He knows na merong tao sa heaven. He knows na merong tao. All he gotta do is wait. He needs to take down the player muna sa heaven bago siya gumalaw.
30 seconds left.
Okay. Oh no, man.
Oh my.
One down.
Alright. Myth is doing it. At match point na sila, Vil. Ito na. And your winners. Ang bilis. And I just don't know why. Bind is really taking a huge toll sa CERBERUS. Biruin mo, kagaling kang 11-1. May few hopes ka para sa first 2 rounds. Pero ngayon, na match point na ang Myth. Kailangan mong bumawi for 9 rounds para lang magkaroon ng overtime. At I think, hihirapan na talaga sila ngayon, Vil.
Yeah. Magkakaroon na talaga ng malaking problema dito kasi knowing na yes, meron silang Vandals, pero hindi sila pwede magkamali. Wala nang pagkakamaling pwede mangyari dito, kaibigan.
Si Red Devil pa naman yung nabawas.
Yun nga eh. Actually, si Red Devil ngayon walang ambag eh. Bottom frag siya, man. Kaso ambag.
Ano nangyayari kaya kay Red Devil?
Oh
my, sinama pa ng Viper Spit.
Oh, may Viper Spit pa. Diyos ko po. Natamaan ng ligaw na bomba si Loki, mga kaibigan. Super low in HP. Wanna fly with a kill onto Kishi right para si at least si Kishi nakadalawa naman dito kahit papano. Pero this is gonna be a T-versus situation. This is gonna be really hard for the players of CERBERUS. They need to go in. They need to solve the possible win of Myth. Pero yun nga lang, wanna fly, waiting patiently na pwede makapasok dito na mag-swing yung mga players dito ng CERBERUS, mga kaibigan.
Oh my!
Kasi si wanna fly nasa gilid lang, okay na half. Okay na yun. Na half. Oh! Low-key with a kill onto one right now. Dike to another one. Pero nga lang, wanna fly. We're gonna take down this player. Pero ang importante, na half. Na half to!
Oh my! Oh my goodness!
It's over!
Defenders win.
Na half!
My goodness, sabi na nga eh. Nung na-half, alam ko na eh. Na gano'n ang mangyayari sa Myth. And
Gusto ko pakulay ng buhok.
At 13-3 in favor of mga taga Myth ngayon, Vil. Speedrun.
Yeah,
yung nangyari sa Bind.
Shoutout nga pala kay Direk. Ganda ng lighting ko ngayon.
Ganda skincare mo, Seb, ah?
Ah, yeah. Tide. Na hinaluan ng Zonrox. 13-3, Myth. Winning this game number 1. And sino bang pumili nito? Let's see. Tingnan natin. The one who picked this is made in Thailand. Yeah. Next map is Ascent. At pinili naman yun ng CERBERUS Esports. Is this gonna be a 2-0 or a 2-1? Na ngayon we are actually rooting for Myth. Papakabakas tayo sa Myth, mga kaibigan, kasi para ma 2-0 na. Para mamaya
Palakpakasan.
mamaya SBE na.
At ito talaga, nagmamadali ang Myth para sa laban ng SBE. Di ba? Siyempre, last series pa daw kasi SBE. Excited na sila mapanood yung SBE. At ito guys, commercial lang to eh. Superstar matches lang talaga to eh. Yung main event, SBE versus Velocity. Pero
hindi mga filler matches.
Ay, no.
Okay lang kung huwag yung pansinin mo. Joke lang.
One enemy remaining.
At I think it's just Myth really outsmarting them sa first half. Nakakatanggal talaga ng moral sa team minsan yung ganyan na 11-1. Tapos sobrang unstoppable nila. Dami pang mini mistakes dito ng CERBERUS. Tapos hindi talaga nila ma-figure out yung aggressive. Paano ba nagiging opener tong mga miyembro ng Myth? At kahit, ito pa eh, kahit mawala kagad ang isa na lang ang duelist nila, doon kagad yung mga ibang miyembro ng Myth. Palong-palo din kahit sa tutok eh. Parang nag-warm up sa Valorant ng 5 oras bago maglaro ngayon eh.
Ano?
Nag-warm up sa Valorant ng 5 oras. So the range.
Pero
One enemy remaining.
Sorry. Si Commander may sinasend kasi sa akin.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Ay, no. Napakatamis talaga ng pag-ibig. Nitilig ako para i-vision. At ngayon, na-half na eh.
Shoutout nga pala kay Commander, mga kaibigan. Na kung ano-ano yung mga sinasend sa akin. Pero yun na. Wala, mahirap na rin yan. May na-half na ng ano.
Parang di nahirapan yung miss, oh.
Oh, I mean, unrated. Nag-unrated lang naman sila. Pero yeah, you've seen it already. The game number 1 of Myth. And syempre, ng servers. Next map, it's gonna be sa Ascent. And ito naman ang map ang pinili ng servers, mga kaibigan. Once again, we are casters. Ray, na nagmamahal ng todo. At ako nga pala si Phil, na mahal si May ng todo. You're watching VCT APAC. See you later.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my eyes see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my eyes see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my. Don't you know.
what's up everyone? Good afternoon sa inyong lahat. Nandito pa rin tayo sa match between Made in Thailand together with CERBERUS Esports. Kami yung shoutcasters. Ako si Rated. Kasama ko dito si Vil. Pero, syempre, pasalamatan muna natin ang wonderful sponsors natin with this event because you can start strong with Fiber Strong, Family Strong with the new G Fiber only 2,099 ng Globe at Home with gaming speeds of up to 150 Mbps. Mabilis na, unlimited internet pa. So, if you want to learn more, just go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband. At ngayon, balik na nga tayo between these two teams. Nag-start na nga tayo sa pinakaunang mapa kagad sa bind 13-3 scoreline. Something we didn't expect dahil nga yung laban ng dalawang team na to last time, sobrang dikit lang and yet, ganito talaga ang naging aftermath on the second match up between them once again. Pero ngayon, pupunta na tayo sa map pick naman ng CERBERUS which is going to be an ascent. Anong thoughts mo dito, Vil? Sa tingin mo, 2-0 na to made in Thailand or sa tingin mo makakahabol pa yung CERBERUS Esports?
I mean, after all, laglagan na to, Riri. Correct me if I'm wrong. It is laglagan, yeah. Yeah, it is laglagan already. So, there's a chance na talagang baka magkaroon tayo ng comeback if ever. Kasi ito yung mga puntos talaga na we need to go all out if ever. Pero knowing na ito yung mapa ng CERBERUS, kasi parang if ever lang talaga na matalo ulit ng Mythras ng CERBERUS, parang wala silang bawi, man. I mean, walang pabawi-bawi ang CERBERUS. The last time that they met is actually 2-1. Still in favor of CERBERUS though. I mean, still in favor of Mythras. Pero doon naman sa side ng Mythras, all they gonna do is win no matter what. Pero tingnan natin if this is gonna be a 2-0 or what. I mean, they can be really aggressive sa Mythras, and CERBERUS is a really aggressive team as well. Pero nakita natin sa game number 1 na shutdown nila agad and all the 100 IQ plays. Actually, 200 IQ plays na talagang ginagawa dito ng Myth. Lalo na yung ginawa ni Alone kanina dun sa 2v3 and hindi talaga siya muna nagplant ng spike nung pupunta siya sa B. Pinatay niya muna si Jet, si Lavender. Then after that, he took that opportunity for him to get that advantage. Pinlant niya yung spike, nag-rotate si Viper, napatay niya yung isa. And all they're gonna do is hide. They're not gonna engage that one player na natitira na lang. That is a 2v1 anyway. And they know they have the advantage. Why do you have to pick one? Why do you have to be that aggressive? Why do you have to be that maasim na talagang papatay mo yung player na yun? You don't have to do that. And kailangan natin talaga magkakaroon pa na bawi ang CERBERUS eh. Pero hindi. Kahit konti. Wala silang bawing nangyari. Ano score? 13-3?
13-3.
Shay.
Wala. Nanalo lang ng isang round dun sa full buy round nila after ng 2 rounds. Tapos, yung next is yung pistol siya yung second round. So, after during the second half naman. So, ngayon, dito sa Ascent, maybe maging oras na to sa CERBERUS. Pero kasi pagdating sa Made in Thailand, ang Ascent din nila may pagkamataas naman. And ngayon nasa momentum sila. Malay natin maging different. Pero Red Devil starts it cool. Under attacking once again. Pero maybe ito yung time. Nag-start sila na attacking. Maganda tong opportunity for them really. But right now, push lang talaga sila ngayon sa may A-site, Vil.
Pero dito naman ngayon sa side ng CERBERUS, I mean, they really need to do a big comeback dito if ever kasi sila pumili ng mapa na to. Pero nga lang, Kadum popping off already with a Jet. Die cute. 2v2. Someone is getting the spike already. Pero nga, this is gonna be an ace dito kay Kadum, mga kaibigan. Super low on HP. Just baiting. Binibait lang dito. Pero Kishi! He needs to go in. Oh my god, gonna get that ace. First round. Plus that defuse. Kadum popping off. Round 1 pa lang, ace na! Pwede na siyang mag-Vandal full armor dito eh.
Hindi man na natapyasan ng sobra to si Kadum.
Oh, hindi, natapyasan sa low na HP niya eh.
Hindi, I mean, nagsobra sana sa last round. Ay, sa last few seconds, oh.
Oo.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, tignan mo.
Standing.
Oh. Di man lang siya nahirapan dun, Vin.
Nag-Vandal ba? Sabi na eh. Sabi na magba-Vandal talaga siya eh. Oh, full armor, sabi na eh. Jet main here.
At ngayon, si Raf kasi, nagchat-chat eh. Nakakainis eh. Ngayon, si Kadum, he takes one. At 4 na lang ang nanggagaling sa Cerberus. Pero grabe yun. Alam mo, nakaka-disappoint lang sa side ng Cerberus. Sa kanila dapat yun eh. Tapos, wala, na-speed sila ni Kaboom! Sa side ng Myth. Pero to, die cute. Mukuha ng information. May kalaban siya 6 man ng Myth. At yan ang turret. You wanna fly. But, Cerberus makes some good forward ngayon sa may B-side. Pero alam na natin kung nasa sa wallbang lang sila kagad ni Alone Fields. At alam na kung saan sila manggagaling and just trying to pop it off right through. And Cerberus, may ipit na naman sila ngayon.
30 seconds left.
Pero Kadum mga kaibigan. Oh my god. Sumabog yung ulo na dahil cute dito. Dili ka daw cute. Oh. Sabi ng Myth, pre, bawas naman kahit armor lang. Walang kabawas-bawas. Napakamurang napakamurang round para sa side ng Myth. Si Delend lang ang gagastos ng 1K.
Scanning ahead.
Hindi man lang ewan ko, ano nangyayari sa Cerberus? Napaglalaroan ng Myth. Kapag ito naging unrated na naman, hindi ko na alam. Pero dito naman sa asset sa tingin ko, hindi ko alam kasi itong Myth talagang palong-palo eh. Kawawa naman ang Cerberus kung ganun mangyayari. Pero maybe this time. Baka makabawi na nga sila. Ano ba naman kasi sila pang kulit eh. May sabi. At ngayon, si Red de Bala, oh, Kadum! Okay, buti na lang.
Ano ba sila sabi nila?
Oras. mamaya. Bro. At ngayon, shout out daw sa mga Gen Z. Ay, nako.
Si kaibigan kong natamaan lang dito, tamang wallbang lang ang ginagawa ng mga players ng isipin mo, napatay ng Cerberus si Kong na wallbang lang talaga. My god. Medyo masakit yun, men. Pero kung napapansin mo, this is the exact thing na nangyari sa Cerberus tsaka Myth. Napako sa ulo nung nanalo sila ng third round. Oh my god! Wanna fly! Makes you wanna die! Ayos, Ben.
Ay. Si Dalen na lang kagad na natitira. At disadvantage lang sa baril. Nice one, Kadum. Pero wala eh. Cerberus 2-1 toss. Mamaya, di nagagalaw yung score ng Cerberus. Hindi, joke lang. Kaso ngayon, reach pala sila together with that kind of comp. And finally, Cerberus wins this round against Myth down to a 2-1 scoreline. Pero interesting din talaga ang meron ng Cerberus dito. They don't have the Astra. Instead, they have that Omen Breach together with the Chamber. So,
Spike down, attacker spawn.
Nakita tayo ng kanya-kanyang perks kapag ganito ang ginagamit ng agent versus sa ganito. But I think at least Cerberus is still looking fit.
Right here.
Looking back on talagang right on track sila ngayon against Myth. But here it goes. Myth, si Kadum ngayon makapag-force ng operator. And finally, si Alone Fields. Meron na siya ngayong pang wallbang lang ang kanyang Odin.
Kita natin kung makakaisa sila dito sa mga aggressiveness na ginagawa ng mga players sa ating ngayon, mga kaibigan. Pero ito na yung ito na ata yung pagbago ng api. Big shoutout nga pala kay Big shoutout nga pala kay kaibigang Dexty. Kala ko meron kaming recording eh. Kala ko lang naman yan. Pero alone feels. Kala ko nga magkatrabaho kami ni Ray kahapon sa bahay ni Taylor. Buto na lang hindi. Pero sa alone dito is, kung napapansin mo, dito lang sa may market pero meron siyang, oh my god, wala naman tao dyan. Wanna fly. Parang in-anticipate na yun ng myth eh, no? Oo pre, kung magbibi sila, out lang tayo. Dito lang tayo sa market. Kasi wala naman tayong magagawa pag na-rolling thunder na tayo eh. Wala na eh. Wala na talaga, pero yung nga lang napapansin sila si Robocop. Tamang check lang sa kaibigan kong. Oh, flash! Magandang flash! Oh, na ang ginawa dito ni kaibigang Kishi, mga kaibigan, pero yung alam, Daikut waiting patiently. Op, nade sa loob! Diyos ko po, masakit to! If ever nakatamaan ka, pero tamang knife lang din naman, pero yung wala natamaan yung paranoia. 2v2, mid na nga, isa pa! Tamang pop flash sa dalawa! Oh my god, hindi pa tama! Kalma. Nakakastig yung uno, wala na oras.
Okay. Wala na. Paalam na lang si Conrad. GG's. Nice try. At maabutan siya? Oh, hindi. Wala.
Enti.
Kulang lang sa oras. At nabawasan din yung flank na ng myth.
Sayang. Kung
wanna fly.
Kung 2 oras sana yung para ma-defuse mo, panalo tayo. 2 oras. Ay! Ano na ang kahihinatnan ngayon ng mga taga myth. Dahil ngayon si Alone Feels lang ang may may Odin, but on the other side, ang Cerberus ay humahabol nga ngayon. And now, as they're gonna be sticking together here in A site, ready na kagad ang to the force ni Daikut. But I think he won't be using it. Pero wala silang may eradicate dito sa Wine dahil wala naman nakatira dyan at wala namang miyembro ng myth na nandyan. Instead, they're just really playing it disciplined sa may A site. And Akashi tries to get information as to where they are. Alam na nga kagad na may 2 miyembro, pero nga lang hindi sila magpupush right through dahil baka sila pang mabawasan ngayon ng myth knowing that they're on an eco round. But looking at it, baka mag-shift na sila papuntang B side, pero meron bang makakapag-cut off sa kanila? Wala. And Redeval tries to make some few noises right here. But on the other side, looks like myth already knows that they're gonna be here in a B side. Pero si Alone Feels, so talagang meron ba siyang mababawasan, pulls off that recon kagad. But then all of the members ng Cerberus are gonna be in already sa side. Pero as the tops goes in, may mata-trade off lang. That's gonna be Akashi himself. At 3 na lang kagad natitira sa myth. But the Lent also will be able to take off against Redeval. And pwede ba itong maging winnable situation sa side ng myth, knowing on what they have. But on the other side, si Akashi ngayon mag-pick off ng isa pang miyembro ng myth. And we only have the Lend with that Vandal. Pero no one HP. Medyo complicated na to. Basta mapunish lang siya through the smoke. Mukhang ito ata ang pagbangon ng api. Dito sa side ng Cerberus mga pero in the Lend. The only man remaining right now. Pero sisilip ba siya? Probably gonna save that Vandal instead. Pero nice trade-off na ginawa dito ni Akashi. Parang syempre mawawala si Ito. Pwede naman siya mag-save Pero yun nga lang. Masisira yung sa economy wise nila. At saka mahihirapan si Astra na number 1 bibili pa siya ng armor. Tapos wala pa siyang extra pera pang stars. So kailangan talaga niya mamatay dito. Yung mga small stuff na ganun talaga na really need to consider everything. Syempre na it's better for us na save full buy. Na hindi yung Na hindi yung puro broken tayo, yung iba naka-AR, yung iba SMG, tapos yung iba naka-sheriff lang, yung iba naka-save. Pangit ng ganun, men. Sobrang pangit ng ganun. Kaya yung mga kakampi ko, sinasanay ko sila. Alam ni Direk yan, siya yung lagi kong kakampi. Na lagi ko sila sabihin, tara save tayo, tara buy tayo, tara save tayo, tara buy tayo. Ganun. Every time. Sinasanay ko talaga sila lahat. Kasi hindi talaga okay yung iba may baril, yung iba wala. Kasi it's not all about getting kills. It's about kung gaano kayo ka-synchronize ng buong team nyo. Pero yung wanna fly, we're gonna take down one. Diyos ko po, isipin mo talagang bumabaril na, tumatalon pa no? Dahil cute mag-isa lang siya dito. With the VCT Champions Vandal. And apparently alone is defeated the spike already. You need to take down Kadum first! Muntik na. Tagadun.
Riol! Gomit! Yung palakpak talaga. Natatawa ko. Hindi planted kaya Hindi planted sa kanya. Kahit i-pick niya yun, mapipitas lang siya mapipitas lang siya ng myth doon sa side ng Cerberus. And right now, mag-save na naman muli ang mga taga-Cerberus. At ngayon si Kadum may hawak pa ring operator. But on the other side si Daikut, he will be unleashing the 2D force. Pero si Kadum alam na nga niya kagad kung nasaan ang mga miyembro ng Cerberus. And speaking of, naghihintay lang siya ngayon ng magandang pick-off. Pero habang dyan, mag-bail out muna siya. Medyo complicated kapag pinush ko pa yun at nag-pick pa muli ako. And the mid-take is onto the hands ng Cerberus as they're waiting for something to happen. Looks like ang mga taga-myth ngayon ay naghihintay lang sa kanila. Di na sila magpapaka-aggressive. Natuto na sila doon dahil kanina na-pick off lang sila na napakabilis ng Cerberus na dapat advantage na ng myth yung round na yun. Yet si Cerberus, pero hindi pinabayaan na Cerberus about it. But Aski, she tries to make some push here papuntang market. Hiwa-hiwalay muna ang mga miyembro ng Cerberus.
Hiwa-hiwalay muna sila kung paano kayo naghiwalay ng jowa mo. Pero dito sa side ng Cerberus, hindi ko. Pero sa side ng Cerberus, hindi rin ikaw. Kasi syempre, alam ko naman na masaya ka ngayon, Ray. Pero dito naman ngayon sa side ng myth, mga kaibigan. Wanna fly. What's gonna happen here? Lavender with a swing. Got no idea at all. Meron tao dun sa may lugs. Pero Diyos ko po, Daikut nakaisa pa nga dito. Alone! Pero walang oras. May kumantaran ka kagabi.
Sinabi ko nga alone!
Gumanon Till now,
I always come by over you.
Magaling kumanta si Ray, guys, legit.
BYB fam, going to
I mean,
ano gusto mo ngayong araw,
things I do.
Ha?
Gusto mo lang bilhan na lang kita ng bagong mic?
Seryoso ba?
Dapat tayo matuloy yung Cerberus.
Dapat tayo mount yung Cerberus kasi masyadong magaling si Ray.
Jet diff
Hindi jet diff yan, jet lag. Kanina pa yan sa Lavender, men. Kanina pa yan. Hindi talaga siya, hindi siya nagpe-perform. Kanina pa siya talaga walang ginagawa. Kumbaga, para siyang yung isang...
PTC.
Wala nang bug. Para lang siya yun. Pareho lang naman sila. Joke lang.
Ay, no. Ito naman tayo.
Joke lang.
Joke lang. Kaya naman.
Kayo maniwala sa akin, guys. Di lahat ang sinasabi ko, okay.
Alam mo, ever since nung kay PPG, hindi na nila makakalimutan.
Oo,
parang
men.
Mga usapan niya ni Ilustrado. Hindi na makakalimutan yan. Lalong-lalo na si Meralco Stratos. Since day 1, nandyan na yan Yan yung tunay na Keyboard Warriors. Si Manalo. Oh!
Shoutout nga pala sa'yo.
Oy, jet lag.
Yikes.
Okay. Uy!
Oh my God! Ito na, narinig ko! Narinig ko ni Lavender, mga kaibigan. Anong sinasabi nung caster na yun?
Spike planted.
Anong sinasabi nung caster na may nunan? Ano, wala daw ako ang baga? Wala ka magagawa.
Napa-shut up tayong dalawa doon.
Tingnan natin.
Mamagaling tayo masyado Hindi naman saan sinabi na may kamukha palang player dito yung Myth Si Don P. Shoutout sa'yo, Don P. May kahawig ka lang na player. Sorry sa akin. At, yun. Okay. Wala sila dyan Daikit. Kung ako, di na ako magpapakahirap mag-effort pa. Dahil wala na nga Wala na nga tao dyan. And now, for all tayo, Bill. Ano na? Dikit pa pala! Yung asin! Tapusin!
Okay lang.
Ready ba, no? Nabate! Kailangan pala awayin pa para mabuff. Nakakaintindi pala sila ng Tagalog.
Sila? Oo. Tama ka dyan.
Operator na din si Daikit, no? Sino kayang mapipitas pa rin ang Myth ngayon?
Etong si Kadum no? Talagang nag-battle pass operator pa Libre naman lahat ng skins dito pero ginamit pa yung battle pass operator. Yung pula. Yun yung pinakaunang yun yung pinakaunang battle pass na operator. Yung gamit ni Kadum. Yeah. Pero
origin tong kaya kay Daikit, tama ba ako?
Oo, yung umiikot. Opcom, Diyos ko po! Brrrr! Kong naka-isa pero nga lang Kong nakatrawa pa nga! Pero wanna fly with that nanos of grenade, Diyos ko po! Nalulusaw, pero let's go! Ito na ang kalampag ng papag, mga kaibigan, sabi ni Kishi! Pero Loki! Oh no! Nakasan si Alon! Si Alon nakaisa pa ka, pero Kishi with the kill again! It's up to the land. 1v2. Akashi, low 1 HP. Kishi, nagbabatay lang dito sa may market, mga kaibigan, pero kala pinapalatan nila yung spike, pero tamang flash lang din talaga para siya hindi siya magkakita. Oh no! Si Delend! Hindi nila pinik si Delend. What? Na-flash pero hindi pinik. Sobrang open ni Delend doon. Bakit hindi ka nag-pick? Oh my God! Nice flick of the... That is a flick of the wrist! Na ginagawa ni Delend, mga kaibigan. Kitang-kita naman natin sa Delend. Medyo kahawig. Si
Hot sauce.
Si Hot sauce? Hindi. Si Johan. That is Speaker's advantage, ladies and gentlemen. Mauuna munang makita ni Delend yung uso ng barel. Speaker's advantage ka, boy. 5-4.
Too shocked for them.
And that was the very esports clutch moment of the game. 11 HP versus 7 HP. Pero, alam mo, bakit hindi siya pinik? Hindi ko rin gets ko ba? Natakot ba siya? Na matatap siya? Oh, advantage pa tuloy ni Delend yun na dapat hindi. Dapat panalo na yung dito Yung Cerberus at ang apangat ang pwesto din ni Akashi. Naging passive masyado at ngaw! 5-4. Myth. Mukhang gusto talagang makalapang pa ng mas malaki Pero as it goes in, Cerberus still has the money, has the economy, and they can still force this out of themselves. Pero speaking of ang mga taga-Myth ay dinenay lang naman sila with the utilities that they have.
Nagkakatuwa na kami sa GC, mga kaibigan, habang nagkatrabaho. Pero alone fails.
Kawawa naman sila.
Lavender at least ngayon nagper-perform na siya unlike sa last game. Nasa ambag last game pero ito na yung pag-push ngayon ni Lavender mga kaibigan. Pero ito na rin talaga yung logo yung nilalabas ngayon ni Akashi para syempre makakupa yung mga players dito ng CS ng isa pa pero nga lang Kong nakadalawa na rin. Lavender with a kill onto one right now pero it's just the retake na lang gagawin dito ng CS. Hindi sila magko-commit, mag-aantay na lang sila mag-plant yung spike. Kadum with that operator catches one! 1v3 Akashi Senpai will be dead in 3 hands of Alone Feels alone. 6-4.
My goodness, kaya wala tayo ganong boss ngayon eh. Meron pa namang kas mamaya yung ikaw magkakas ng SB, di ba? Kayong dalawa ni Hair, mga Zamods.
Oh. One enemy remaining.
Bakit ganito? Ang gaganda ng kulay ng buhok ng... Alam mo, hindi ko gets. For me parang mas gumaganda yung kulay ng buhok kapag sa lalaki mo nilagay. Yung mga green, mga red, mas na-achieve nila kaysa sa aming mga babae. Siguro dahil konti lang yung buhok. Ari ko! Upuan. Sakit, Seb. At ngayon, ang mga taga-CERBERUS, pupush na nga sila ngayon. Half buy pa rin naman kung kayang makabili. Let me go. At ngayon, magko-commit nga sila. Here in A-site kagad, nakapasok na si Redival. Ayun, nag-connect. O sumunod, wala, may trade lang galing kay Alone. At nakuha na nga rin kagad ang trades galing kay Xerxia. At muli ngayon, 3 na lang kagad ang natitira sa mid ng isang iglap.
Ano ang maganda iglap na mangyayari dito kung sino pa talaga ang unang makakapatay. Kong with that nade sa may logs though. 3v4. This push coming in from the players of Myth. Pero yun nga lang, nagkahatian na nga ng mundo dito dahil nakaisa pa. Pero gusto pa ba ng CERBERUS? Pero nga lang, Kadum with just that operator denying the possible win of CERBERUS again. Pero anong saan ka tumitingin, Loki? Ang tinitignan mo, Loki? 2v2. Okay. Kahit nakakapatay yung mga players dito ng CS, hindi na lang nila i-commit. Hindi na lang nila i-pursue. Doon sila sa safer side. Sige, pass na lang, men.
Na-clutch nga with a very Esports clutch moment of the game. Waiting time lang naman pala. And CERBERUS making good comeback after all against the side of Myth. Pero kung ako si Myth, gagalingan ko talaga. Pero ganda din talaga ng post-plant. Sadyang feel ko kulang na lang din sa oras itong Myth para mag-retake knowing na undermanned nga sila at mapapa-time out si Myth ngayon. They need to finish this with a 7-5 talaga para kahit kung mananalo man ng CERBERUS sa pistol, magiging tie pa lang naman yung score nila sa second half.
6-5 and one more. This is gonna be a 6-6. Makapag-comeback ba dito ang CERBERUS? Kasi malakas mag-comeback ang CERBERUS sa second game. Sa second round. Sa second map. I mean, yun yung maganda sa CERBERUS eh. I mean, yes, nanalo yung kalaban sa game number 1 pero babawi sila sa game number 2. That is actually usually happening dito sa... It usually happens dito sa sa CES. Like, all the time. Ganun sila maglaro. Pero, ayun nga. I mean... Sana makabawi na sila kahit papaano to.
Sana pag-ibig na
ang isipin.
Dapat nga, di ko nakatibak. Di ka mamahal kita. Kahit di ang damdamin mo. Di mo naman ako man. Okay, game go. Ang mangyayari yun?
Kichimadal medley.
Hey. Okay. Dahil cute, napitas kagad si Daled ng isang inglap. Ano nangyari, Daled? Kanina palong-palo. Ngayon, di ko alam. Oh, ganda nito. Oh, no timing against the Doom. Si Dahil cute na naman ay pitas ang mga miyembro ng Cerberus ngayon. Dito na naman, okay, tumama. Pero Kishi was able to tackle him down. At si Alone na lang together with Wanafly. Hindi na nagana.
Hindi na. wala nang gas.
Mahal pa naman gas ngayon. Ay! Uy, wait lang, di pa pala tapos ang boxing. Pero nakapasok na sa B ang mga miyembro kagad ng
30 seconds left.
Cerberus.
(3v2) Akashi and Loki na lang natitira dito sa side ng Cerberus ngayon. Pero mga kaisoba, gusto pa ba sila? Initiated na nga, sabi ni Killjoy mga kaibigan. The clock is ticking already. Pero it's just Wanafly with just that Guardian on hand. Calling another one right now. 7-5 for to end the first half.
Buti na pag-retake sila kahit nabawasan si Delend. Tsaka si Kaboom. Ay, Kadum. At buti nila si Conrad na nalagyan ng gas kahit mahal ang gasolinahan ngayon. Ay, gasolina ngayon.
Enemy remaining.
Ay, no. Ay, good morning. Oy, happy Monday nga pala sa inyong lahat. Alam ko, yung iba dito hindi fan ng Mondays, pero kami, oo. Pagpahinga na kami pagkatapos ng araw na to. Saan tayo dyan mamaya, Bes? Saan tayo mamaya, Bes?
Mamaya?
Huh? Seryoso pa na nga, saan tayo mamaya?
Hindi ko alam. Pero sige, magsabi lang kayo kung saan, susunod kami.
Dito na nag-usap, sama kayo guys. Bigay natin address si Taylor ulit. Binigay kapon yung buong address si Taylor. Nagsimula lang kami sa 3. Ako, Asa, Ray, si Dax. Ayun, lahat kami pumunta. Shoutout nga pala kay Raf. Malayo siya eh. Di sad. Magbabarong daw ba si Bill mamaya? Di ko alam. Magbabarong ka. Yung background
Pwede.
Hindi ko alam kung magkakasiblakin mo. Sana magka-shout trip niya. Ay,
si ang kasama ko mismo si Jack.
Ay, talaga?
Oo, si Jack dito. Habang naglalaro.
Start na nga ang second half between Myth and Cerberus. Kung ako si Myth, tatapusin ko na eh. At kung sino nga pala matatalo dito. Oh, uwi na ba? Oh my God! Kadong! Gets the top. Jet malalim talaga. Na jet lag muli si Red Neval.
Natawa siya. Natawa sila.
Niya, uy.
Natawa sila. Napangiti sila sa nangyari. Pero, ito lang rin sa kaibigan ko, mga kaibigan, what's up sa inyo, mga paa. Talaga naghahanap na pwede pa pala dito nakakita. Pero si Kishi, nakakita pa rin sa pero perfect flash para si Wanafly. Seeing you first right up ng Adred. Wanafly doing a good job. Solid to Akashi Senpai. Sheriff on hand. Whoop! Wanafly gonna deny Akashi.
Ganda naman pang miss eh.
Scanning ahead.
Hindi natutuwa ang mga taga-Cerberus ngayon, most likely. Mga nangyayari sa kanilang ano.
Gusto na ba magbarong ako mamaya? Yun ang tanong. Pwede naman.
Dapat lang.
Oo. Sa Facebook ko, mag-post ako. Magbabarong ba ako mamaya? Like, yes. Like, parang angry, no. Like, yes. Sad. Walang suot. Joke.
Pag walang suot, alam mo na. Paalam talaga. Dalawang caster na lang kami dito. At ngayon, ang mga taga-Mr. Slow lang ang gagawin. Pero speaking of, nakapag-pick off na nga muli si Kongred. At apat na lang ang natitira muli sa mga miyembro ng Cerberus. Iba pa sa kanila, may pagka-low. Si Akashi nga together with Loki. And I think the control is onto the hands ng Myth na rin ngayon with now pushing towards mid. That's just gonna be Akashi dying. Pero ngayon magpapa-audition ata ang mga taga-Myth ngayon. Naka 4 kills na kagad si Kongred. And he only have Loki. Tries to seize right now kung meron ba siyang mababawasan. But with that Spectre, sa tingin ko, wala talaga siya na may mapipita siya, yes. But still, this round will go into the hands of Myth.
9-5 ba ang mangyayari dito though? Loki, the only man remaining is nakakuha siya dito ng Spectre, pero yung it's really not enough for him to get that win because of his HP as well. Tatlo pa ang kalaban niya, apat pa ang kalaban niya. So yeah, 9-5. I mean, tulad nga sinabi ko sa inyo, sobrang lakas talaga ng Myth pag-attacking. Pero nung huli sila naglaban dito, hindi natin sila nakita naglaban. Nung huli sila naglaban, hindi ito yung mapa eh. Ibang-iba yung mapa eh. The last map is actually Icebox. Yun yung decider nila. Malakas sa Cerberus sa Icebox. Pero dito sa matches ngayon, it's time for the players of CS na makabawi. Akashi, with that Sova, with that Odin, he needs to go there in B. Pero yun nga lang, all these wall banks, wala man lang nag-connect ng isa. Alam ng CES kung ano ba ang meron sa B. Alam nila na walang Sova sa A. Walang Shock Dart, walang Recon, pero kung meron man lang siyang tawag doon, lineup, edi why not, diba? Pero, die cute mga kaibigan, Mamba out na din siya, hindi siya makakapasok, pero nga nakadumil, get that kill inside, pero nga die cute na kayo sa pa, pero wanna fly with that big trade, Red Neval, Lavender, popping off, 1v3, Spectres lang ang gamit ng Myth, remember that.
Here. Yeah. Mananalo lang ata ang Cerberus kapag full buy, pero tignan natin ngayon. Dahil alone feels with that Spectre, medyo komplikado na nga to para makapag-clutch pa versus the guys of Cerberus. But he tries to play along with it. Pero nga lang yung oras, time is ticking, and wala din sa kanya yung spike. And look, Loki was able to pin down the last guy ng Myth, and ang score is 6-9.
Nice!
Nagpapahabi dito mag-intermission naman to tayo. Okay na to, nagkakas na kami.
Huwag na kami bigyan ng problema.
Diba? At marami na nga kaming isipin pa ba namin yan?
And the spike still in base.
And the spike is still in base. Sabi. At ngayon din ang Myth, full buy na sila, so dapat di na sila mag-alangan ngayon. Pero looks like magpipitas-pitas lang ang mga miyembro dito ng Myth. At sana hindi sila mahuli ni Loki. Naglaro! Trade lang, pero alam na nga din kagad na merong isa pa. Naglagay ng flash dito si Kongred. Hindi din sumakto yung concuss ng kalaban, kaya nakapagpitas na naman siya. Ay, hindi ka sa third. Oh my goodness. Kongred! Duelis nyo! Na KO. Na dapat initiator, pero still, parang duelist din yan eh. Pop flash, tas bugok. Makakabawas pa na 3 at 2 na lang kagad ang natitira sa side ng Cerberus ngayon. At tumitingin muna sila ng information kung nasaan. And finally, hindi makakalabas. Siyempre, ang isang miyembro si Akashi, pero ginawa na dito. Miss na lang niya kagad at 18 HP na lang siya. Pero feel ko, magagasolinahan lang dito talaga si Kongred. Pero hopefully, di sila ma-backstab ni Daikit. And speaking of, they were able to take him down. And we only have Akashi, which the land will still see. And Myth goes with a double-digit scoreline at 3 na lang before they can finally win this.
Yeah. Pero mga kabahay-pabahay mga players dito ng CS na talagang it's just for the players of Myth. Everyone is really popping off. Everyone is actually really performing right now. Pero yun nga lang, I mean, they're having some problems lang din talaga, some mishaps. Pero at the end of the day, it's just sobrang overflow lang din talaga ng made in Thailand yung mga players dito ng CS. Look at that. Look at Wanafly. I mean, anong bundle-bundle? Odin lang sa kalam.
Odin lang pinakamaangas, no?
Sim.
Ngayon, save na naman ang Cerberus. So, anong plano nila? Bibili nga ba sila ngayon? O bibigay nila yung round na to sa Myth? 11-6. So, kung natalo muli sila, alam mo na. Yehey! Maagang pagtatapos ng first series. Parang wala pang, ngayon, kakaisang oras pa lang. Dahil nga ay one-sided yung bind map natin. Hindi ko din alam bakit, pero oh well. It is what it is.
It is what it is, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay.
Pero maraming oras pa. Pwede kong bumawi.
Ay, bumili yung iba sa kanila. Yung may pera.
Never lang.
Lalaban kung kaya. Ano? Lilipat lang yung Myth papuntang B. Nag-iingay lang sila ng kaunti-unti. At they're just, I don't know. Pero talagang umiikot lang sila. Nag-field trip ata sila dito sa Ascentville eh. At tagal eh.
Siyempre, masyadong maganda ang paggagawa ng Riot dito sa mapa na to. Kaya kailangan nilang i-enjoy. And siyempre, i-amaze yung mga sarili nila sa mga lookings. Kung ano bang kailangan i-offer ng Ascent. Pero yung nga lang, it's just kaduma kaibigan. Going in already, Kishi. Going down. Pero maraming players dito ng Cerberus dito sa loob. Which is sa backside din talaga. Meron dalawa do. Pero yung nga lang, Kadum, right click. Pero not gonna be able to take him down. 4v1, Daikut mag-isa na nandito. Pero sabi ni One of Flight, tikman mo ang Odin ko. Popak! Sinampal ng Odin.
Okay, Bill. Mananalo ang Myth dito sa round 18. Alam mo na. 13-6 to in favor of Myth. At Cerberus, ipit talaga sila ngayon. Sobrang lakas, sobrang aggressive, sobrang talino ng Myth on both sides. Lahat nagagawa nila ng paraan. Even if the defense ng Cerberus, imagine they have a 3-man stack minsan sa B or sa A, yet they get the upper hand. So kailangan nila talaga din ngayon sa side ng Myth, mag-ingat lang. Pero all in all, I think it's really, really clean for them.
Dito naman ngayon sa made in Thailand, it's just they really wanna push out mid already. Pero mid control gagawin nila, pero nga lang Daikut. Pwede siyang sumilip. Meron siyang teleport, meron siyang rendezvous. Pwede siyang sumilip then out. I mean, tulad ko anong ginagawa ng Jet, ganoon din naman. Pero yun nga lang, tamang crossfire lang ginagawa ngayon sa isang Cerberus mga kaibigan. Daikut will be down, pero yun nga lang, tumitingin sa likod. Perfect execution, pero sabi ni Kong, kitang-kita ko yung paa mo. Two players on the side of Cerberus right now trying to spot the possible push of Nade in Thailand. Dito sa A though, 4v3. Akashi with a kill on to 1 right now. Mukhang makakisa pa nga, pero sabi ni Kong hindi.
At ngayon,
30 seconds left.
2 sa 3, pero delayed na naman ang oras dito ng Myth. Kapag na-delay sila dito ni Red Neval, alam mo na matatalo talaga sila ngayon. But if they try to come up with a flash, no, alam na nga din nila kung nasaan he was gonna be going with the lens. At pumangalawa na nga kagad ngayon si Konga Red. Sabi na nga, timing is pretty perfect. He tries to take him out, and no! Pwede pa mablag to ni Alone Fields. At may posibilidad pa, pero nag-dash in and he was able to get it. Pero wala na kagad siyang oras. Yep, panalo ang Cerberus. Nasayang ang lahat ng oras dito ng Myth. Masyado ng late ang kanilang plant and at the same time sa pushan, pero dinelay lang talaga ni Red Neval. Okay, Red Neval, you're making a statement right now na ayaw pagtapusin. Pero kung na-pick off siya nun, alam mo na, match point na sana ang mga taga Made in Thailand.
May match point na talaga. Wala ka talagang gagawin dyan. Pero at least nagkakaroon pa rin naman talaga ng pagkalamangan ng Myth dito, mga kaibigan. 4 pa ang kailangan ipanalo ng Cerberus para syempre makakuha sila ng tamang tie lang din. Pero hindi na sila pwede magkamali dito. Cute, wala siyang kinuwang baril. Dinrapan na lang niya yung mga kakampi niya. And is gonna use that to the falls na lang din talaga. Pero wanna fly. Talagang Odin lang. Saka lamang gusto talagang gamitin dito ng wanna fly. Pero nga lang Cute, -1 onto that. -1 sa bullet ng kanyang tour de force for him to deny that turret. I mean, that's big already. Kasi less information, at saka syempre, if ever nasira ng turret na yan, at least hindi na makakapag-swing dito yung mga players na may pero nga lang Kadoom, huwag na shutdown, Lavender na rin talaga. Pero kung napapansin mo yun, I mean, Red Neval, he's actually really struggling for him na talagang makagawa dito sa round, dito sa game na to. Pero it's just the players of Mid, it's just so good. Kadoom, is he gonna push or not? He will not push and probably wait for a possible thing na hindi na pwedeng gawin dito ng Cerberus, mga kaibigan. And they're gonna push out A na lang instead. This is gonna be a 2v5. This is gonna be really hard for the players of CS right now. Pero nga lang Kadoom taking down Akashi, Cute with that Vandal, with that Tour de Force. 5 ang kalaban mo, kapatid. Meron pang lockdown, meron pang Hunter's Fury, meron pang smoke, meron pang flash, meron pang nanoswarm grenade. Hirap. Ito Ray. Walang pera ang CES.
And your winners. pero ang sakit nito natalo Cerberus, wala na silang representative coming in from their region. Going into knockout stage.
Yep.
Yeah. But, yeah. Talagang, itong Cerberus, ito na yung pinakamagaling sa Vietnam. Yet, talagang itong Myth, iba yung gigil ng Myth ngayon. I think last year talagang natatalo sila parate ng maraming teams. At ngayon, well, improve na nga sila joining APAC. And it's not bad to see that they're actually popping off like this. Dahil alam mo, na pagdating sa Thai region, itong 3 teams nila, very, very consistent. At mamaya, makikita na naman natin yung laban ng Xerxia versus ONIC G. Yeah. Sino gusto mo manalo doon, Bill?
Xerxia. Alam mo ba, Xerxia gusto ko manalo doon. Kasi kailangan nila mabawi nangyari kahapon eh.
Oo, man.
That's really unfortunate.
Saka ako gusto ko manalo Xerxia, tinalo ng ONIC yung Nakas eh.
Alam naman
sana.
Alam naman,
Nakas yung nandito ngayon, kakas natin.
Oo, hindi sana, masaya ka. Diba? Siyempre, Filipino team yung kakas natin.
Oo, diba? Pero wala eh.
Parang gusto kong bumalik sa Nakas HQ.
Namiss ko yung kape dun eh.
Ano pa?
Yung karaoke nila.
Anong lasa ng kape?
Masarap yung kape nila dun. Sarap. Magaling yung nagtitimpla yung barista nila dun.
Delicious eh.
Oo. Sarap. I always got my own. Sayang yung kitchen na dal natin. Pero, ano ba pinagkakanta? Ayun. You and dance, you can drive and having the time of your life. Ooh, see that girl. Okay, ba't nga tayo? Baka matalo pa yung myth dahil sa atin. Woo! Seish! Tayo dito ay sa...
Pero ito na yung pagbangon ng api mga kaibigan, kahit walang pera ang CST natin kung makakabawi pa ba sila. Kadim going in, pero si Akashi at si Loki nagpapatid din talaga dito sa mid, and Myth knows it already na sila talaga may lamang dito. Walang pera ang CES. Paranoia dito sa mid, pero nga lang Akashi with a kill onto that Bulldog though. 1-5 with another one right now, pero si Loki is doing the job for him to take down these players. Nakakuha na sila ng Vandal dito. Daikyu needs to get one Vandal as well, and that is a snatch na ginawa dito ni Daikyu para lang syempre magkaroon pa sila ng konting advantage, but they're gonna go here in A already. Pero oh my god, ang ganda ng pwesto ni WannaFly! WannaFly, just ko, it's like alam na alam niya kung anong pwedeng mangyari. Pwede silang magkita ni Loki, pero lamang si Loki dun.
May pang post plant dito sana si Alonso. Ay naku po, ang alangan ng pwesto ng Myth.
Oo.
Hindi ko magugustuhan yung mga pangyayari dito
Delicates yung pwestuhan nila dito, man. Pero sana makabawi sila kahit paano. Pero ito na yung mga players natin ngayon na CS, mga kaibigan, trying to defuse the spike right now. Pero where is this? Oh my god, Hunter's Fury harap-harapan! Ang kapal ng muka! Alone! Diyos ko po! Alone! Ang kapal ng muka mo! Diyos ko! Oh God!
Nakakatakot yun, Bill! Sorry, Ake. Akala ko panalo na eh. Ano ba naman yan? Pupush ka kasi nun eh. Sayang. Siguro ako napitas ni WannaFly to. Tapos ang boxing eh, no Bill?
Oo.
Mahap eh. Late lang yung miss eh. Bawi next. Ito na. Ito na yun eh. Sorry akin. Hey. Nawala yung boses ko dun.
Eto na ang pagbangon nila.
Ay, meron palang... Ay, ultimate lang ni Kishi. Sana di tama yung ultimate. Sana pinagdasal. Meron ding lockdown, meron ding ultimate dito. Okay, nice one. Denied lang din. Kaso, alam na nila, saan pupunta tong mga tagamit eh. Alanganin sila ngayon. Unless they'll just... Oh! Push pa rin nila. Okay. Kaso nga lang... Oh no! The trade is there! And pero dalawa na lang kagad. Nice call for Myth to actually do that. And meron pang sinamahan sila ngayon. Pero looking at it, 2v1. Naka-clutch ba to ni Daikyu? Wala siya dyan. Nandito siya ngayon. At isa na natita na! And WannaFly finishes him out! 2-0 made in Thailand. Ang mananalo ngayon as they're gonna be proceeding to the knockout stage next week. And CERBERUS Esports, sila ay magpapahinga na ngayon at babalik, maybe, hopefully, in VCT Stage 2. But I think, sabi ng Maiden Thailand dito, Villa, we start slow. Kahit natalo tayo dun sa round na dapat nanalo na tayo, improve tayo ngayon. Meron naman kagad ultimate pa rin ang ating mga teammates, and that's just it. They are finally going. I think 3 out of 3 members, tama ba? Ng, Xerxia na lang ang hinihintay at kompletong-kompleto pa ang mga Thai teams natin.
Pag nanalo ang SBE mamaya sa Velocity, pupunta tayo sa knockout series. It's gonna be next week. Men, Philippines versus India. This is gonna be hot. This is gonna be lit. Shay. Pero, I mean, nakita naman, parang umaaching. Pero dito naman sa side ng Myth naman, at least we've seen them na din talaga na sobrang nakabawi na din talaga kahit papano. Medyo dumikit lang din yung laban, knowing na this is the map of CERBERUS. Pero at the end of the day, we can say goodbye to CERBERUS. They had a really good fight. They had a really good run. And your next team na makapasok dito sa ating knockout stage, it's gonna be made in Thailand. And for a long time, more than a decade, ang tagal ng organization ng Myth. Isa yan sa pinakamatagal sa buong Thailand. Oo, sa buong Southeast Asia, sa buong Asia Pacific. Kasabayan yan yung mga sinaunang Na'Vi, yung mga ganun. Kasabayan niya ng Moscow 5. Kasabayan niya ng Mouse Sports. Basta yung mga basta yung sobrang tagal na. Yung mga tagal? Yung mga ancient teams, kumbaga. Man, OK Nirvana Gaming, IG, mga ganun. Ano pa ba yung mga
alam niyo na kung ilang taon na si Vil sa esports.
Oo. Gusto na mas tumanda pa? MUFC, MYM, Meet Your Makers. O ano, hulaan yung edad ko. Yan ang kasabayan yan. Diyos ko po, MYM, di ba? Ang sarap pakinggan kasi sobrang tagal na natin hindi naririnig ang Meet Your Makers, MYM. Diba? Gusto na bang mas tumanda? Yapets. Oh, tapos ang boxing, men. Pero iba na yun, ibang bangbang na yun eh. Hindi na Valorant yun eh.
Ay, nako. Paghahalataan ang edad ng isa sa mga shoutcaster natin. 19 years old.
Oh,
diba? Hindi ko na sabihin. Basta, I think overall, it's just a myth. Just wiping out the members of CERBERUS. I think di din sila sobrang nahirapan. Parang mga mukha na myth, hindi naman ata sila nahihirapan. They're actually confident with the map veto. And tama nga naman yung panel natin kanina na confident talaga ang Myth, and it's gonna be favoring them when it comes to how they pick off the maps. It started in Bind, tapos dito pa rin sa Ascent. So marami talagang ginawa dito ang Made in Thailand just to be able to take CERBERUS out. But right now, guys, we're gonna be proceeding to the next matchup between Xerxia together with ONIC G. Kami ang yung shoutcasters na Xerxia, and here's with me is Vil, guys, and see you after the break.
Made in Thailand punches their ticket into the knockout stages after getting that 2-0 victory against CERBERUS Esports. Welcome back to the panel. I'm Nomad with Black and Blue and Raf. Now, Raf, that first map was really in favor of Made in Thailand. There's no way to sugarcoat that. It was a stomp. Map 2 kind of looking good for CERBERUS Esports, but they kind of faltered nearing the end. What exactly happened there?
I feel like there were two very separate themes when we were walking into Bind. I mean, let me just pull up my notes here. The early side lane pressure towards Shower and Belong was really more fruit for Made in Thailand on Bind's attacker side, denying as much orb control and forcing a bit more presence being pulled away from A short / TP control. Now that being said, we've always talked about how the defaults on Made in Thailand have been absolutely superb. It really did show, and unfortunately for CERBERUS, when the side swap did happen, their margin for error was almost non-existent, and with Made in Thailand landing all these crazy shots in tandem with their signature playstyle working, it really looks like they're becoming an unstoppable force.
And when we look at, the other teams in the scene, in the region for Vietnam, me and Raf have always, kind of touted at the start, especially that most of the Vietnamese teams start off pretty strong, then lose that retention moving on forward. But we also talked about many times over that CERBERUS were the only Vietnamese team that didn't seem to have that symptom, that seemed to kind of get better and the longer they go. And that certainly was the case. Ascent was a lot closer of a match than the opening Bind was. We were bound to only 3 rounds, but Ascent, I mean, it was looking better, just not as good as we would have expected from a team like CERBERUS, from a team with players of their caliber. And Made in Thailand just knew exactly what to do against them. You look at the composition that they brought in the match, and you can already see that, at least, starting off on Bind, you look at Made in Thailand, they've got the Raze, and they've got a lot of utility to support that, with the Sky being their sole initiator, so we don't always often see, but they have the double controller more importantly. And you look towards Ascent now, and the composition as well kind of mirrors that, how much utility shuffle they can really win on such compact maps because of what they bring to the table.
Oh yeah, like you said, Ascent looked much better for VN Squad. We saw a little bit of that Breach KO dynamic, which honestly I believe is the key contributor why it was so tight, at least at the very beginning of that match. But once again, the side swap happened, and all that flavor and all that magic CERBERUS was running on just could not really stop the onslaught that Myth had to offer. Well, once again, it really is that default, but I wouldn't necessarily say criticize CERBERUS, but their ultimate usage was a little staggered, and utility usage was just disjointed at times.
And with that, CERBERUS, they will be paying the price for that, and that would be the last we will see any Vietnamese in the Asia Pacific Challengers. And in Thailand, they're still pretty strong. They're going to be coming in really strong as well into the knockouts, but we have to talk about the next series that we have in store for you guys. Another Thailand team versus an Indonesian team, Xerxia Esports and ONIC G. Unfortunate that we weren't able to see Xerxia play yesterday, but today it's going to be all game, all day for Xerxia. We have another dog in the panel, but we have the Hedgehogs to introduce first. It's ONIC G. The Hedgehogs want their redemption match against Xerxia Esports going into this matchup to get into the knockouts. We got Elmi Moore, Monyet, Anti-Slasher, Severine, and Shiro wanting to dismantle Xerxia once and for all.
We were talking about how everybody on the panel have different positive opinions on ONIC and who their favorite players are from from the roster. Me personally, I love watching Severine play because it's not really about the volume for this player, it's about the impact. Now, you could have a case for everybody. But again, talking about ONIC as a whole, I love their unique take on defense, which was very, very evident in their split game. They kind of have this weird 2-3 setup that is leaning towards one side, and then they use that leverage wherever they lay that trap. Now, ONIC, they've looked unstoppable, but just a little bit slower on their step right now. Facing elimination, hopefully they can get their bearings together, and hopefully that hubris doesn't set in. We know that they're a very tactically sound team, and they're also the type of team to always go 100%.
Yeah, and they're really, really good, especially on their defensive sides a lot, when clogging those lanes when it does come down to it. And that's, I think, a big contrast to how Xerxia plays, which we're about to talk about in a bit. But I really think the thing that ONIC have to go into this game knowing how they played against Xerxia the last time around is to stick on their game plan, because if they let Xerxia, just run away with, I guess, map number 2 especially, then things are going to be very difficult again for map number 3.
And yeah, they've already met up against each other. It was a 2-1 victory for Xerxia Esports, but it wasn't as close as they wanted to for the first 2 maps. Let's introduce Xerxia and let's talk about him a little bit more. Already getting that victory against ONIC G, they will want to replicate the results after not being able to play yesterday, potentially qualifying into the knockouts. We got Crows, Foxes, Scary, Surf, and Zushi Boys.
Now, Xerxia, we talked about how, and touched upon rather, how they have a bit of a different kind of contrasting playstyle towards ONIC, where ONIC like to clog up those lanes when they're playing in defense. Defensive side of Xerxia, a bit different. Lots of set plays where it's really focused on trapping the opposing attacking side, and that's really where they made their mark. But they're also very, very good on their defaults on the attacking side as well, able to spread themselves out, but not thin is a very, very delicate thing. And that's what Xerxia have really been, I guess, working on and been banking on ever since last year. That's why, at least, tenure wise and in terms of circuit point wise, they were the #1 team in SEA. They were able to go to lands much more often than any other team in SEA, and they're potentially even looking like they're about to do it a 3rd time around here. Of course, they did get sent down to the lower bracket due to misfortune, but I do think that Xerxia as a whole still have it locked on in, and I don't think what happened for them yesterday is going to affect how they play here today.
Oh yeah, I mean, they are mentally locked in by the looks of it, but still that might be a thought that might be lingering. We're taking this into account because as a competitor, you really want to be in that zone, and sometimes it's so easy to knock you out of your own pace. But Xerxia, speaking of space, they've been very, very controlled with that, as Black and Blue has mentioned, so it is truly interesting to see how this matchup is gonna go, because like I said, ONIC does have that fairly trap-based defense. They meet a trap-based offense, so it's all about kind of slinking their way into those very, very fine cracks.
And speaking of being in the zone, our head-to-head matchup is something that we have to look into. These 2 players have been in the zone for the most part throughout the entirety of their play-ins, and as well as the group stages where they used to look at each other, where they used to face off against each other. We're going to have a look at Surf and Monyet in this head-to-head for this series. ACS really high up here for both of them, and they really did the heavy lifting for the most part in their teams.
Monyet and Surf, both basically the main duelists, the Jets you'd forward the put upon when taking that responsibility of taking space and getting frags, and that is what both of these two players do spectacularly. They're some of the best Jets, some of the best duelist spearheads you're going to find in the entirety of APAC and Southeast Asia. And Surf especially, man, for him to come into this team which is already long established to be one of the best teams in not even Thailand, but APAC as a whole, and fit into it like a well-tailored glove or a suit. It really is a big testament to both him as a player to be able to adjust and Xerxia as a team to do it basically 3 times over. When Poo One Tap left, in came Potifon. When Potifon's out, Surf here came to ride the wave out, and man, he's making a big splash.
I'm glad we're talking about duelists despite the fact that it might rile up Tosh. Tosh had her sentiments about said role, but talking about this, Monyet, I want to highlight the fact that even though ONIC has this beautiful, beautiful, flexible system, he still manages to create his own fire without really asking too much from his teammates. That's the X factor that Monyet provides, aside from that raw dueling talent. Now, Surf, you did mention, and we have talked about how Xerxia really benefits their duelist in a slot in, slot out type of manner. Surf has delivered, and he's been delivering. The question is he gonna step up today and become a player of his own and not just, to silence those questions? Is he a product of that system, or is he really succeeding as an individual?
Yeah, I guess we have yet to see Surf riding the waves of his predecessors in this matchup. I mean, in his career, even here as they start off in the Asia Pacific Challengers. Now, before we get into the map vetoes, I kind of want to ask the same question I've asked earlier on between Made in Thailand Cerberus Esports. Are we going to be seeing a repeat of the results that we've seen in Xerxia and ONIC G? I mean, all things considered, ONIC G, they were able to go up against Naos Esports 2-1, but it wasn't a convincing fashion. In Xerxia Esports, we didn't get to see them play yesterday. Is that going to be a huge factor going into this matchup where ONIC G still has yet to see a little bit more VODs here, Black and Blue?
I definitely do think it's going to be a huge factor here, Nomad, and it's something we just can't just throw to the wind and forget about. The fact of how the past few days have gone for either two teams will affect them to a certain extent, and I do think ONIC are going to play even better than they did the last time around versus Xerxia here. But when we go to our predictions later, my answer might surprise you. I do think ONIC have a better chance now that they do have that VOD to look back into. As we commonly say, the team that does lose the previous matchup typically has some sort of upper hand. Now, that didn't work a while ago for Cerberus versus Made in Thailand, but this is a totally different team. And I think that ONIC have more than enough competency to be able to learn from their mistakes and potentially swing this back their way.
I'm interested to see if we're gonna see an icebox on the side of ONIC, because if my memory isn't hazy, I think that was their closest map. Okay, correct me if I'm wrong, Black and Blue. What was that, the icebox map where Xerxia kind of turned it around and ONIC just kind of fell apart? Either way, like you mentioned, there might be a VOD. There is definitely a VOD that has been taken into account. Xerxia taking Split away, again, one of ONIC's most refined maps, completely makes sense. But now I'm really, really curious if they're gonna open this with Icebox.
Well, Raf, you are correct, and turning it around kinda isn't even putting it properly, because if anything, it's putting it lightly. They literally 10-2'd Xerxia at the half. ONIC were up 8 whole rounds, and then Xerxia just came back for just an amazing 8-round run for their own as well to come back into the game after winning the pistol. So it really was kind of a, hey, you now, me next, is what happened for that map number 2. But we go to Bind to start things off, a map that neither of these teams did pick nor play during the previous matchup. Actually, even the last time that they did play against each other, it was Xerxia who banned Bind, and so it looks like ONIC are wanting to, I guess, play off of that weakness.
That they do. Talking about Bind, I think the most recent sample size we've had was against Full Sense. Again, my memory is a little hazy. It's been a very, very intense 5 or 6 days or so. But ONIC, I'm pretty sure they're going to bring their own flavor here. We've seen the double ops from Full Sense. ONIC, once again, that webbed type defense where they have a single player sometimes on a side, but it's actually Xerxia to capitalize on Icebox being left out. Hopefully they can replicate that success, or at least that's what they want to happen. But I feel like the reliability or at least the probability of them reversing a 10-2 is very unlikely, especially that, you know, the information has been mulled over.
Well, the last time we did see bind, at least coming from Xerxia, was against Sharper, which is a pretty decent team. They seemed better last year, but this team...
That's a while, though.
Yeah, that was a while ago.
back.
That was like January. But still, that's the only kind of thing that they got to reflect on. So if ONIC are trying to use past history against them, I'm not too sure how, I guess, up to date their information might be. But Xerxia, as you put it, you know, Raf, it's not really reliable to be able to come back from those type of maps. And if anything, I would have thought that they would have not wanted to play Icebox, considering how they pretty much almost got stomped out of it. So Xerxia, at least they pulled it back at the end of things, but it was very, very close for them on that Icebox map. ONIC, it is one of their better maps when you look at the statistics, at least as of the recent times. And I mean, with Ascent left on the table, I would have expected Xerxia to go with Ascent over Icebox, especially considering how Ascent has been looking like a wayward map. So they do actually end up on Ascent, which is a map that has had very, very 50-50 chances for the ONIC side, but has been very proficient for Xerxia.
I would have thought that they would have taken Breeze to really kind of capitalize on the brawly nature. We keep talking about Breeze like that because, once again, ONIC is an incredibly structured team, but I feel like the volatility of that, or that defense, really becomes a little brittle when we take into account how Xerxia is so good at taking those early picks and then resetting from that. But Ascent still remains incredibly interesting, as you mentioned, with all those lovely points. I really can't call this one, despite the map veto. It's super close already.
Man, as close as everything can get here, even if we have a look at the 3-month statistics, it's still 50-50 for the entirety of the series, and it kind of begs to ask the question, are we going to see Game 3? Are we even going to be making our way to Ascent? Because if we do make it to Ascent, it's been 100% win rate for Xerxia Esports for the past 3 months or so compared to ONIC Esports. And I guess I'm fearing for the Hedgehogs there. What do you guys think? I'll start with you, Black and Blue.
I do think that, you know, the opening maps do somewhat help ONIC's chances a bit, but especially if we go to a map number 3, I think Ascent is heavily going to favor the Xerxia side. So barring, you know, a 2-0 sweep from ONIC, I think we're going to go the distance, and when we do, I think Xerxia are still going to come out on top, even with the information gathered from the last time around. They're playing 2 different new maps right now that we didn't see during their last matchup, and that just begs the question, you know, Icebox is the only one. That begs the question, can they actually still flex into it? And so my answer will be Xerxia 2-1.
Oh man, I would normally not disagree with your picks because, again, we've had very, very similar picks just from the play-ins up to our group stage. I'm pretty sure we're going to have the same predictions in the play-in, or rather playoffs. But I think, honestly, if ONIC don't have that meltdown we saw in their previous matchup against Xerxia, they have a very good chance of taking this. You did say that Ascent is still pretty much woven for as a Xerxia map, but that defense on ONIC, I'm gonna keep touting that defense. They're just, their ability to play the cerebral game, I feel like today it might be extra sharp, but hey, who knows? I could be wrong. ONIC 2-1.
I mean, you know what they say, the best defense is the best offense, and I have to agree with Raph there. It has to be an ONIC game here. We're going to go the distance once again, 2-1, I feel is going to be the scoreline, a close scoreline, even more so on Ascent. And with that, we have to dive into the first map of the game between Xerxia Esports and ONIC Esports.
Welcome sa VCT Asia Pacific. Andito pa rin tayo sa ating group stage. Huling araw na nga at huling araw na rin ang aking bosses dito. Kaya pagbigyan nyo na ako. My name is Taylor. With me is Ray Ray. Matinding karaoke ang nangyari.
Oo nga, Kichi Nadal medley. Kichi
ako
na
ng
dahil
boses.
medley. Kanta pa more ng It's All Coming Back to Me, ng Alone. Ganun talaga guys, masaya talaga kami mga shoutcaster ka. So, si Taylor sumama sa biritan nakipagduwa sa akin sa Alone. Mamawalan ka talaga ng boses niyan, Taylor. Pero guys, on the other side, we had fun. But I think this is fun also. Xerxia together with ONIC G. Unfortunately nga kahapon guys, nanalo yung bleed with 2-0 against Xerxia. Kasi nga na-explain din naman nila sa livestream kung bakit. But tatandaan lang natin, maybe it's part where history repeats itself. Kasi natalo nga pa rin ng Xerxia ang ONIC G. It just took them a while to actually heat up. Pero nung finally, they're actually comfortable with it. They were able to pin down ONIC G. And this is the big problem about ONIC G. Ang mga katulad ng Xerxia, kailangan lang nilang i-shutdown parati si Monyet. And it's already okay, di ba? Pero yun din yung naging problem nung kinalaban ng nawas ang ONIC G. Di nila push down si Monyet. So, ang Xerxia, sabi nila, parating ng 2 membro ng Xerxia yung parating nating ipapatapat kay Monyet. And that's going to be, it's either Sushi Boys or Kraus or si Foxes. Sila talaga yung tatlong nagsha-shutdown sa kanya. Biruin nyo, kailangan 2 hanggang 3 miyembro para i-shutdown ang mga katulad ni Monyet. And yet, I still do think that there's a lot about how ONIC still can do aside from having Monyet. You have Severin, you have nice NC Slasher, pero syempre ang mga sinasabihan gaw nila na walang ambag ay si Lemmy Moore.
Talaga? Wala rin itong ambag?
Wala din daw itong
OMG.
ambag Tsaka daw, minsan si NC Slasher wala rin daw.
Pero itong 2 members dito from the side of ONIC are actually old members of Boom Esports rin as well. At isa na nga doon ay si Lemmy Moore. Pero gaya na sinabi mo, Ray, no, they were able to take 1 map away from Xerxia the last time that they've met. And maybe this time around, kung hindi nga, gaya ng sabi rin ni Raf on panel, kung hindi magbe-meltdown itong players ng ONIC, they have a huge chance upon taking the match or taking the game against Xerxia. Lalo na yung Xerxia pinahirapan talaga nila during that game number 1, and it wasn't easy on the following games rin naman as well. Pero ngayon, sila na naman ang magtatapat dito sa lower bracket. So, tanggalan portion na to para sa 2 teams dito. Dahil Xerxia, kumbaga, pati sa ONIC G, isa na lang ang buhay nila. Kung ang pusa ay may 9 na buhay, ang ONIC, the headshot, isa na lang ang buhay niya dito para sa matchup na to or para sa series natin na mapapanood. And we are looking at the agent selection right now, agent picks na nakikita natin. This is a double controller setup na magmumula on the side of ONIC with that Severin holding or probably holding that Viper, and they also have the Astra to make sure they have the utilities as well as a team, di ba? Ang mahirap dito para sa side ng Xerxia, syempre, pantayan itong double controller setup because you can do a lot with a double control. But on the other hand, para sa Xerxia, knowing that it is a bind map, malaking factor din yung chamber pick nila dito, especially those lows na talagang mga maliliit na entry points ang meron for this kind of map that we are looking at, which is bind. Pero magsisimula na tayo with our round 1. Pistola na muna ang labanan.
Tulan ang mangyayari, pero alam mo Taylor, ako kung si Xerxia, sana itong mga filler matches natin bago yung SB, sana matimbre lang nila na sana 2-0, no? Kasi kanina 2-0
Baka ito yung lucky day natin na mapanood ang SBE ng mas maaga. This is Monyet. Spotting 1, but Scary was able to take the refrag immediately. Magandang frag yun para kay Scary at nag-decide siya na hindi na ako magre-repeat. What I'm gonna do is actually just gonna rotate with my team members para magsasama-sama na lang kami dito at kumpleto pa rin kami. Kumbaga, 4 pa rin ang buhay para sa aming lahat. But this is now a 4v4 situation, and it's still playing the default here is Xerxia.
So, Xerxia, Sushi Boys is out. Sorry, natatawa na naman ako kay Sushi Boys. May mga natatandaan lang talaga ako. Kaya pala Sushi Boys kaya pala nag-chamber ka sa Bind. Kasi nag-chamber ka pala ngayon sa VCT. Onting practice best, gagana talaga yan. At ngayon, si Lemmy Moore na lang ang natitira. Ang bilis naman ng take doon ng Xerxia. speed lang. And imagine it's just gonna be Astra versus Global Controller ng ONIC. So we're seeing already yung mga advantages or disadvantages ngayon. But I think I'm more confident when you have that Sky and a Double Controller one. But let's see how we can see it more. But at least Xerxia was able to grasp ang pinakaunang round against ONIC. And your winners! Pinagmamadali. Yung ONIC G. Siyempre, magaling din talaga ONIC G. Pero ikaw, Taylor, personal lang. Anong
Monyet and Friends.
Monyet and Friends. ONIC M talaga yan,
MP4.
guys.
Monyet plus 4. Usually yung nangyayari for ONIC G. That's why other teammates, other players should definitely step up and step on that gas pedal. Kasi hindi naman yung team members ng ONIC G dito, hindi naman yan bago sa mga paningin natin eh. We've always seen this, guys. And we've always watched them as well in other VCT. Hindi lang din ito yung first time nila in an international stage. But this is Xerxia. Overwhelming factor. Isa rin sa mga napakalakas na team dito sa Asia Pacific, not only in Southeast Asia region, but the entire Asia Pacific region as well. Nakarating na sila ng Masters, nakarating na sila ng matindi-tinding C Challengers, silang nanalo doon, and all else, itong majority of the players of Xerxia. But on the other hand, meron nang ang Vandal si Fox Z dito at 4 na lang ang buhay for Xerxia. Same as ONIC G. At isa nga ang una nilang napitas dito is actually Monyet.
Here. O, diba? Yan lang ang problema ng Xerxia. Isang miyembro lang kasi nga ang tawag dito ay sabi mga MP4 Monyet plus friends. ONIC M, ONIC Monyet lang talaga yan. Nag-isa. Parang naglalaro ka ng ng isang may zone, ganun, battle royale, di ba? May isa ka lang bumubuhat na friend. Yun yung meron eh. But suddenly Surf gets the head of Shiro at si Severin na lang. Eh paano mananalo si Severin? Wala nga ding ambag yan para si PTC yan minsan. Kita mo, Paxes was able to take him down. And Xerxia wins this. Sorry, Tim. May tandaan ako sa pinag-uusapan natin kanina tungkol kay Paxes. Takos na ilong eh.
Oo no? Kala mo, pwede na pang Korean drama. Si dito. Si Fox Z. But anyway, this was a clean 2-0 already at sa Xerxia namang side ang mapupunta ulit yan. Obviously, lamang sila when it comes to guns. And the casualties for the team, it's only 2. And they can play this bonus round definitely. They have the Vandals, makakapag-upgrade din yung iba dito. And yung dalawang natira, magsastick lang sa Spectre. Angels in? No one is there to actually take up the damage on the paint shells, but there is the guiding light. There's no info given for the side of ONIC right now, or for the side of Xerxia, but ito na nga, nag-swing si Monyet. He was able to take 1 kill, pero meron na rin nangyayaring engagements on other parts of the map, which is a short. At na-finish na, finally, napatay na ni Monyet yung gusto niyang patayin on Showers. It's now time to actually do post-plan situation right now for Xerxia as they try to hold this side para hindi maubos dito ang players ng Xerxia. Kaso isa na lang nga natitira, si Fox Z na lang, and he can't really do anything unless he uses the shock dart. He spots 1, but the swing from Lemmermore will get him at a 2-1. At least na-plant nila ang spike, pero 3 Vandal din ang nawala sa kanila dun.
Konting pickups lang sa Xerxia. Started slow, it's okay. And I think it's really good if you're quite just comfortable with it. Pero naging advantage lang talaga ng ONIC kay kanilang mga baril. Uy! Dapat talaga ma-buff, ma-nerf to si Monyet. Ang lakas masyado eh. Napakamot yung ulo ko pag siya eh. Pero walang problema naman yun sa Xerxia. I think knowing them, they're back here. And looks like meron na din si Sushi Boys, hindi siya bumili. Kaya naman daw kasi pag yung 100 pesos niya. So, wala namang problema if gano'n. But then, on the other side, Xerxia tries to make just a couple of pickups lang talaga. And finally, they can decide kung saan sila pupunta. But then, yung heavy setup ngayon ng ONIC, especially with that double controller, is taking a huge toll somehow. Sa side ng Xerxia, you only have that double initiator. Yes, and I think yung Astra nga ay may mga angles na kahit pa paano may disadvantage versus sa Viper ng ONIC ngayon sa defending.
Kompleto pa rin naman dito yung players ng Xerxia, kaso nga lang, it is a broken buy. for the team. But Sushi Boys, meron naman siyang headhunter na pwedeng gamitin dito. So, as long as he gets those heads, as long as he makes the shot happen, posible pa rin to for Xerxia, knowing that this is a very formidable team in a very aggressive or hyper-aggressive setting right now. This is the pull na nagmumula sa Astra. They're waiting for the utilities to be used. Parehas na team right now are just waiting for all the utilities to come in. Hindi sila nagbibigay ng informasyon as much as they can, but this is only 20 seconds remaining to actually plant the spike. Tumatakbo ang oras para sa side ng Xerxia. Bibiglain na naman nila tong B-side. Ang tanong, mapipunish ba ni Severin yung mga players dito? He gets one. The spike is being planted right now. Hindi niya pipigilan as Scary just swings, or rather just pre-fires into the smoke. Was able to spot him out in a 3v3. Nakapulot na rin ng barrel dito si Scary. And this is now Cross going out and hopping out to secure the kills for the team. Xerxia, 3-1.
Dapat lang, Xerxia. Ganyan ang ginagawa nyo sa ONIC G. But then, alam mo kung natalo kasi sa defending ng Xerxia, medyo, ay nasa defending ng ONIC, medyo complicated sa attacking kasi sobrang aggressive maglaro ng mga taga-ONIC G, especially sa attacking. But at least Xerxia is getting the upper hands nga ng meron sila against ONIC. And for me, pagdating sa bind, I think very particular ako basta may flasher sana yung isa niyong kakampi. Pero I think yung ONIC hindi nga sila hindi nila in-enforce na ganun yung gusto nilang gawin. So, somehow, on the attacking, Xerxia has those flashes coming from Kraus. And si Kraus talaga is really good. He's making those flashes very, very important and very particular when it comes to Xerxia. On the other side ng ONIC, bibili pa rin naman sila. And Scary gets the perfect timing. Monyet, shutdown na naman. Terror. Ano nang mangyayari sa 4 friends niya?
Yun nga eh, Monyet is one of the players that ONIC G is putting their cards into. Kumbaga naglilay sila dito ng mga cards nila, and one of those aces is Monyet. And the thing is, na-punish na nga rin siya agad-agad dito. But I really think na pagdating ng attackers, saka makakabawi yung ONIC G in this matchup. Because Xerxia as a team right now, especially with a double controller setup, mahihirapan ka talaga to understand kung saan nga ba talaga sila e-entry. You can't really force yourself or like force them to rotate all the way to A if they ever like hear something on B side. Pero hinati na nga ang mundo. This is Xerxia's Cosmic Divide right now. The pull comes in. Shiro was able to take a kill, and he was able to also use the rendezvous all the way to B side. 4v3 na ang labanan dito. It's still enough time to plant the spike para sa side ng Xerxia.
Xerxia nababawasan, buti na lang Scary was able to make those pick points once again. At si Foxes, ang matangos ang ilong, alam na nga din niya kagad saan manggagaling pulse of the chapter. Nabawasan na nga somehow. And there's just Sushi Boys up there. Tease out Severin. At na 2v2. Pwede pang manalo ata ang mga miyembro ng ONIC, pero nabawasan na nga sila. And mukhang low on HP na talaga si Shiro, pero there's just Sushi Boys with a third kill. And 4-1. Xerxia still wins this round. At uy, Sushi Boys, okay ka mag-chamber ngayon
Ayos, nakapag-practice na. Naanuhan na. Nabueluhan na kung paano makapag-chamber. But this is both a chamber pick on both sides anyway. Xerxia was able to take that round yet again for the team. 4-1 na nga yung score natin, tapos mafo-force pa into an eco itong ONIC. Ang kailangan nila ay hindi lagi mapitas dito si Monyet. Ang dami kasing utilities na hindi nagagamit na nasasayang din. Like his boom ball whenever people are pushing on hookah a while ago, sayang, kaya sanang magamit yon kung sakasakali. But he always dies off immediately. This is Sushi Boys catching him yet again. NC Slasher with the Marshall. He can't really do much here. Pero baka makakuha siya ng kill at least. That's the least that he can do. But in a 4v1 situation, especially kapag hawak mo yung Marshall lang, magdasal ka na lang.
Oo. Si Surf, grabe parang sinaniba na ni Patty Pan ngayon, Terror. Okay. Oy! Hindi tatama. Okay.
Walang bala.
Okay lang. Kaya pa. Sa second line, Surf. Kaya pa. Si Slasher, pogi Tapos may pupunta na siya ng mga miyembro kagad ng Xerxia. Hinahabol siya. Marunong maghabol ng mga taga-Xerxia. Pero Foxes finally takes him down. Guapo Diff and Xerxia finally leading by 4 rounds, diba? Good talaga guys pag...
Huli kasi ano dito si Severin jumampik pa. Hindi niya alam, mas mabilis yung gatilyo ni ano dito, ni Sushi Boys. At talagang inabangan niya, kinot off yung rotations even na magmumula sana kay Monyet on the TP. And this is still Xerxia's rounds that are coming in. 4 na nga na round ang advantage nila dito on this specific matchup. And si Monyet, meron ng ultimate. Mukhang pwede niyang gamitin anytime he wants to.
Kailangan talaga.
I've got your trail.
Na paraan ata to ng Xerxia. Oh my goodness, si Surf, ano na? Yan ang totoo kapag linis ang hatid sa inyo ng katulad ni Surf and Foxes. Get Severin. At 3 na lang kagad natitira sa ONIC. Monyet and friends. Ano na ang gagawin nila ngayon? Meron naman showstopper pa na pwedeng paglaruan si Monyet. Pero I think talaga si Monyet pag jet, sobrang lakas. Pero sa G's niya, somehow may doubt ako eh. Kasi diba, nung naglaban sila ng Naos, madali lang din talaga siya i-shutdown ng mga miyembro ng Naos. So I think talaga ang gagawin na lang nila ngayon is to actually save their Vandals and Phantoms because it's not gonna work against Xerxia once again. And si Surf, I think is doing it pretty well.
They're probably gauging on their defense later, especially for the players right now of ONIC kasi nga may double control sila dito na pwedeng gamitin. So they might be playing this out or talagang mag-a-advance ang team dito ng ONIC G when it comes to the attackers. But on the defense, it's quite difficult. The thing is, still with the double controller setup on the defense, it's better already. Dahil nga meron kang control over the map, you can use up the smoke pag gusto mong mag-retake and kung gusto mong mag-pull. Kaso nga lang, hindi talaga nag-workout eh. Nagugulat sila, na-overwhelm sila sa bilis ng pangyayari once Xerxia decides to hop in on the side. They play default the first few minutes until nagta-time yung nasa 1 minute na lang or maybe even 45 seconds. Doon mo palang makikita yung rotations ng Xerxia or yung desisyon nila kung saan ba talaga sila papasok. There are moments na minsan 20 seconds na lang doon sila pumapasok sa mga site. So yung ONIC is syempre spread out sila, hindi sila hindi sila nakakapag-rotate knowing that of course the players of Xerxia is not basically giving information at all. Dahil nga doon sa mga default play nila, sobrang tahimik nilang gumalaw into one whole power into the site. Kaya nabibigla, nagugulat yung mga players ng ONIC once na pumasok na. Itinatapatan nila, kagaya nung pagtalon ni Shiro kanina.
Mga little mistakes ng ONIC ang nangyayari. But at the same time, I think Xerxia, they're somehow unstoppable. Now they want to execute things right now. And ONIC, shutdown sila all over again. And makikita natin, di ba? Si Monyet, di pa siya nakakapag-ipon ng kanyang pang-operator. Kasi medyo, hindi talaga ako big fan ng operator na Reese user compared sa operator na Jet user talaga or Chamber. So, yeah, there's still some... one way or another, si Monyet, hindi niya talaga magawa yung usual jet things niya as we can see here in Bind, but he's still a good player nonetheless. But on the other side, Xerxia, taking things slow. They know na yung ONIC talagang iba sa kanila, naka-eco lang. But there's just the pressure coming in from Severin sa Viper's ult. So they come up with something na pwede na lang mapitas. But here it goes. Alam na nga nila saan. Buti na lang, sakto lang yung trap ngayon ng mga katulad ni Shiro. And finally, hindi pa makapasok ngayon ang mga taga-Xerxia. 47 seconds before ONIC might be winning this. And yet, the members of Xerxia are still on the toll. Saan ba tayo magpupursige? Saan ba tayo magpupush? But Surf is just waiting for his teammates to come along with him. And I think after this smoke will be going down, it is the time already para sa Xerxia na pumush na mismo sa may B-side. Wala ganong tao pero may deny lang. Galing kagad sa muntihing flash dito ni Crows. And suddenly, nakapag-take over na kagad ang mga miyembro ng Xerxia here in B. And ina-expect na nga nila kagad na lahat sila magagaling sa may hookah side. And at least Foxes together with E-Scary. Makakita na nga nila mga miyembro ng ONIC as he gets a 1. It's gonna be a 3v3 but all of them are just gonna going down by that, going down, and Severin ang pinakahuli nga. And Xerxia still wins this with a 7-1.
Naubos pa sila dun ulit. Ang laki na, palaki lang na palaki yung gap dito ng Xerxia. And talaga makikita mo, it's more of the engagements now at times na hindi nila nakukuha talaga. Even with the clear vision of where the enemy is, the shots aren't connecting for the side of ONIC G. And they're really having a hard time right now kung ano ba ang dapat nilang gawin dito. And with Shiro's operator, maybe it can turn the things around for the side of ONIC. As the Trailblazer comes in, mararamdaman ni Monyet yan. And the report comes in already for the players of ONIC that there is someone in showers. There is someone who wants to push. At yung players dito ng ONIC G, atras lang ng kaunti. They're really playing passively and they're playing or reactive game style ang nakikita natin when it comes to ONIC G. They don't really have a plan in terms of punishing the players of Xerxia, but instead they react on how the Xerxia team or how Xerxia actually plays out on site. Kung paano sila umentry, doon lang sila magre-react. That's why sometimes, or rather most of the times, it doesn't work out because Xerxia here has a plan, definitive plan for the whole team para makapasok sila at para maka-entry.
Sabi dito sa comment section. Paano na daw si Monyet ngayon? Hindi ko rin alam, guys. Oof! Alam ba nila na meron? Okay, yun na nga sinasabi ko. Hindi nila na-expect na meron nga si... audition lang. 'Di ba? Sayang, hindi nakuha ni Foxes yung info doon. Medyo bad call doon Foxes, okay lang. Next, nice try. Nice try to see boys. Hindi na nice try na kagad. Tapos bigla na clutch, no? Alam mo kanina, Taylor, sinasabi namin si Red Deval, hindi naman nagpa-pop off si Red Deval Biglang naka-ace ata or 4 kills nung isang round. Sabi
kailangan binabate. Kailangan pinaparamdam sa kanila kung ano ba yung dapat nilang dito. Dapat nilang i-improve. And this is such a good positioning na nagmumula sa ONIC G. They were able to capitalize on the smoke of the Astra to actually punish the players of Xerxia. So, good job.
Nice try. Nice, ONIC G. Very vital, no? Little mistakes there. And ONIC, at least somehow, bumabawi sila ngayon. But maraming pera yung Xerxia. They don't have anything to lose. Okay, Shiro, hindi sila napitas ngayon. Muli, ang mga miyembro ng Xerxia ay just really slow about it. Let's wait for those openings and where we can get the upper hand against the members of ONIC. Pero so far, with the control coming in from ONIC, medyo pressure din to sa side ng Xerxia. But as the remark, kukuha lang ng information. Alam na nga nila saan sila pipik. Pero mukhang wala talaga ngayong taga-Xerxia na kinakagat yung step-ups ngayon ng ONIC. But maybe ito. Isimula na naman nila with Foxes get information. That's a good way. Alam na nga nila na meron pang isa. But hopefully alam nila na meron ding tao sa may long banda. And ngayon na-concast na nga kagad si Slasher. Sasakto ba ang mga miyembro sa kanya? I think they will be picked off. Oh no, 1 by 1. But there's just a trade coming from Foxes. Pero nakapasok na din kagad ng operator user. And it's gonna be Shiro. At Scary na lang. Together with Kraus ang natitira.
Na-plant na naman nila yung spike. Successful take again on site. Cosmic Divide up and online para kay Scary. And this is still the close plant position na nagmumula sa Xerxia. Scary, he was able to gun down one before he goes. Buti na lang nag-connect yung showstopper ni Monyet dito. And Severin, the only man remaining, can defuse the spike completely. Walang kahirap-hirap. And that was a team ace, a team effort na nagmula sa ONIC G. They are unstoppable, Xerxia, yes. But if ONIC actually finds some place or yung mga positioning dito na magaganda, they can be stopped on their toes.
Monyet. Mabawi. Pero alam mo, sayang lang kung mag-isa lang yun. Or siguro, na-realize niya na dalawa sila. Siguro, Ang okay na winnable pa yun sa Xerxia. Pero may showstopper din si Mon yan eh. Papasukin lang niya na kagad kahit naka-cosmic divide pa yan. And looks like ONIC is getting comfortable already with how Xerxia executes this. And I think in Xerxia right now, ano nga ba yung magiging next nilang execution ngayon? Dahil parehas na miyembro nila naka-operator. Oh. Diffo. Palitaan nyo ko. Chamber diff. Walang chamber diff. Parehas matalino. Pero, ang mga Xerxia, ganun pa rin, Taylor. Mabagal pa. Ayaw nila mag-push through eh. Siguro ayaw nila bigyan ng momentum tong mga ONIC, lalo na pagdating sa aim battles. Ako po, medyo mahirap nga talaga kasi.
Di na napatay ni Surf yung drone. Nakita na rin na there are two people on long B here. This Sova is just peeking always para lang makita niya kung meron pang kasunod, kung meron ba talagang tutuloy mag-push. And this time around, this is the perfect timing for Xerxia to actually move forward with the Seekers out para sa kanila. Ito na nga at makakahuli rin ng kahit papano. Hindi nila napansin that ONIC or rather NC Slasher is in backside. They weren't able to clear that off. And si Foxy makakakuha siya ng kill. Kaso nga lang may dalawang players pa on CT. They have to plant the spike right now. It's all the way to long B. And this is only 18 seconds remaining to do so. Kailangan nila na matinding buwelo dito. But actually, the players of Xerxia, the three of them, are on site anyway. At hawak na rin nila yung mga angles na kailangan nilang hawakan. Kaso namatay si Foxy, but they were able to successfully plant the spike. It's just a matter of time for Scary to actually be gunned down. Ang ganda sana ng double kill niya on CT. Kaso nga lang, doon sa likod, hindi niya na alam na nasa hookah. And the swing didn't work out.
That was fun. Nagulat ako. Si Monyet nasa likod, Taylor. Ano pa naman yan? Pero Xerxia still, sayang lang yun. Dahil pagka wala ng smoke si 17 kasi Foxes dito eh. Complicated nga yun kapag sa posisyon ng Xerxia. Pero sayang to, natuhog. Pero it's just Monyet on the flank. Good retake coming in from ONIC. Pero sa mga 1v1s, no, nagiging dangerous to. Dahil di talaga tayo nakakita ng ONIC ng super... Lahat sila nagiging 1v1s eh. Yung dalawa or tatlo out of the 4 rounds sa pinanalo nila. Mga 1v1s. So may pag-asa pa rin talaga ang Xerxia to actually eradicate ang mga taga-ONIC. But Lenny mo on the other side that tries to pick off at least one with the Hunter's Fury. Pero won't be able to connect it. At still, medyo nasasayangan ako para sa kanyang Hunter's Fury. Pero at least delayed na naman ang mga taga-Xerxia to actually push Korean B-side.
Man, delayed kung delayed as usual naman na pinapasok ng Xerxia yung mga site. It's on a 45 or 30-second mark. So this is actually one of the faster rounds that we are looking at kung sakaling papasukin nila to agad. And you are seeing just slow plays mula sa Xerxia because they actually know that it works out. 30 HP na lang si Scary dito. At yung Sky nila is actually on hookah trying to see kung makakapasok sila on B site yet again. They smoked it off. Just a pop smoke na nagmula sa Astra dito. But no movements at all para sa side ng Xerxia. Tumahimik ang mundo dito. But Shiro, he knows where he is. He knows kung ano yung smoke, ano yung naman ng smoke na yan. This Hunter's Fury wouldn't connect to anybody, but at least making space for Xerxia to hop in and creating that opportunity para ma-open talaga yung site. In a 4v2 situation, this is now up to Monyet and Shiro to actually do a retake.
Man, oh man. Dalawa na lang natitira. Monyet, wala talaga siya ngayong pang showstopper. Pero Shiro, hirap na nito. Ay! Nakita ni Sushi Boys. Ang nangyari doon ay chamber diff.
Chamber diff si ano doon.
Worth it daw yung minus 100 RR kay Sushi Boys ngayon.
Sa mga rank games niya.
Kaka-chamber.
Meron nga akong kilala, sinusubukan niya mag-gradient ng chamber lang. Wala lang. Bored lang siya. Sana ganun lang kadali, no? Pag bored ka, kaya mong mag-gradient. Samantalang ako, galit na ako sa Valorant. Di pa rin ako makatapak ng emo.
Ako, guys.
Ang nangyari, emotional.
Terror, alam mo, mahirap talaga eh. Pag sobrang, ako pa naman mabilis ako, dati sa kabilang bangbang, nung nagpapaano ako, nag-LIA ata ako nung kasi mas mabilis sa kabilang bangbang mag 5 stack, di katulad dito 2 stack, ay 2 lang or 5.
Tatlo.
Tatlo. Dito sa kabilang bangbang, pwede kayo 5, ganyan. So, ayun. Tapos,
Pwede ako maghanap ng magbubuhat.
oo, pwede ka maghanap ng magbubuhat sa'yo. Pero di mo duduwo, bubuhatin ka lang. Ayan. So, ayun. Ngayon sa Valorant, feel ko bilis ko matilt dito kaysa sa kabilang bangbang eh. Di ko alam kung bakit eh. Pero kapag kasama ko yung mga casters, masaya lang. Good vibes lang. Ang mga naglalaro talaga sa amin na nagga-grind talaga ng rank ay si Terror, si Ilu, si Asoray talaga top 1. Ayan, top 1
Si Asoray yan. Araw-araw nagva-Valorant eh. Nagtatrabaho, Valorant ang trabaho. Yung ibang mga casters gusto na manood ng Netflix and Bill and chill. Tapos, si Asoray, wala, maglalaro pa din yan talaga. Kasi guys, kung hindi nyo nalalaman, syempre, kala nyo, marami kaming time mag-Valorant. Dahil nagkakas kami lagi, wala na kaming time. Hindi ka makapag-Valorant dahil sa Valorant. Sana gets nyo yon.
Kaya mahirap pag nagka-caster ka rin. May mga oras talaga na hindi mo siya mabibigyan ng oras.
Oh, wait.
Diba? At good half, Xerxia. Pero syempre kung...
Not too bad for ONIC. 8-4. Kayang-kayang habulin to. Hindi ganun kasama, kumbaga, no? At 9 triggers, baka hindi.
Spike down, B.
Aggressiveness nila on the defense. It's always the first rounds or the pistol rounds that Xerxia is actually pretty aggressive and moving fast.
Bilis gumalaw ng Xerxia. Nagulat siguro yung ONIC doon. Basang-basa Terror.
One enemy remaining.
Hindi naman ganito yung lineup ng double
Nakagat pa.
controller sila eh. Pero,
Di kasi kanina rin, nung first round pa lang makikita mo mabilis yung movements ng Xerxia dito. Binibigla talaga nila, and then when it comes to bio rounds, they're moving really, really slow. But maybe change up on the defense. Talagang maging active, hyperactive sila. Baliktad.
One enemy remaining.
kaya ngayon, Xerxia parang nagmamadali Thank you kung Xerxia ganyan kayo. Natandaan nyo, map-pick to ng ONIC So, hindi natin nakikita na si Monyet nagta-top frag Terror. So, medyo ganun usually pag hindi nagta-top frag si Monyet.
Nahihirapan sila no?
Oo. Good acquirement na meron silang si Monyet kasi kaya bumuhat 1v5. Pero ngayon, kung Xerxia ang kalaban mo, my goodness. Oh my God. Mahirap nga naman talaga silang kalabanin. Oh! Mag-audition lang sa harapan ni Sushi Boys ang mga
mga eco-frags.
Oh my goodness! Pwede pa pala ata makuha ng ONIC to, pero I think hindi dahil may advantage talaga pagdating sa mga barela. Pero Seer is doing it. And Foxes was able to get them down. Knowing this is gonna be Surf. Ano ba ang gagawin niya? Alam niyang low parehas. So, magkakaroon siya sa likod. Where kaya sila dito?
Oh no, rinig na siya. Surf na psycho siya dun sa TP. Out na realize nila, nagro-rotate na all the way to B. So what the player is doing right now is a full rotation. A whole rotation on A. And this is of course Shiro just cutting off Surf. Ang ganda nung naging plano dito ng ONIC G. Nabasa nila because of the movements of Surf right there. Tumakbo kasi agad siya Once na nakarinig siya ng TP, there was one waiting around the corner. Narinig niya. And with that, isang malaking rotation lang all the way to A side because he's gonna go there. He has no choice.
Mukhang Xerxia bumabawi sa inyo yung ONIC. So, kanina, you got the pistol, but I think it was really something on that control sa may bats. Tapos si Shiro nakapag-pick off pa. So, that's a good way for ONIC to actually start this. But as they get a lot of angles kagat ngayon against Xerxia. Is this a good wall? Okay.
Hello.
Pala yung gantong wall.
Wow. Monya was able to take one kill using that Roomba. At ito na nga yung dalawang smoke ng Astra para matulungan sila makapag-plant dito. On the other hand, para sa players dito ng Xerxia, naubos na nga sila isa-isa. They are forced into an eco, and this is Monyet starting off the round nicely and making space for the entire team of ONIC to actually push in and dive in onto the site. 6-2 nice.
6-9. Nice. Pero Taylor, nagtataka lang ako. Dun sa wall. Kasi, Daryl, may setup talaga na ganyan. Pero, ang ganda na chemistry ng ONIC dun Kasi usually, di ba, naka-extend pa yan sa may, ang tawag dito. Basta yun. Ano pa yan, mga isa pang sa may kanan pa yung banda para makapasok sila. Pero definitely kinot off nila kasi siguro may ine-expect na silang pipik sa kanila galing sa pocket. So that's a good way of ONIC, the perfect timing itself kapag yan yung perks kapag may Viper ka and Astra. But on the other side, Xerxia, they're still leading by 3. But right now, na Surf has that operator, will he definitely shut down ang mga miyembro ng ONIC or still ONIC might be winning this shot. And if that happens, it's not impossible na makakabawi sila sa map pick kasi nila to
And the other hand, gaya nga nasabi mo, Ray, kung map-pick nila to, they have the comfortability to play around this map. And the only issue here really is for Xerxia na hindi nila mababasa yung paano galaw dito ng ONIC because this is now the recon. Nagkaroon ng satchel, narinig din yan ni Sushi Boys, but he was able to take one, rendezvous out. Hindi nila nahuli si Sushi Boys dito. It's still a 5v4. Susugod na si Kuya Momonyet. Susubukan niya makakuha ng kills dito. He is reporting whoever is on backside and they have to clear this out. Good communication para kay Elmemore as he takes down 2 and this is now a 2v1. All off to Surf. He has the operator. This is still winnable para sa side ng Xerxia if he managed to take the shot in. Di pa naman nakakalayo yung chamber na yan. Kaso nga lang with the rendezvous, he will be really far. On the other hand, i-defuse niya. Na-realize niya atang nag-rendezvous. Tutuloy lang ata ni Surf dito yung pag-defuse. Kung itinuloy niya to, binitawan nga lang niya. This is now Shiro hopping out and the operator very low in HP. They would still get it. Napakadelikado ng ginawa doon ni Surf. Na-top niya. Okay na Kung tinuloy niya, hindi na maririnig
Naghinala siya. Nagtamang hinala siya dun. Yun lang yun. Sayang! Ay, nasayangan ako dun.
30 seconds.
Panalo na yun, Sir Phil pa yan! Guilty. Nagalit. Ay na. Hindi, sayang hindi natin nakita yung buong nun. Pero, yeah. 7-9. Hahabol nga ang ONIC. Pinaparamdam. I think after that thrifty talaga, nag-iba ihip ng hangin. But at least right now, the members of Xerxia, they already know ilan ang mga miyembro ng ONIC na manggagaling. Disciplined dito si Monyet na may pipik sa kanya. But I think Xerxia won't risk that anymore. Instead, they're just gonna be hiding around here in B site, trying to captivate maybe itong ONIC into luring them here. And hopefully, it's gonna work out.
Kung mapapansin mo, good listener dito si Lememore Kasi kanina si Monyet, he was giving all the information actually when he went into lamps. And yung mga tao sa backside, napakarami nun. When he was reporting that there were so many people or so many players on backside, immediately the players, or rather Lememore, sinilip niya agad. And he was able to take the 2K. So using that information for the side of ONIC G at least, this is the best that they can do right now for a 4v3. Kailangan nilang hawakan at kapitan itong post-plan situation na to. Pero nakakalamang sila because this is still a broken buy for Xerxia. We are just looking at shotguns, the Stinger, and one Vandal. But Sushi, hindi niya kailangan gamitin yung kanyang Bucky dahil meron siyang Headhunter na pwedeng gamitin. This is now the retake in action for Xerxia. They still take it away.
Nice one! Bakit narinig yung palakpak? Nagdadabog ba siya pag pumapalakpak? Pero, yeah. Na-3 ng ONIC. Na-3 din naman ng Xerxia ang ONIC. And now they're on a double digit scoreline already. And kita mo, worth it kay Surf. And finally, scary on the other side. So talagang tinanggap lahat ni Sushi Boys yung pagkako-complain sa kanya every rank game na nagcha-chamber siya. At ngayon okay na. Pero sa side ng ONIC G, Monyet, 9-12. Bago to ah. Instead si Shiro nagbubuhat ngayon. At may kita nyo talaga, that's the very biggest problem ng Surge ng ONIC. To remove Monyet from his momentum. Super harsh talaga ang pwedeng mangyari. But on the other side, through the force na nga ang labas ngayon ni Shiro. But on the other side, Lenimore tries to take up at least one! Tumalon lang! But Cross, may nabiktima na nga kagad. Gamit na ka ng baga-baga. At Surf tries to eradicate one and they will be taking 17 with that plant. Pero I think it's predicted na saan sila magagaling one by one and we only have the anti-slasher. Tries to pick up one pero si Surf tatapusin na nga din siya ngayon. And 7-11. Xerxia down to 2 left. Baka pwede na makuha to dahil mag-eco buy ba ang mga taga-ONIC? Oo, nasa
Ang dami nating nakitang engagement. But the only kill they got was one. They did this entry, they had Cosmic Divide up, but they weren't able to punish Surf in the first hand. Kaya paglabas pa lang dito on the second swing mula kay Elmemore, Shiro was punished by Surf. And then the other players na nag-aantay lang din para sa side ng Xerxia, it's such a good hold and ang ganda ng depensa dito ng Xerxia, especially with all those smokes on site. It seems like ONIC G cannot find themselves inside those smokes and hindi na nila alam yung nangyayari doon sa entirety ng site na tinitake nila because of it. And still, this is ONIC in a timeout right now. Kailangan nila bumalik sa drawing board. Kailangan nila magplano. Ano ba ang gagawin natin para makapag-take tayo ng site? Because Monyet, he has that ultimate and maybe they can use this up, especially this is gonna be a broken buy coming in from ONIC. So ito na yung chance siguro to actually make a play with that showstopper if he can make a play. Because Xerxia is playing hyper-aggressive now anyway, pagdating dun sa pagsilip, but they're quite aware. They're very much aware of the utility usage that can be used against them. And baka mag-back lang muna sila dito. O kaya naman talagang i-push nila all throughout. If you can see, bumubuelo na sila dito on B main. Nagbabaka sakali ang Xerxia na baka mayroon silang mapitas on B long. There is no one though. But Shiro, nagsiset up pa ng kanyang mga rendezvous. Headhunter out. He sees one, but he's not gonna be able to TP out because the players of Xerxia were actually able to take the kill instead. Na late na yung rendezvous niya dito in a 4v4 or rather a 4v5. Kompleto pa rin ang Xerxia dito.
Bye. Yung meron sa ONIC, risk it all na lang. Okay, alam pa, may crossfire pa sa Valorant ngayon. Foxes and Secures. Tignan mo, di ba? Itong dalawang to, when they have that leverage talaga, they know na mahihirapan yung ONIC itong making those entries. Pero mukhang nabati ko and si Slasher gets Scrolls, low on HP na rin kagad, but looks like Foxes tries to control it also just to delay them so much. Pero Surf spots out Monyet and we only have Severin, Lemimore together with NC Slasher na manggagaling sa may long side and they're just trying to cut off the angles with Severin's utilities. Pero I think mahirap na to. Delayed na nga sa oras and yung mga Xerxia, sobrang disciplined pa. Hindi nila pinipiko. Hayaan nila pumasok kagad with the perfect timing. Even if wala si Crows, they can still make a lot of good distraction. Meron pa si Scary right now with that star. But oh no! Ano nangyari? Timing is perfect. Yep, the edges is working through. At si Onya Sushi Boys. Uy, ang layo na naman ni Sushi Boys. So, ano ba naman yan? Pag ito na kasi Sushi Boys, aamin na ako.
Buti nag-smoke yung Astra. Kundi, masuspot na agad siya. Anong Rico na yan? On the other hand, Sushi Boys, he has the tour de force in action. He has to use it, make use of it because nagamit na rin naman niya yung ulti na yan. So why not actually peek out? He doesn't have any guns to save right now. 3v1, he sees one, he gets the kill. Dalawa pa ang kailangan niyang patayin. He has the Phantom right now, but he won't be able to take more down. And this is the ONIC taking back those rounds that they need. 8-11 na ang score natin dito, Ray. Yung Xerxia, isa na lang kailangan nila for the match point. But at least this time, ang dami nilang pera. May pabili pa rin sila nung mga baril nila without any worries at all.
One enemy remaining.
ONIC talaga kailangan mag-adjust dito.
Hirapan ni ONIC kasi nagpatuloy lang na nagpatuloy lang ang ONIC, may hirapan ang Xerxia. Dalawa na lang At seems like it's not favoring them so far. But, ONIC syempre. Papabayaan ba nila tong map na to? Kasi sa Icebox, natalo sila ng Xerxia. Naka-back sila, literal. Ng Xerxia doon. That was really disappointing. Coming in from ONIC. Kasi yung next map, after nun, tilted na sila eh. And ano yung next map? Asset. So talagang complicated yung nangyari sa kanila last time. Nabugbog sila ng Xerxia. But Sushi Boys, alam na niya, maka-counter nila to. Marunong pumitas pa ng isa. May opportunity na kagad ng mga taga-Xerxia to actually know where the guys of ONIC will be coming from. Monyet, wala pa na pick off. Lumipat na muli sila lahat sa may B-side at meron pang mag-hold doon. And that's just gonna be Surf.
May naiiwan ditong isang player. Si Lememore, nakapitas siya, which is si Crows. On the other hand, ONIC, they were able to open up side, but Foxy stops one, and that is Monyeta. The 3v3 na ngayon ang labanan. There is no Lememore on A side already because the rotations were hopped in. At nandito na silang lahat on B. The retake will be in place for Xerxia. They still have stars to set para sa kanilang mga smoke, but it seems like it's gonna be a cosmic divide for the spike to be defused. Kailangan ng matinding swing dito ng dalawang players ng ONIC kung sakasakali man, but si Scary nag-aabang na siya. Pumasok, he gets one, and this is just multiple kills mula sa side ng Xerxia and from ONIC side as well. Lememore is the only man remaining here, and Sushi Boys as well. Isa na lang ang bala na kailangan niyang gawin dito, and this is still more than enough time for Xerxia to defuse the spike. We are on match point.
Pinapakaba ako na itong Xerxia. Gusto Xerxia manalo. Kahit sino naman eh. Pero 2-0 sana. Para tapos na yung mga all-star matchup natin. At babalik na nga tayo sa main event.
Tunay at totoo.
Oo, tunay at totoo. Pero si Sushi Boys na paglaro. Nice one, Chamber.
Di rin siya na-detect no recon eh. I think it was actually outside. The Cosmic Divide, yung pumasok yung recon, if I'm not mistaken. Because that recon didn't help at all into actually detecting kung nasaan si Sushi Boys. Maybe if it connected, Ray, mas malaki yung chance niya to actually get the kill kasi makikita niya mag-hop doon sa loob ng, or rather sa tube. So this is now Monyet finally using the showstopper after so many rounds of keeping it away from ONIC. He finally uses it, but he won't be able to spot one. He could have used it a while ago already, but it is already too late. This is a match point, but they were able to plant the spike at least. 5 pa rin silang buhay dito, Ray, and they have the Viper's Pit as well.
Makakapag-retake ba ng maayos ang Xerxia? Time is gold, my friend. Okay. Quick take. Here it is. Okay, Surf picks up one. Oh no, maganda na to. Magla-line up na lang kagad ata to si Slasher. Pero hindi na. Tinap lang kagad ni Foxes. Oh no, I think that's just it. Pwede na. Dine-delay lang sila ngayon na mga miyembro ng ONIC at wala na kagad oras to actually defuse it. Wala nang oras. Nice try. GG go next. Sayang. Late lang yung retake masyado, Taylor, pero okay na sana. Kung may oras lang yung Xerxia doon, panalo na sila. But the fact that they're able to get those retakes very clean, I think they can just give time. Kanina di nag-work, but I think this time around mag-work na naman muli dahil walang pera nga rin ng ONIC. Mas marami pa yung pera ng Xerxia against them.
They would be forced into half armors, meron silang bulldog, pero very viable pa rin naman ang utilities na meron tayo dito for the side of ONIC. It's not too bad, to be fair, para sa kanila. It's still a chance to actually take the side. And the ultimate na nagmula kay Lememore to open things up. Makakapagpalit dito si Monyet ng baril, hindi niya gagawin. Instead, he will push out instead with a satchel play. But Cruz was able to take 2 and maybe even 3. He's trying to find the 4th. Maybe kukunin niya rin tong orb kung sakasakali man pwede siya magkaroon ng ult, but it seems like it's just gonna be a rotation for him. And it's an understatement to say how Crows is playing for the team dahil ang dami niyang infong nakukuha dito. On the other hand, si Sushi Boys naman, hindi na makikita si Lememore na unahan siya. And Foxy with the shock dart plays, baka sakaling mag-connect. And the Crows with just the perfect opportunity, the perfect angle, takes down Shiro. He can go for an ace here. Lememore is the only man alive. Kapag humilip ka, patay ka. Yan ang sabi dito ni Lememore with a 1v1 yet again. Very low on HP as the shock dart connects. This is the map for Xerxia. It is a 1-0.
Congrats, Xerxia. And this map pick by ONIC.
Defenders win.
I think yung the fact na sobrang palong-palo ang mga miyembro ng Xerxia, nakakaramdam tayo na yung first half, it was already a statement. And after that, winning of the pistol and perfect retakes coming in from them, sobrang laki talaga ng naging gaps doon. Pero as for Foxes, that was a really good end para sa side ng Xerxia. And let's see on what they can manifest here in Icebox. Once again, will tatambakan nga ba ulit sila ng ONIC? Or alam na nila paano i-shutdown yung ONIC? And looks like it, Taylor, wala talagang nagawang particular highlight si Monyet.
Na talagang na-punish siya ng players ng Xerxia completely in this map. And we are gonna see it in the stats most probably as we pull it up on your screen. Makikita nyo naman with the MVP on the side of Xerxia. It is actually an Astra, which is scary with a total of 20 kills, 2.7 KDA, and 274 combat score. Pero itong Jet nila, with 1.5 KDA, he was able to do a lot, punishing the players of ONIC here. And isa na nga doon ang pinaka-importante nilang mapunish at mapigilan is Monyet, because he's the duelist. He's the one who's supposed to open up sights for the team. He was able to do it in the final moments, in the final rounds. Talagang nagkakahirapan lang on a post-plan situation because they kept losing the engagements. Hindi sila manalo pagdating sa engagements, lagi lang din silang namamatay. You've seen it time and time again na parang Xerxia, madedefuse or rather mapapatay na nila lahat. Hindi lang nila makuha yung round because it's not enough time to defuse the spike. But overall, when it comes to engagements, lugi talaga sila dito.
I think Xerxia, yung unang match nila ng ONIC, pinapakaba nila tayo. Pero kanina, sobrang confident nila eh. Walang sign ng pag-aalinlangan against ONIC. And if hindi natin matakot doon si Monyet, tanggalin natin yung 4 na friends niya. And nakikita natin that here in Bind, even if that was a double controller, hindi talaga nakagawa ngayon ng paraan ang mga katulad ng
Ganda ng logo ng Valorant.
Oo nga eh, ang ganda no? Basta Valorant, syempre. Ang ganda
ng
talaga
VCT.
ng
Parang
VCT.
Xerxia logo pero kulay pink yung kanila.
Yung sa Xerxia parang ano eh. Ano yun? Santan. Yan. Santan yung parang sa kanila eh. Parang may pagka-clover na ewan. Pero yung santan yung kinakain na yung tamis dun sa...
Oo, yung gitna. Hihilahin mo pa yun. Para makuha mo talaga. But this is just the game highlights for you guys. It was just obvious that Xerxia dominated this match against ONIC. Yung mga rounds na nakuha dito ng ONIC is more of the type na parang hindi impressive yung pag-entry nila o kaya yung pagkuha nila ng mga site again, no? Yung pag-retake nila. But this is a play coming in from NC Slasher that actually amazed me because he was ready to take on the action when it comes to inside the smoke. Yun ang hindi in-expect ng Xerxia because they were playing really passively since the start of this match. And for ONIC G going up against a team like Xerxia na kaya nilang mag-iba-iba ng momentum ng trip nilang gawin. They can go fast, they can go slow as well. It's just difficult. You have to really adjust in the playstyle and it became more of a reactive game than a passive or rather an aggressive action or course of action para sa side ng ONIC G dito. They have no control over this game. It was just a matter of time na malalaman mo talaga yung resulta, Ray, because it's all up to how Xerxia plays.
Parang si Foxes, oh. Nakuha niya yung 1v1. Gawa na lang. Nice. Okay na. Para di sila masaya.
Normal
na 13-9. Oo. It's a normal day sa Xerxia, but I think talagang kailangan nila bumawi ngayon. Kaya medyo seryoso nga nangyari sa kanila. But guys, I know it's really exciting to see more of these two teams. Pero sa next map, may kita nga natin sila here in Icebox. So once again, we are your shoutcasters. I am Ray and join me here, stay here, guys. And see you after the short break.
place. Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow. Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then it's...
Hello guys, it's 2:30 PM dito sa Pilipinas at mas mainit pa ang bakbakan ng ONIC G at Xerxia Esports kesa sa hapon ngayon. Kami ang shoutcasters niyo, ako si Riri at syempre kasama ko dito si Ter. At bago namin pag-usapan syempre muli ang pwedeng mangyari between these two teams, syempre pasalamatan muna natin ang wonderful sponsors natin because you can actually start strong with your internet with the fiber strong, family strong with the new G Fiber, only 2,099 ng Globe at Home. Gaming with speeds of up to 150 Mbps. Mabilis na, unlimited internet pass. To learn more, you can go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband. So maraming salamat. If you really want to upgrade your internet, punta lang kayo sa link na yan and Globe has what it takes to offer everything to you. Pero going back to it already, Taylor, we're gonna be going sa Icebox. Ang map where it determined talaga si Xerxia Esports against ONIC G.
And the thing is, Xerxia, they've played this map over and over again in an international stage even on Masters Reykjavik the first time. Kasi majority ng players na nakikita natin dito are actually players from the previous team, which is X10 na ating C Challengers dati na representative and also Masters Reykjavik the first time around. So, napuntahan na nila yung stages na yan and alam natin, we've seen it time and time again pagdating sa mapa ng Icebox, they really stand up tall. And with regards to ONIC G on how they played their first map, the reactive gameplay and game style that they showed, it wasn't working out, especially kapag ang kasabayan mo is isang team na kagaya ng Xerxia na kayang-kayang mag-adjust on the fly.
Hirap talaga, no? Pag sa ONIC, hindi talaga gumagalaw si Monya at all. And sabi ko nga, di ba, I'm not really satisfied with his raise. I think he needs to improve more pa talaga. Although, Monya is good. Lalong-lalo na pag naka-jet siya. I haven't seen much of his arena. Hindi ko alam kung saan siya nagsistream. Pero tingin ko overall talaga, mas gusto ko siya as jet kesa sa mga iba niyang mga ginagamit na agents. But looking at this, Xerxia, ano kaya yung bago sa kanila dito sa Icebox? Or still, they're gonna be going with those default. Total na comeback naman nila. Na-reverse uno card nila ang mga katulad ng ONIC G. And after that, diba, nawala talaga yung strength ng ONIC G. Pero, wag kayong mag-alala, guys. Dahil natatandaan nyo, mga Zills dati, nung nasa 60-45 Pirates pa nila, natalo nila yung X10, which is yung Xerxia lineup na ngayon. So, nagtataka kasi mga tao, nasan pa yung X10? Well, guys, yung X10, meron pa rin naman. Pero, yung dating roster ng X10, nakilala nating lahat, sila Foxes, ayan, lumipat na sila ng Xerxia Esports. Pero wala na si Passive Fan kasi bumalik siya sa una niyang first love. Alam niyo naman kung ano yun. Isang magandang bang-bang din na OW yung initials. Pero looking at it naman, Xerxia, excited ako dito sa Icebox nila kung may magbabago. But on the side of Onyx, meron kaya silang gagawin din na bago pagdating sa agent selection nila? Are we gonna be seeing maybe a double initiator? Or maybe with it KO, Sky, I don't know. Or plano kaya nila ngayon na mag-double sentinel as what they did last time?
Posible, very much possible as well. And for the side of Xerxia, this team is a force to be reckoned with. We all know that already. Pero ang ONIC G, ano nga ba ang kaya nilang ihatid dito sa matchup na to? Ano ba ang kaya nilang ihatid dito sa Asia Pacific stage? Do they really deserve that spot right now? And if they do, they would make up for it and make this a trip, or rather a 3-series game kung sasabihin natin, or 3-game series pala, baliktad. So, makikita natin kung ano ba ang changes na mapapanood para sa ONIC G, because right now, doon sa map 1, yung based on their performance on their specific map that we had there, it's not enough para tapatan talaga tong Xerxia. So they really have to make something out of nothing here in a 1-0 scoreline. This is a series point for Xerxia already. And if they still have a hard time in this map too, mahirap talaga, Ray. Mahirap.
Talagang may posibilidad pa mag-ascend. Pero tingin ko, kung ako si Xerxia, gigil yung mga yan eh. Di nakapaglaro kahapon. Computer na
Hindi sila
computer
nakapaglaro kahapon. If you guys don't know, they were up against in the upper bracket. But unfortunately, they had tech difficulties. And because of the tech difficulty, they actually got forfeited. Dahil may specific time frame lang, syempre, ang binibigay dito for the teams to make up or gawa ng solusyon yung mga nangyayaring tech issues, because it's on their side. So, unfortunately, that happened. But fortunately, upper bracket yun. So, ibig sabihin, may chance pa rin sila dito in the lower bracket.
Alam mo, sabi siguro ng alam mo, to be honest, kapag tinignan mo yung bleed versus the fight between Xerxia, alam mo si Xerxia makakapasok dun eh. Diba?
Yun nga eh.
Mas confident ako na Xerxia talaga.
It was on the panel side, it was Xerxia also. As the prediction, they had a good start until na-cut off sila and had to forfeit the game, the entire game, and the entire series actually. So, ito yung ano nila, pagbangon ng AP moment. Dahil ito yung pagkakataon nila ulit to actually play in a proper setting.
Biruin mo, Taylor, kung panalo yung Nao. Kasi di sana magkasunod na PH teams yung ikakas pala natin. Sayang. Kaya ginagawa na Xerxia para matalo si Monyet and friends. Pero, okay, they're gonna be sticking with that double sentinel still. And sa Xerxia din. Ganun din. Sushi Boys and Crows. Okay, it's still the same. Sa tingin ko kasi, alam naman na nila eh. Familiar na sila sa place ng isa't isa. So, let's expect, if this is gonna be a complete shift onto the side of ONIC, but, oh, shucks. Scary. Ano yun? Unang tug! Workable agad! And alam na nila saan pupunta yung mga miyembro ng ONIC. Hinarangan na lang din kagad ngayon ni Scary with a toxic screen. So block off kagad yung mga plano ng ONIC ngayon just because of taking down one flank, and it's just going to be Severin himself na walang ambag na naman ata ngayon, Terror.
Nahirapan siya kanina eh. Hindi siya makapatay. Baka dito na yung opportunity niya. Mas malaking mapa, long range duels. Doon nga ba siya mag-shine? NC Slasher, right click to the face. Yan ang sabi niya kay Surf. And this is now ONIC planting the spike right now, taking the side para kay Monyet. Naghahanap lang siya. Talaga siya ang tagabigay ng informasyon pagdating sa team ng ONIC. And this is Foxy tapping the spike, trying to force out the players to actually peek. Nakakuha ng 2 kills dito si Sushi Boys at saka si Crows. 2v2 ngayon. Kailangan nila ma-punish yung mga players. But this wall, matutulungan sila. Hindi sila makakababa. Halfway done there. Bamonya takes to the rope. He was able to spot them out. Mabilisang defuse. And ang ganda ng position actually ng pag-plant nila ng spike, because despite the wall from the Sage, knowing that there is a wall, they tried making it happen pagdating dun sa ropes. Kaya dun sila nag-plan para makaakyat din sila if ever magwa-wall yung Sage. So, ONIC has a plan here. Looking good so far.
Placing sentry. ONIC. Akala ko, makukuha na ng Xerxia yun, Taylor. Yet, pinaglaban nga ng ONIC, and almost all of them will be getting those bulldogs. Mas masakit nga yan from the usual SMGs. Pero alam mo, speaking of Bulldog, natatandaan mo tayo yung Bulldog buff ng Oasis? Yung pag grabe sila mag-ADS, grabe.
Oo.
Sa habang gamit ni Bulldog,
Tsaka
wala lang,
Stinger.
memories lang. Oo.
Sila yung nagpa-uso nun eh, yung nag-stinger ulit yung mga tao. But this is Lememore spotting one already. Si Lememore yung step up for the team even on game number 1 a while ago. Monyet was able to spot Fox Z. Insta-kill to the head and another one bites the dust. That is Cruz. Dalawang players na lang natitira for Xerxia. It's gonna be Sushi Boys and Scary right now just with the classic. They finally pinched one player here on the side of ONIC. That is Monyet. Pero itong Recon will just be destroyed immediately. With the lineup coming in from Scary here, it seems like it's not, or rather for the side of Lememore, hindi ito mangyayari itong defuse na to na ginugusto at ninanais nila. Kumukuha lang sila ng exit frags dito para masayang yung Bulldog at least. And that was 3 players on the ONIC side gone. Ay, umupo.
Ay!
Nako, babawi yung Xerxia dito. Inupuan.
Nako, kung ako si ONIC, hindi muna ako magsasalita dahil nahabol kami last time. Grabe naman yun. Okay kayo away-away ni Xerxia mga kuya nyo yan. Huwag nyo nga awain si Foxes, galing pa yan sa K-pop group. Alam nyo ba yung sa kanya? Kung may BTS, FTS sa kanya.
FPS?
Oo, pauso ka lang. Ako leader niyan eh.
Ikaw lang yung member.
Oo, ako lang yung member.
Tumatalon-talon lang. Buti ka mo, nahuli dito ng ibang players coming from ONIC. They weren't expecting that advanced push na nagmumula for Xerxia, but this is already their buy round. It scrolls with a double kill, and the swing comes in for the other players as well. A 3v3 situation. They have the spike, not yet planted para sa kanila. They have all the time in the world to actually take it. Engagement 1 for them, and this is still in the ONIC side. Good bonus round here.
Big. To the side. Eto na, Taylor. Di ako naniniwalang ONIC na naman to. Pag nasa... First half, di ba ganito din? Defending yung... Ay, hindi. Actually, hindi. Attacking ni Xerxia ng una nun. So, okay, dangerous nga to, Xerxia. Or ewan ko, anong plano ng mga to pagdating sa gagawin nila. But, I think maybe Xerxia just need to take their time. After this loss siguro ba magka-time out na yung mga Xerxia para ayusin. Relax muna tayo, guys. Medyo nalulugi tayo eh. Sino kaya? IGL nila si Foxes, di ba? So, si Foxes ate IGL nila.
Ang alam ko si Crows.
Si Crows. Okay.
Ata.
Tanungin ko may message ko.
Oo, paki-text na lang, no?
Sige, mamaya. Sabihin ko Sabihin ko, hey,
actually,
what you do? Ay, sorry.
Hindi ko maalam yung IGL, but Coach Zeus, as we know, siya yung pumalit kay Fatifan dati habang hindi pa sila nakakahanap ng ibang players, which is si Surf, bago nilang dagdag dito. Anyway, this is already the entry coming in from ONIC, and they're really winning the engagements. Ito yung sinasabi ko rin kanina, Rere. Dun sa mapa ng Bind, makikita mo, nagre-react lang sila kung paano pumasok, kung paano makipaglaban yung Xerxia eh. But this time around, sila yung pumu-forward, parang sila yung may control sa mapa. It helps them a lot because they get the information fairly well. And then they're now in a 4-0. They win engagements as well. Kasi kanina hindi sila manalo-nalo pagdating dun sa mga engagements eh. Nahuhuli lagi sila dito ng Xerxia. This time it's a different story because they're actually getting those skills that they need.
Oh my. 0-4. Error. Galaw-galaw. Ang kailangan na Xerxia. Pero, yun na nga eh.
Get out of my way!
Meron sa Xerxia. Okay, bumabawi na nga nila sila ngayon. Pero looks like Andy Slasher, he has that rest. Still, no signs of punishing the members of ONIC. But then, may nakaabang na kagad. Ready na kagad ang mga katulad ni Crows together with Surf ngayon. Kung sakasakaling magpapakita nga sa kanila ang mga taga-ONIC, and biruin mo, okay, di pa. Next time pa, ako makakapagpitas. And speaking of, siya pa'y nabawasan ngayon. Naanuhan yung nahibla yung buhok niya eh. Ansait eh. Okay, next one. Bilangin ulit natin ang mga kuha ni Surf ngayon. Alam, nakita na nga niya. tries to pop up with that. May follow-up galing kay Cross. There's a trade coming from Angie Slasher, pero mukhang mape-prevent ata ngayon ng mga taga-Xerxia ang pag-plant kagad ng ONIC as we only have Angie Slasher going up against the team members, and suddenly Sushi Boys pop off. And Xerxia, hindi na tutira yung 9 triggers. Nararamdaman ko na Xerxia can just take a lot of time to finally adjust, and look at it. Ganito na nga ata ang papakita nila.
Hindi yun na-mention ko kanina eh. This team can definitely adjust on the fly when it comes to those plays. They're used to this kinds of tournament setting. They're used in the international stage anyway. And this time around, nababasa nila ng pakonti-konti kung paano ba naglalaro ang ONIC. And they've met here already in Map Icebox last time. At na-comeback. Sino naka-comeback last time, Ray? Xerxia, no?
Xerxia. 14-12.
Yeah. So, pag nabasa talaga ng Xerxia kung paano maglaro tong players ng ONIC, mahihirapan sila. Kailangan nila maghanap ng iba pang strategy. But so far, whatever they were doing a while ago was working. And they just keep doing it. As long as it works, why fix something that's not broken?
Ang hirap naman, no? Ang hugot naman ng Taylor. Pero sa Valorant yan, no? Okay, sa Valorant.
Sa Valorant.
Valorant.
Oh, Valorant lang. Walang atakihan. Walang personalan.
Valorant lang. Walang lambingan. Oh, ito. Talagang palalambingin kayo ni Surf. May yakap kagad kay Severin. At muli, pag dito na-swing nga, si Fox, sabi niya, ako para sa'yo, bro. Gotcha, bro. Yeah, you have the, bro. You want the zigzag, bro. And suddenly, Surf, he got the second one, and si Slasher will be able to pull up a piece of kill once again. Pero Lemmy more na lang. More, and kung wala na ni Scary, is Lemmy more ngayon. And finally, Xerxia, getting back to their feet. 2-4 is what we have. I think yun na kailangan nila to have that operator, promise. Total, makaka-pick off naman si Surf kahit mapatay siya ng kalaban.
On the other hand, ang gandang opening kill ang meron dito ang Xerxia. They're not scared to play aggressively and maybe get a pick off or two. And that's exactly what happened. Mapapatime out nga ngayon ng ONIC. They have to go back to the drawing board after 4 consecutive rounds. And nabasa na ng Xerxia on how they want to play it out. They can't go to B a while ago. They tried A site, but they were still punished because of the aggression na nagmula kay Surf on A, and they still have that operator, and it can be deadly, especially ngayon na after ng 4-0 na yon, makakapag-ipon sila for the money pagdating dito sa kanilang economy. They have operator on the next following rounds. They're probably gonna have the operator again, and may ultimate na rin dito si Surf, so kayang-kaya niyang palagan, and he can actually make a play for the team for the entirety of this match that we have right here. Xerxia, they're playing really, really good on game number 1. But here's a game number 2. They lost that bonus round from ONIC and the 4th round even. But slowly but surely, nakakarating na rin at umaakit na rin ang score nila dito. It's a 4-2 right now. Para sa mga nagtatanong kung kailan ang match ng SBE, abangan nyo yan after nito.
Trailer lang to, guys. Kaya,
trailer lang to.
Ipanalo na ng Xerxia to. At may uuwi na din ang ONIC nga. At hindi mako-complete ang checklist. Kasi bakbakan na now or never na to eh. And kung ako sa Xerxia, tatapusin ko na to. Mabias casting pa ako basta sila. Basta hindi nila kalaban yung SB. Kasi wala naman tayo pakialam sa mga to. Hindi naman natin kalahi eh.
So,
lang.
Nakapasok lang yung ONIC ng walang engagement na nagmumula from Xerxia. And this Viper's pit is actually on the side of Xerxia right now. That's why there's no engagement. No one can see anything. Fox Z just pre-firing. Baka sakaling meron siyang makita. But this Viper's pit is acting as a one-way smoke as well doon sa dulo. And they're just waiting for this to go down. Maybe trying to spot where the enemies are. And this wall, mukhang gusto at paplanuhin nilang mag-plant dito ng spike, but the immediate response coming in from Xerxia is there. And ONIC is pretty much aware, and si Slasher very much aware kung ano ba yung nangyayari entirety or across the map as the utilities, he waited it out. This is now NC Slasher planting the spike. Pasok pa rin dito ang players ng ONIC right now, but also scary. The retake is happening while the spike is just being planted. Immediately, they took this opportunity. Habang nagpa-plant yung isa, Ray, obviously, di makakabaril yan. So it's like a 4v3 situation and they took that opportunity to actually push in.
Ganda ng nipit ng Xerxia.
Hindi pa namatay si Scary doon. So wala silang hindi nawala yung Viper's Pit.
Spike planted.
That's really perfect.
One enemy remaining.
Biruin mo. Namanipula lang ng Xerxia ng ganon-ganon lang. It's very beautiful lang sa Xerxia. Take your time. And it's okay to give up it. To give up the site every time that it's on A site talaga. Mahirap kasi contest talaga yung A site pag nabawasan na kayo. So, ONIC, we all thought it's just gonna be putting on a stop already sa side. Unstoppable na rather ang ONIC, pero mukha nga ayaw payagan ng Xerxia muli ang big lead mula sa kanila. But here it is. Surf. Naka-eco ngayon ng mga ONIC. Might as well capitalize on that para lang maging tie yung scoreline there.
Meron pa silang operator dito. That is Sushi Boys on camera, by the way. And si Sir, mamaya makikita nyo. Pero si Crowsto, sure ako. The other hand, for the side of ONIC, they are forcing an eco disadvantage right now at naghahanap sila dito. Play for picks ang sabi ng ONIC G, but they aren't getting any picks at all because no one is peeking for Xerxia here. They're really just waiting whoever comes into sight. This angle being held by Surf, hindi siya kita dito. But on the other hand, pasok na yung players ng ONIC. Natatakot ata sila. Bakit sobrang tahimik? Silent but deadly itong Xerxia eh. Tignan mo, nagre-retake sila once na naririnig ng nagpa-plant ng spike.
At hindi pa pala terror. Naku po, ayaw pa. Si Severin. Okay, there's the lockdown. Mapapapush out sila ngayon. TTP, try pumitas dito ni Severin. Ay! Tumama kay Sushi Boys. Oh, magde-defuse na lang to. I-defuse mo na yan, Scary, kung kasi. May post plant. Alam na, bye-bye. Ginamit lahat. Drifting nga talaga, Xerxia dun. Nice one. Sa side ng ONIC, but still, may pera pa rin naman ang mga taga-Xerxia eh. Sayang lang yun. I think, ganda din kasi ng plant plus ng wall, madedali talaga. Plus this is something really good from Severin. Kung di nag-connect yun, baka matalo pa muli ang mga miyembro ng ONIC. But lahat ginamit nila sa round lang na yun para makuha lang against Xerxia. Pinahirapan pa rin sila.
They were on an ego kaya kailangan nilang palagan gamit yung kanilang mga utilities din naman as well. And I actually want to say, this retake capability of Xerxia, usually nakikita mo if they really wait it out, completely waiting it out after the plant of the spike, but not this time. They're going in while the spike is being planted because they want to take nga yung opportunity, take that opportunity that someone is planting. So that means someone is busy. One of them is busy and they can't shoot. So yun yung time para sa Xerxia para makapasok sila. And despite losing that round, they still have more than enough money to actually buy for this next round. Napa-timeout lang sila dito, planning out ahead, mapping out kung ano ba ang dapat nilang gawin to take more rounds against ONIC in a defensive position because the ONIC G, sa tagal nilang naglaro sa mapa na to, balita ko dikit na dikit ang score. Talagang alam na nila, may mga VODs na yan. For sure, inaral din to ng Xerxia as well.
Xerxia tries to make good wish. Okay, di na gumagana kay Surf yung ganyan eh. As in, wala na. Di pa talaga.
Yun, sayang. Hindi pumasok yung shot na yun. Pero, it was very clear opportunity for Surf. It just didn't connect.
Here.
At ngayon, may mga nagko-comment. Sino daw ang bias ko sa Twice? Si Momo! Momo! Wala lang. I love you. Pero pinaka gusto ko talaga si Momo tsaka Di ko alam. Bias Raker lahat ng mga nasa Twice, pero
Doon ba
balik
si
na nga.
Nancy? Sorry, wala kasi akong alam sa
Si
K-pop.
Nancy siya ay taga, ano to? Super
Taga
Beast.
Momoland ata si
Momoland.
Nancy.
Ay!
Oh, di ba? At least alam
Mahilig
ko.
ako dun.
Di kasi ako mahilig sa K-pop, pero
Kamukha ni Liza Soberano yun, di ba?
syempre, may mga kaibigan tayo mahilig sa K-pop eh. Kaya alam ko rin yan. Scary! And Crows! Just punishing the players of ONIC, pero may sagot din sila with their own 2 kills. On the other hand, hindi na-connect yung shot ni Moniet there. And it's now a 2v1. Shiro goes down. Another retake kay Xerxia na very successful here on site. 4 to 5. Mabilisan lang nila nababawi dito.
And you can really see it na ang mga katulad ng Xerxia talaga na ipagpatawad mo talaga ang nangyari sa kanila ngayon. Ang ganda na ng retakes nila. Alam na nila how to make a good shot down on towards the members of ONIC. It's really good to see them like this, but on the other side, okay, may possibility kang maging 5 alto. Buti na lang, may ready pa si Lemmy Moore kagad sa kanyang Viper's ult. So mukhang complicated to. Kapag si Lemmy Moore nabalabas na yan, baka ma-atleast muli ang mga miyembro ng ONIC. Kaya, I remember ng Xerxia. So that's why they're trying to put a lot of utilities just to slow down yung ano eh.
Tingnan mo si Severin. Nagpaplano yung ONIC dito. They have something set in mind. They are actually planning something and how they can take this side because you can see the players talking right now on the player camps as well. And tingnan natin kung ano yung gagawin ng ONIC. This wall comes up. Moniet was able to get a kill. He dashes out and he's now on yellow. Makukuha niya yung spot na yan. He can clear it out for the team so they can actually jump in at makaplano rin sila. On the other hand, nag-hold lang sila ng position. This is the wall coming up in the rest as well. But the triple peek coming in from ONIC, it won't work out because Foxy was in another angle that is just perfect to actually take the shots in. Instead, si Surf mag-aabang lang to ng rotations if ever he can cut it off. Definite cut-off ang mangyayari para sa kanya kasi hindi naman sila makakadaan on mid. He's already holding their back. And this is just a push na nagmumula sa ONIC. It's do or die for them. And 2 players remain. That is Livermore at saka si Shiro. Dalawa na lang natitira dito with only the Spectre, or not the Spectre, but the Marshall. And a Sheriff, 13 seconds remaining to plant the spike. The wall of the Sage will go down. Livermore was able to get a kill. Posible pa rin kung sakasakali man. Kaso ang layo ng isang player na kailangan niyang ubusin o patayin dito, which is Surf. And he doesn't have enough time to plant the spike. This is already a round for Xerxia. Ultimate delaying tactics lang. Napatagal magplano ang ONIC dito and it didn't work out.
Di na naulit yung kaninang thrifty. Di na rin pinabayaan pa ng mga taga Xerxia na ganun-ganun lang ang mangyayari sa kanila. But once again, looking at it,
lugi talaga sila sa baril, Ray eh.
Lugi. Kawa, ganun din eh. So, sayang sana to pero feel ko din yung oras. Alam na din kagad ng Xerxia saan sila manggagaling. But here it is. 5-all na nga kagad sa isang iglap. Started from 4-0 and now we are 5-all.
Started from the bottom, now we're here. Yan ang sabi ng Xerxia dito. On the other hand, kompleto na ulit ang utilities nila dito. Kompleto yung mga baril pa rin. Surf, as we know, he was staying on A site a while ago. At 4-man stack ang meron sa A site because the Killjoy actually has complete control. May traps dun eh. Nakaset, may turret na magre-react in case. And this alarm bot might actually detect the chamber if he decides to push. Dalawang traps ang meron dito on mid. It's from a chamber and it's also from the Killjoy from the other teams. Foxy, nagiging impatient na siya. He just pops the shot but he goes back instead. Severin was able to take Sushi Boys And in that engagement, open na ang mid. They can retake or rotate if they want to, but it's too far already. 34 seconds remaining. Dalawa na nga ang napitas dito ng Xerxia, and this is just ONIC just swarming in on side, trying to see kung makakapatay pa ba sila ng isa. This is Severin going down in the hands of Scary. Up to Shiro, but it's not gonna happen. 6-5 na ang score. Nabaliktad na ng Xerxia at lumamang na sila ng isang puntos dito.
Medyo masakit to sa ONIC na ganito ang ginagawa ng Xerxia sa kanila. But Surf is on a spree ngayon, Taylor, shotting them down. Operator na naman palang kailangan ng Xerxia na may ka-teammate kang tumatama para lang talagang mapunish ang ONIC. And so far, Monyet, we haven't seen much of him na naman sa araw na to. Parang nawala yung 100% lakas niya. I think he's really struggling to actually get those first frags.
Minsan talaga gigising ka na lang, hindi mo araw. May mga ganon di ba? Hindi naman robot tong mga player natin. Minsan may off days ka talaga na tinatawag. Even Naos has off days too. And even other teams as well. Na from the PH, I've actually talked to them as well. Binasag lang yung alarm bot ni Sushi Boys on mid. And this might actually be a mid control na manggagaling sa ONIC. They're changing up their positioning, and this might be good news for ONIC if they can actually try and win the engagements. Lalo na pag nag-pop tong smoke, this is basically a rotation coming in. Pero mukhang decision na naman dito ng ONIC is just go on A main instead. Since Severin is moving forward, there's no one who is waiting here, and the operator is all the way to B site din naman. So no mid control for ONIC right now. They decide they're just gonna go all here in a 5-man push. Foxy wasn't able to get the shot in, but he was able to spot the players and give out, disseminate the information. Welcome to my world. Yan ang sabi ng isang Viper with the Viper's pit already put up para makapag-plant ng spike ang mga players dito ng ONIC. Konting delay lang para sa side naman ng Xerxia with 13 seconds remaining. Ito na naman ang Xerxia when it comes to their retakes habang nagpa-plant yung ng spike yung ibang players ng ONIC dito. Monyet is still alive. He has the knives. He cops out, but Foxy, game sense lang. May nag-aabang sa Gedli. Hindi na napansin ni NC Slasher. And this Viper's pit, instead of helping them out, hindi pa nila ma-figure out kung saan magagaling because the verticality that Xerxia is using right now against ONIC is not working out for them. They also have the Viper's pit up and online on their side, but with Scary going down, at least it goes down with him. This is now Foxy, just 1 HP because of that Viper's pit. Kailangan niyang hanapin dito si Lemon.
Switching sides.
Itong laban nito sa Icebox, dikit talaga. Pero di na siya yung katulad na 90 curse. This is already 6-6. So, I think
pantay naman.
We can definitely say ngayon, Taylor, na somehow both of these teams are really familiar already. Yung Xerxia kasi, I think mas specialty to ng mga Thai teams. Kapag tambak, nakakabawi. Pero dito kaya sa 6-all, makakabawi kaya sila ngayon na magsiswitch tayo ng side. So, Xerxia, what they need to do right now is to actually win the pistol para lang magkaroon sila ng big lead against ONIC. And if they actually got it, then maybe mapuputa na stop itong ONIC. Dahil last time, nakabawi ang Xerxia through their defending side. But surely ako si ONIC na pag-aralan na nila yung defending side ng Xerxia. So ngayon naman, attacking side sa Xerxia. So hopefully, magiging okay yung pag-set up nila. And just to deny those possibilities of Monyet and friends to actually shut them down.
Monyet and friends talaga no? Nagiging ganun kasi talaga, guys. It cannot be dismissed that Monyet is actually one of the players na inaasahan din dito ng ONIC to actually step up. But in other news, flash news, may iba siyang team members dito na ready mag-step up din. That is Elmer Moore and NC Slasher. At pagdating talaga sa mapa like Icebox dito, Ray, it is very obvious that a Viper shines in Icebox. Not only for this specific teams, Xerxia and ONIC, but in general, kahit sa mga tournament setting and even on a ranked game, because they have control over the map. And once the wall comes up, they can pull it down. Pag na-realize nilang walang tao, they can also lurk. It's usually the Viper that lurks. Nakita mo na ba si Nats mag-lurk? Walang nakakahuli sa kanya. Pero Cypher siya.
Hey. May nag-commentator. 2-0 yun na yan, sir siya. Tama! Yan. Magko-comment na mga bias nila sa twice. Salamat. Yan.
Right here.
Ito na, 6-all. Sir siya. Magagawa kaya nila ang pinapanindigan ng map pick rather nila against ONIC, or ONIC talaga might get them. Also, you have that you have that chamber also. So ngayon, alam na nila kung nasaan. Severin sumilip lang, nakita, dami boy Eagles. At here it goes, Crows for the plant. Ang ganda na ng plant eh, mas nakakatawa na no, kaya sa dati. Yun lang, kawawa ka naman,
Vulnerable din kasi si Kuya Crows. Namatay agad siya dun eh. High pass, but this wall, they're just destroying it. They have to if they want to go on site. At gusto nila makita yung players dito ng Xerxia. Obviously, it is a post-plant situation already. Si Surf ang naspatan. And Lemon was able to punish one yet again. Pero may mga players on danger na dine-defuse lang yung spike. This wall, hindi nila mababasag. But right now, it's happening and the defuse is already there. It's on the side of ONIC. Sayang. Pero nandun na. Dahil lang sa wall. Kaya nga, Ray, maganda yung take kanina ng ONIC pagdating dun sa first round a while ago. Because when they planted the spike, pinlant nila sa labas. So even if you put up a wall, makakaakyat yung players then on ropes. Nasaktuhan lang din na pagdating kay Scary, despite getting all those kills, napakarami lang talaga. It's just a 3v1 as well. And he destroyed the wall, yeah, but it was too late already. And this was ONIC's time to shine and defuse the spike continuously lang. Makakabili rin sila dito ng kanilang mga Spectre on the next following round.
Nag-force na Xerxia. Big risk yan Kasi pag hindi, lalamang pagiging 6-8. Tapos pwede pa 6-9. In favor of ONIC. So, mahihirapan yung Xerxia ngayon pag nagpatuloy. Ito, bago ka naman mag-free fire dito, sir! Maubusan ka ng bala niyan. Huwag ganun po. At ngayon, Xerxia, nananahimik lang sila ngayon. Pero, maghihintay sila ng isang malaking pick-off mula kay Surf. At baka mag-iba ang ihip ng hangin. And here it is. We have that screens going up. Is it time to actually take them? Daming utilities na tinapan ng ONIC to be able to make sure kung nasaan sila. But the plant goes in here. I love the plant. Mas okay ito. Hopefully, di lang sila makacounteran dito pagdating. And Surf finally manages to get a one. But Kuros has there for the tap. At ngayon, 3 na lang ang natitira sa side ng ONIC. Post-plant it is. Pero alam na nga kagad ni Surf ilan sila. Nakuha pa nga kagad si Severin. Grabe naman tumutok to ng Marshall. Kaya sinasabi ko sa iyo, yung partial na buff na yun, kakaiba. Pero sa iba ka nakalitin talaga, Cross. And we only have a one. And si Slasher, pick up by Surf. And 7-7. What a worth it buy also sa side ng Xerxia. They're making this into a tie. Plus, magsisave talaga dito ONIC. Wala silang pera. Enemy kill.
Gandang force. Alam mo yung confidence na meron ng Xerxia talaga that they can take the side. They can get the kills too. They forced this second round kahit talo sila on the pistol itself. Nakapag-plant naman sila ng spike at least during that first round. So, the least they can do to actually stop agad yung momentum ng ONIC is just immediately buying hanggang habang wala pang upgrades na nanggagaling sa kanila, so they can't play that bonus round anymore. Instead, it's on the hands of Xerxia na meron ng mga Bulldogs and Spectres na baliktad bigla at nabaliktad agad-agad for ONIC yung kanilang positioning dito sa ating game. But there is someone in the corner. They spotted out. That is NC Slasher out. And may kasama ring Dinks para kay Monyet. Monyet is not getting any kills at all any longer. It is just Elmemore and NC Slasher making plays here. Pero wala na rin si NC Slasher. This is just surfing onto the site and trying to find yet another kill. He gets the triple on this round, and the fourth is in. 8-7 na ang score. Xerxia takes the lead. At makikita mo talaga yung ano nila eh. Oozing with confidence whenever they take sides and whenever they do retakes. If they decide, it's a decision done.
Yes, si Surf palong-palo na. Clearer nothing to hide. Surf. And this is really good. If Xerxia will be able to continue it to be like this. And lalo na ngayon, na kapag nanalo pa sila sa round na to, then most probably they'll be able to get the double-digit scoreline against ONIC already, and that's a huge advantage na hinihintay natin mula sa kanila. But on the other side, prepared na ngayon ang ONIC gamit ang kanilang mga baril, pero may iba sa kanila kulang talaga sa utilities. So baka advantage pa to ng Xerxia kahit papano.
Na-shotdown agad yung Rico na yan. Wala silang info na nakita, pero si Surf, ulo ang nakita niya. The second head, not gonna connect. That is Severin doing some damage for the team, but the rest comes in. Ito na nga, 25 HP. Isang bala ka lang, kahit Spectre pa yan. Crows, this is their bonus round, if you can remember, for the side of Xerxia. And it seems to be going really, really well. Lalo na dun sa mga opening kills ni Surf. He still has the Blade Storm. And this is the players of Xerxia playing the post-plant situation already kahit wala pang napaplant na spike. Naka-ready na sila sa positioning nila eh. Hindi pa napaplant pero nandun na sila sa post-plant position. Sa sobrang open ng site.
Sobrang naka-pick off kagad si Surf doon. Importante. Kita mo, gamit lang Blade Storm pero nag-switch na din siya kagad. Oh, but there's the counter wall. Will it actually work against the side of ONIC? But no, Lemmy Moore got the top. Siya na lang mag-isa. Going up against Venus. Spray light through lang siya kagad. May kasama pa ngayon na pagpatay ni Foxes na naman once again. And Xerxia finally winning this. And is this the sign? Isa na lang. Double digit na, and wala din na naman pera mo di ang mga taga-ONIC there. Sobrang sakit nito kapag Xerxia pa ang nanalo, and malaki na yung pressure na nakabestod sa gustong gawin ng ONIC against them. All of the openings are really perfect. Surf is actually top fragging right now with an 18-12. But on the other side, si Monyet nga, we're waiting for it to actually pop off, pero wala talaga there at all eh.
I mean, even Shiro is having a hard time punishing players here, but at the same time, parang bonus ngayon to. Nabaliktad talaga. Parang bonus ngayon ng Xerxia ang nangyayari. They still have those guns at yung nag-upgrade lang, obviously, is yung mga namatay from the previous round itself. And of course, with Surf, he has the Vandal already as well. Binitawan niya na yung Marshall niya kanina. It's time for an upgrade. And as ONIC is still trying to pounce on the enemies and trying to figure out kung paano ba nila mapipigilan ang Xerxia when it comes to those stakes. Mahirap, obviously, because of the situation when it comes to eco, but it's doable. We've seen it time and time again, the thrifty rounds, and they have the shotgun in the hands of Monyet, a shorty. So, kung merong mang dumaan sa kanya, can be quite possible. He has the knives. I think up and online yung knives niya ngayon at gamit-gamit niya. And he's controlling mid as of the moment. Lemon Moore, isa na nga sa unang mga namatay. And then si Slasher, he has to come back. But the rotations now for ONIC are coming by. And nakikita mo naman, umiikot na rin dito sina Severin as well. Sabay-sabay silang papasok. But is it gonna be enough firepower? This is depending on Monyet. If he gets a kill, then he is gonna get an advantage for the team, but he was also punished at the same time. 1-to-1 trade para sa kanya. ONIC right now in a position na kailangan nilang hanapin yung mga players dito at kailangan nilang i-push. They don't have a choice. Foxy and Cruz as a finishing up or a cleanup crew.
Naka po, nagwawalis na mga miyembro na Xerxia. Pakilinis nga rin yung kwarto ko.
Kasama na rin yung akin. Mukhang 2-0 sweep ata ang mangyayari dito. I mean, when they come on site, it's obvious that they have the plan and they don't care about the other players. As long as they get the kill, pasok lang, gawin mo yung trabaho mo, yung ibang teammates na yung bahala.
Taylor, alam ko na ibig sabihin lang yan. Mamaya din kasing SP, matu 2-0 nila yung velocity. Kaya 2-0 din yung Xerxia ngayon.
Totoo, 2 zeros. Ito ang araw ng 2 zeros. Sana on the side of SBE mamaya. Pero napa-timeout na ang ONIC. They really have to plan this out. Si Lememore, papabili na lang siya dito ng judge. Sabi niya, hindi gumagana eh. Mabilis pumasok eh. Shotgunning ko na lang. Secure mode muna ako dito.
Bog.
Masyadong mabilis.
Ang mangyari sa kanila, bog. Alam mo,
laking investment operator.
Oo.
That works.
Kapag ito hindi na RO, ay naku po tayo dito. Match point talaga ang Xerxia. At nakikita na nga natin yun. Nga pala. So may Tagalog yung... may English na din pala na broadcast sa Facebook. Nice one.
Talaga ba?
Oo, mas marami nga doon kaya sa Tagalog eh. Okay lang.
Sa Facebook?
Kahit saan. Oo. Valorant,
Valorant Esports 3.
Philippines.
Valorant Esports Philippines. Silipin nyo guys kung gusto nyo manood on Facebook rin as well for the English broadcast. Nasa Valorant Esports Philippines yan. On Twitch is also available para sa Tagalog broadcast and English as well. So, anyway, back to the game. This is an immediate Viper's Pit being set up upon the side of ONIC. At kaya pala naka-shotgun si Kuya Lememore. Mag-aantay lang siya dito kung may dadaan. He hears gunshots already. The pre-fires are coming in. But the players, will they come in? Ipit na dito si Lememore kung tutuusin. Ang dami na swarming the players in. At paikot-ikot na sila dito. I think they're deciding for the side of Xerxia to make a full rotation on B. They're just trying to see kung mapipitas nila yung Viper na yan. If not, they're just gonna control another part of the map.
30 seconds left.
Really. Complicated. So, sa Xerxia, ang tagal. Okay, alam na rin kaagad. 21 seconds. Hello, anong gagawin nila dito? Magpupush sila sa mid. Pero will it actually work? May wall pa? Okay, fine. Let's do that. Alam na rin kung nasaan sila ngayon, ha? Oh, who is gonna do the plant? Okay. Oh, wow! Okay, interesting. This is isa sa mga strategies nila, maybe. Kapag ganito ang problema with that Viper's Pit. At note, guys, take note nyo to. Okay to Ngayon ko na lang ulit nakita to. Although nakita ko na to, ngayon ko na lang ulit nakita dito sa APAC muli. And this is a good strat. Iniwasan nila si Monyet with that operator. Alam nilang palong-palo. And finally, here is Surf. He gets 2. It's gonna be 2v2. Pero Monyet pumalo. Siya na lang mag-isa. Okay. Si Foxes, pag kinat si Foxes, mamahalin ko na siya kaso hindi niya ako mahal.
Inantay mo talaga mamatay bago mo sabihin no? Magaling ka din Ray Sumasayko ka din Para kang nag-retake tapos 13-0 no?
Para nag-Viper's Pit
Parang nag-Viper's Pit tapos naka-judge tapos 5 kills. Nice retake coming in from ONIC. The shot dart connected but of course the swing from Shiro protecting the teammate. Kung hindi nakuha ni Shiro yon instead of Foxy getting it, it's gonna be a really tough time for the last remaining player, which is si Monyet, to defuse the spike. Pagkakaroon pa ng 1v1. Kaya naman magandang pangitain for the side of ONIC right now yung retake na ginawa nila. And setting up is, of course, the Chamber being hyper-aggressive. He has the tour de force anyway that he can use. And nakaset up din yung mga players dito ng Xerxia for flanks kung sakasakali man. But they're just playing default right now. They're quite aware na baka pag swing nila dito, merong nag-aabang na operator. They know that Monyet has the op. They know that Severin, meron din siyang ultimate na pwedeng gamitin. So, it just really depends. But that's such a good jump peak para lang talaga mawala sa positioning yung mga operator players. Hindi sila nagda-dry peek yung mga typical na nakikita mo, Ray, na shoulder peek lang. Tapos babarilin sila sa kanila malalaman. It's different when it comes to Xerxia.
I gotta agree with you on that part. It's very different But, oof! Okay. They just need to delay a lot of time sa side ng ONIC just to be able to grasp this. Pero speaking of, ang ganda ng pagkagamit ng ult! Oh my God! Ay! Ano nangyari? Bakit yung binigyan si Severin na gano'n?
May gap yung wall.
Ay, nako. Dahil sa trap, kaya nagkaroon ng gap.
In-expect naman ni ano eh. In-expect naman actually ni Cross. Ang problema nga lang, di siya nanalo sa engagement. Na one-hit delete siya dun eh. Pero one-hit delete ang nangyari kay Monyet with a headshot coming in from Scary right here. Getting another kill in a 2-1 trade. Isa na lang ang natitira. And that is NC Slasher that needs to retake right now. Meron pa siyang rest na pwedeng magamit but I don't think he's gonna use it at all. There's no more time left. He's gonna save the operator instead. He even used up the wall just to make sure na walang hahabol sa kanya. But this round is gonna go definitely inside of Xerxia. 11-8 score. Isa na lang kailangan nila for match point and 2 more rounds to actually win the game in a 2-0.
At Severin. Okay na sana. Alam mo, Tera, yung may kanya-kanyang perks yung wall na to. Nakabawas siya ng dalawa. Pero buti na lang si Scary, nakabawas din siya ng dalawa. Kaya ginamit na lang niya para makapag-pull off ng snake bite para di makapag-retake si NC Slashers. So sige, bigyan natin ng benefit of the doubt yung Xerxia doon. Kunwari di namin nakita yan. Okay lang. Kasi Foxes eh. So ngayon, 11-8 na by sa Xerxia. No? Para ng 2-0. Ginagawa namin to para sa SBE. Yes, BE!
Kahit wala pa sila dito. Kasi sila yung susunod na maglalaro, guys. So, abangan nyo yan. SBE is the next matchup. Our only remaining Filipino team here in the lower bracket still fighting for their lives. Isang matinding boost ang pinapakita dito ng ONIC. And they have a good positioning. Hindi nila ina-expect na naka-boost dito si NT Slasher. Parang sarap gamitin sa rank game yan, ah. Akala mo walang tao, magugulat ka na lang, nandun na.
Here. At, ayan. Kompleto pang ONIC and friends. Pero pag nabawasan tong dalawa, hello match point talaga. Ay, shucks, alam na din nila. Delayed na yung Xerxia ngayon. May gagawin pa ba sila? Okay, Cross on the other side. He gets NC Slasher, so pwede pa. Pinabag pa ata to. Pero Monyet nandyan, nakarotate na. Talo Xerxia dito, may hit talaga sila against ONIC.
Enemy remaining.
And it's just gonna be Sushi Boys taking down one. Okay, let's count them. Ready din ang kanyang lockdown. Pero most likely, di niya nagagamit ito. No way na mag-isa na lang kagad siya. And alam na nga kagad niya. Binabuy time na lang ngayon. 14 seconds and a dream. Pero...
10 seconds left.
So, yeah. Naka-crouch. Lugi ka talaga sa naka-crouch. Just kailangan hanapin mo sila. And yeah.
Maabang na eh. Bumubuelo na para kuhanin yung shot eh. But this is ONIC taking back those rounds that they actually need. Essential rounds knowing na double digit na nga ang score dito ng Xerxia. And obviously for Monyet, he connects the shots right now. Not really popping off like last time na Monyet and friends yung nakikita natin. But definitely it made other teammates step up. That is Elmemore and NC Slasher leading the way for the team a while ago. And this time around na nakabawi na si Monyet, at least makakabuelo siya dito. But the shot didn't connect for Monyet right now. This is gonna be a push. Probably for Xerxia, another chance. At dito na naman sila nahuli sa same spot kung saan nakapatay yung Sage kanina. They have to be really careful when it comes to that. And the Viper's Pit is up and online yet again para sa Xerxia. Another Viper's Pit being used here is just Scary na nakakakuha siya ng mga kills dito. And Scary using that Viper's Pit will allow players of Xerxia to have that advantage. The peak mula kay Monyet, on the other hand, hindi pa rin nila napapatay. Sushi Boys na lang ata ang pag-asa dito, and Scary still with the Viper's Pit. It's still a big help for the team right now. They have to find and figure out kung nasan nga ba yung natitirang member dito, which is, of course, Scary, but he's still up and above. My God, my guy, he's trying to get the final kill. He doesn't get it. Na-stress siya doon. Sabi niya, anak ng ano, nandun na eh. Nasa harapan ko na. Naubusan pa ako ng bala. And it went to ONIC instead. he wasn't expecting. He thought mapapatay niya because it was the perfect opportunity actually. But he ran out of bullets.
Siguro kahit dinalilang man lang yan, no? Parang pumunta pa siya sa may D-long or D-main, no? Mas malayo. So, bakit tingnan natin?
Player standing.
Sayang, konting sekunda na lang eh. Ayan, after that. Ayan, akala niya may nagtatap pa. Okay. Akala niya may nagtatap pa. Okay. So,
Na-stress siya doon ng slight eh. Nung na-realize niya. Naubos yung bala ko, kaka-pre-fire, tol. Pasensya na, akin. Sorry, akin.
At yun yung unperks pag naka-vandal ka. Diba? Kapag yun phantom, siguro ibang mangyayari dun sa side na Xerxia. Diba? Ang hirap eh, no? Yung mga may bawa, ganun eh.
Tsaka hindi mo alam, namatay ka sa loob ng Viper's Pit. Yung field of vision mo napakalapit. So, hindi pa rin nila nakita actually kung nasan si Scary. Ang problema nga lang, he was using the Vandal. Obviously, the bullet trails can be seen. And he thought the spike was still tapped. And on the other hand, naubusan lang talaga rin siya ng bala doon. It's just bad timing.
Sabi dito, pag daw naging jowa ko si Paxes, ang mangyayari daw terror. Para daw ako nanalo ng loto. Lahat ng nanonood yan, bibigyan ko ng bundle pag naging jowa ko yan. Diba? Sobrang imposible, diba?
Lahat ng tao, lahat ng viewers ng PPGL may bundle.
Pag naging jowa ko yan.
Kaya ilakad nyo na si Ray para may bundle na tayong lahat.
Ay, naku po. Gwapo eh. Wala lang. Sasabi ko lang na gwapo. Porket gwapo, crush agad. Di ba pwede?
Sinabi mo na nga kanina, crush mo eh.
Oo nga.
Oh. So, sinong mali?
Sorry akin.
Oo. Na-realize mo din, di ba? Xerxia, mahirap mapako sa ganitong posisyon, lalo na kapag nawalan sila ng pera. Especially if ONIC takes this to an 11-11 scoreline. They would probably have a hard time buying. Walang pera yung iba eh. Yung iba naman, yung dalawang players may 1K plus, but it's not gonna be a full buy for respective teams. Anyway, moving forward, ito na naman ang ONIC trying to defend the site. They're waiting for the players of Xerxia to come in and hop in, but Scary was able to punish one player already. That is Lemimore, isa sa mga nakaka-frag talaga. Severin, one and done position for him. Surf takes him away with a 4v3 right now. Very low on HP na rin si Surf dito, but he's just playing post-plant. They're rotating all the way back to A main, and this is NC Slasher reviving Lemimore. Alam niya kung ano yung importanteng player dito. Alam niya kung sino ang kailangan niyang buhayin. But si Shiro, kala niya kalaban. Lahat ready siyang patayin, pati kalaban. But this is also Sushi Boys getting that double kill. Seven more bullets to make the play happen. But Scary with the lineup. Oh my God, it hurts. Sabi niya dito, this is just one bullet away from actually killing Lemimore. But with the poison off, it's not enough time to defuse the spike. It finally works out in the hands and in the favor of Xerxia as they take this match away. Lemimore, nag-push pa siya doon ng saglit pero wala na rin siyang nakita. They know the timing now. Natuto na. Si kuya mo Scary. Pino si Shiro, binaril niya pati kakampi niya eh. Nakarami yata ng kape to. Pag hyper-focus ka kasi talaga, mga ganyang klase, lahat na makita mong gumagalaw, papatayin mo eh.
At least, nasa focus siya. Focus sa goal. Goal. Sa goal. Xerxia, isa na lang!
Enemy kill.
Oh!
Nice shot from Monyet.
Monyet, pumapalo pa. Terror. Grabe ka naman, Monyet. Tanggapin mo na. Okay lang yan. Magaling ka naman maglaro eh. Pwede na yan. Lakas din rank demon din yan si Monyet eh. Ang lakas na sa rank, lakas pa maglaro dito eh. Kakaiba. At ngayon, nabawasan pa tong Xerxia. May lockdown sila at may rest na. May rest naman pala. Okay. Not bad. Pwede pa.
Kaya hindi sila worried eh. Kasi they're still playing for default here. Anyway, may smoke silang pwedeng gamitin para makatawid. and completely free. No one is watching whoever is staying on site. They're just staying on site here. Walang pumupush for alert. And with the attacker Killjoy, set in place na ang kanyang ultimate. Ito na rin yung Hunter's Fury ni Shiro para basagin yan. It is over and done with the lockdown, but this is Lemimore getting the shot in. Surf with a double kill for himself. 2-2 trade para sa parehas na team, but Suchi Boys was able to take one-man advantage para sa kanila, but with that HP para kay Foxy, make it even a 2v2 kung sakasakali man. Nag-connect yung shock dart na yan, but this is the turret not detecting anyone at all, but it was shot down with the operator. Baka sakaling alam nila kung nasa si LC Slasher because of that gunshot. And this is done and over with. This is the side of Xerxia winning at 2-0. Buhay pa rin sila despite going on the lower bracket. They're still gonna move forward here in Asia Pacific. Pasok pa rin para sa knockout stage natin dito ang Xerxia.
At ngayon, makikita na natin, Terror, ang meron between the two teams na. First match, 2-0. Ngayong series na to, 2-0 ulit.
Yung susunod na series natin,
2-0.
SBE, 2-0. Yan ang gusto nating makita mamaya lang. But this was actually such a good game coming in here para sa ating second series. Kumbaga, rematch to. Revenge match sana ng ONIC. But all throughout the first and second map, Xerxia was just an unstoppable force. Surf, everyone was just doing their job here para sa side ng Xerxia. Everyone was working. And talagang, kumbaga, they work as a unit, as a team. On side of ONIC, it was Elmemore stepping up for the team itself. And Monyet, not that amazing player when it comes to this specific map. And even on map number 1 a while ago, he was having a hard time connecting his shots. And the positions na nakukuha niya, lagi siya rin nahuhuli ng Xerxia. So, it was obvious that Xerxia is the stronger team here and they deserve the spot.
I think the best key talaga that Xerxia had in here is that weakness ng ONIC. One of their kryptonite talaga is, aside from syempre the strats, I think Monyet talaga won't be able to do anything. Kailan na lang siya pumalo nung last few rounds na lang na ang Xerxia ay ang ONIC na nakakahabol, pero it was really draining for them and very fatal. And when you take a look at it, ang smart actually na ginawa ng Xerxia sa last round. Habang pinag-uusapan natin yung game highlights, ginamit yung lockdown as a leeway, syempre, di ba? Pero habang nangyayari yung Hunter's Fury, pumasok na din sila. Let's be confident to actually grasp them down. But it was a good start for both of the teams. A 6-all sa pinakaunang half. Pero nagkaroon na nga ng changes. I think sa side ng Xerxia, it was already a good half yung 6-all na yon. Kasi alam nila na mananalo sila sa attacking side nila. So, I think mas naging crucial pa yon sa ONIC na hindi sila nakapag-follow at all sa kanilang attacking side. So, that's the thing that we kind of saw it here. But I think we gotta give it to Scary on those crucial rounds. He was able to win it against ONIC din talaga.
Yeah, there was just one time na nainis din siya sa na-realize niya, no, na sayang yung isang round na yon. But at that point, they have rounds to lose anyway. And obviously, for the side of Xerxia, they were in a double-digit lead. Unti na lang yung kailangan nilang rounds doon. And they look pretty confident in taking sides anyway. They have that gun advantage. And yung yung ekonomiya, hindi pabor for the side of ONIC. And with this, Xerxia just takes it in a clean 2-0. Makikita nyo naman when how they played. Sayang lang no, hindi natin sila nakalaban yung Bleed Esports. Might be a different story. But this revenge match for ONIC, it's not gonna happen. It's still Xerxia taking it away as a team.
Congratulations sa Xerxia. They're still gonna be moving, of course, dito sa knockout stage natin this coming Thursday rather. And ito pa, Taylor, bonus na din to actually dahil teams ang manggagaling pa rin, kumpletong-kumpleto na
Wow.
papasok sa knockout stages. Pero alam nyo kung ano mas importante? Ang puso para sa SBE dahil may kita na nga natin ang ultimate last series for this week. But we're gonna be going on a short break here at pupunta muna sa panel bago natin i-introduce ang SBE sa unbiased casting ng The Mods. Once again, we are your shoutcasters. I am Ray, and of course, join me here, stay here, guys. So see you sa pinakahuling matchup.
Made it's time that you face it, so tell me why you still testing my patience. Test me. Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. Some other.
It's the same result, all things considered, for Xerxia going up against ONIC G, but that was a 2-0 victory for Xerxia Esports, and they have locked in their slot into the knockout stages, knocking out one of Indonesia's best teams. Welcome back to the panel. I'm Nomad with Black and Blue and Raf. Now, Raf, what exactly happened there for ONIC G? Where did they lack in that?
Yeah, sorry, I had to fix my hair real quick. You know, the priorities, I have to keep it as smooth and silky as possible. But yeah, ONIC, man, I'm looking at them. I feel like this really started with Bind, right? Let's break this down round by round as we look at the highlights. speaking of the rounds, round 8 on Bind was somewhat a little uncharacteristic of ONIC. I'm not sure if they're going to show it in the highlights here, right? But they commit to the Viper's Pit despite the eco. Again, it was probably to compensate the lack of firepower, but that being said, to seal a hookah is really difficult. It also reduced Severin to a sitting duck. Now again, that was the first round that really made me raise my eyebrows. Then you move on to round 12 where Xerxia threatened both A and B by holding on to the Octagon control. Once again, their dueling power made it so difficult for ONIC to challenge without committing so much utility. A little bit of hesitation on the side of ONIC too. So I'm not entirely sure what's going on with them. They could be overthinking the matchup. They could be maybe over-respecting their opponent. Either way, Icebox was way closer.
Definitely was, and you know, as you kind of touched on, it did seem like there were moments where their ultimates were more used as a band-aid solution as opposed to a pre-planned, I guess, exposition of what they wanted to do. And so there were moments here too where, especially on retakes, especially in post-planned holds, where they would try and go for basically trying to catch the opposing side off guard, but the timings, they didn't really work for them in that case. They had some really good post-time moments though on the Xerxia side when we look at things, especially with their opening half. And that was really a tale of where they just cemented themselves on the defensive side and just closed it out on the attack. ONIC, they had some good moments here on their defensive side as well. They really did like kind of peeking in first and then pulling back as soon as they make that contact, as soon as they find the pick. And to be fair, like players like D-Love, he had some good moments where he was able to pick and choose his spots and when he would push back and a good discipline to pull back. But I guess it was just too little too late. And Xerxia, when we thought that maybe, you know, this is going to be a match that ONIC are going to try and throw back at them, they just close this book, this chapter for ONIC 2-0 real quick and easy.
I mean, it is such a heartbreak to see ONIC bow out so early. We honestly expected them to make it out of the groups, and again, it's just how the dominoes have fallen, how the butterfly effect has changed the landscape of everything. And this is not a knock on Xerxia, because Xerxia, by all means, they are as powerful as they are. It was that raw dueling power that edged them over, or rather put them over the edge, put them over the hill against ONIC. We did see a little bit more of that riled up, more aggressive style of ONIC that we don't get to see often. But if you want to try to butt heads with Xerxia, doesn't really end too well for you.
Yeah, sometimes you don't want to fight fire with fire, and that was basically the story of the game. Xerxia Esports, they lock in their slot in the knockouts, and ONIC G unfortunately have to bid farewell in their run here in the Asia Pacific Challengers. Now moving forward into the next series that we have for today, it's the first time these two are facing off against each other, but this isn't the last time that their region has been on the cusp of elimination. We've got South Built Esports and the Velocity Gaming going up in the final best of 3 for the entirety of the group stages here in the Asia Pacific Challengers, and we kind of want to dive into the game as soon as possible. Without further ado, let's introduce the first team to join into the fray. From the Philippines, we got South Built Esports. Six-man strong, this Philippine roster wants to dive back into oblivion here, so to speak, or may we just go to Skyrim? I don't know, depending on how the heights will be for Aziz, Flippy, Ja, Papi Chulo, and Pro will be in this game.
Truly the Elder Scrolls and the Elder Team, if that's what you're trying to say. Now, South Built, very fabled, very decorated. Although they did look a little rocky in their previous outing, they hope to rectify those mistakes now. Again, just to touch up on that, they have excellent stats all around, but I just have to constantly reinforce this. Out of tough love for the team, you never know what you get out of them. It's almost like a coin flip every time we see them in such a deep run. But that being said, it's probably for the drama, it's probably for the pro tag buff. We know that they're one of the slowest teams when it comes to the pace and the approach of the match. That can be a little bit extra room for their opponent to adjust, but South Built, they have a lot to prove today, once again facing off another great last hope.
And that slower paced style, that kind of CIS style that we've grown accustomed to, is something that does also leave very little room for error, very little margins for those type of mistakes, and we've been seeing them get punched over and over. But if we're going to take anything from their local qualifiers and so far how they've gone, it seems like this team is looking for this almost Cinderella lower bracket run. It's almost like this team kind of plays to the level of competition, especially when they feel like they're supposed to be the favorite of the matchup, but they can get caught off guard, and this might be the matchup for them to, or rather, the matchup that will kind of surprise them.
And speaking of surprises, this region is constantly putting up all the surprises here. For the most part, for their run here in the group stages, Velocity Gaming 1-2-0. Now they're in the lower bracket after losing 2-0 to Full Sense, and they want to bring South Asia in the map in the Asia Pacific Challengers. And without further ado, here's Velocity Gaming. Yeah, fresh from a 2-0 loss from Full Sense, wants to get the full sense of how the South Built Esports squad plays in this fight, in the potentially final fight that they have here in the series. We got Amaterasu, Deathmaker, Health, Right to Ace, and Vibor on the field.
I see you got the proper pronunciation of Amaterasu over there. But
Yes,
what else is proper about this team is that I think they do have what it takes to really take down South Built, not just because of their play, but them inherently, how they play. Their composition, what they bring to the desk, I think is something that really is one of the type of compositions that, especially most of the maps that they're going to be playing, the type of maps and the type of composition that South Built typically do struggle in. It almost seems like that although, South Asia as a whole typically struggles against SEA teams, Velocity, they're the team that has surprised us, and they're the team that I think, like, composition-wise, and I said playstyle-wise, does match up well against South Built. And if I'm going to say, like, compared to any other team, maybe like the Naos or Action that came from the Philippines into this qualifier, I think even though South Built might be a better team than those, they also are a more difficult matchup for South Built Velocity as compared to it might have been for Naos and the Action side. So they definitely do have a good chance here to really throw this game for a loop.
Yeah, again, we always emphasize the importance of stylistic matchups because it truly does dictate how a game can look. It's just kind of like using a sword to cut a carrot. It's not going to be the cleanest cut. But again, enough of all the chit-chat. I am just so excited to get this show going.
I mean, you can talk about the sword all you want, but we got to look at the scabbards here that keep the swords in place and enable the guys to get in. We're having a look at the two initiators here for Velocity Gaming and South Built Esports. We got Right to Ace and Flippy. Definitely made a lot of impact, setting up a lot of takes, as well as getting those mid-round calls coming for the team to adjust accordingly.
I love his name. It's Right to Ace. It's like, yeah, this is my birthright for me to just sweep and stomp the opposing side. But knowing that, every time we kind of have these head-to-heads, I look at the stats, and it's almost always South Built who have the lesser stats, even if they get the end result done. I think that might just speak to their playstyle as a bit, not as when you look at their scoreboard, it's typically always evenly spread out. But in Velocity's gaming side, it is kind of like that, but there is a lot more, I guess, individual playmaking ability that does come to the fold. And while they do play as a team, every now and then, every single one of their players are going to have that pop-off moment. So that's really kind of what Velocity brings to the table.
I was about to say, or rather make the comparison. It's like the sledgehammer and the scalpel. But we talked about those glaring issues that South Built have. So they have been surgical. They can be surgical. It's just sometimes kind of have a little bit of a mess on the operating table. But once again, not to discredit an oof. Indeed, an oof size large. But not to discredit any of those players. We've seen Right to Ace. We've seen his abilities not just as a support, not just as a third in, but as a fragger. He is as stable as he can be. You can say the same things about Flippy, but one thing that I have to note about Flippy is that stability is even much higher than, you know, even the average pro initiator.
I mean, going into this matchup, I guess it's proper to ask here, how's the heat for these guys? I mean, we all know summer's already right here, full blast in the Philippines and all across Southeast Asia as well. They kind of need to be on fire right now, and knowing South Built Esports, they love the lower bracket run, black and blue. Do you think that South Built Esports will take it all the way into the knockouts, or will Velocity Gaming be that hotter going into this matchup?
Oh, it's going to be really tough. This is going to be a very difficult matchup, I think, for South Built. I do think, at least on paper, while they might have the higher power level, higher almost ranking even for most people, this matchup does kind of favor Velocity based on the maps that they are good at, the maps that they do play, and the compositions they bring into those individual maps. And so South Built, I'm assuming you're going to ban Fracture. They haven't banned anything else this entire stage, and so Fracture it is. Velocity, this could go either way, actually. We have been seeing them ban Bind quite often. It is one of their lowest kind of pick rate, or rather win rate maps, but there could be a case to be made for banning some of the better maps of SB as well. They could go maybe for an Ascent ban or even Split.
I was thinking of how South Built wants to approach this. Like they would honestly look at the maps that they can take at a snail's pace, and that's not to put any knocks on them, because they really succeed with that incredibly measured approach. And Velocity, they understand this. They remove Split. Split has been one of the most comfortable maps for South Built. We've seen it in the eye test, we've seen it in the numbers, but we're not gonna see it in this matchup specifically. Now, we do have that opener for South Built. I'm honestly hoping they don't show that notoriety with the map 1 sickness. A lot of you South Built fans will know what I'm talking about.
Ascent is what they go for. Something I wouldn't have expected, knowing that, you know, they do kind of struggle nowadays on Ascent. With them picking that KO, it seems like Velocity are going to be starting on the defensive side, and Split to be banned here by Velocity is a really smart move. I'd wager that was one of the maps that South Built were hoping to play against them, if not Bind, because of Bind's lower, you know, win rate against Velocity. And Velocity, their pick here, I'm going to assume it's going to be Breeze, just based on how well statistically they have done on that map in the past 3 months. And South Built have kind of been 50-50 on Breeze as well. So that's going to be my opening assumption here, what they're going to be choosing.
I want to isolate this, not just within our 3 months, but I want to lower it to our group stages, really, into our play-ins. Haven, we've once again seen up and down performances from South Built, both from the local qualifier and in our APAC Challengers. But now it does look like Velocity, they come from the confidence that they almost steamrolled Full Sense on this map. They are absolutely feeling it with this, and I think in their minds they're gonna make an absolute killing, but we still have the rest of the veto to decide where the end-all be-all will be.
Well, the following ban here, Breeze, that's I think a really smart ban coming from them. Velocity have had a 90% win rate on this map since the start of the year, and that's something that you definitely cannot scoff at, especially when you're kind of 50-50. But more importantly, they do shut down the operator play, which normally they're pretty good at kind of finding out where that operator is and dealing with it. But they know they have to respect the opponent at hand, and when you got like Deathmaker on that operator, he can be very deadly, as his name might suggest, as advertised. Following map here, Icebox to be banned as I kind of expected, which means we shall be bound to Bind if we ever go to map 3.
Soulbound, map bound to Bind. I don't think we've seen too many map 3s today, and really not in recent history. It's been honestly a mixed bag, but we are gonna get into our predictions very soon. But I just would like to point out that Bind can be an incredibly suffocating map, and especially with this new double controller meta, or not really new, but more a popularized meta.
Trend. It's a trend. Man.
That's the word. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate.
It's hip with the kiddies. Yeah, with the kiddos.
Hip with them kids.
Yeah.
Aren't we still Zoomers technically speaking? But you know what?
Maybe,
I don't want to harp on that.
Maybe only in
honorary.
Yeah, honorary. I'm not sure. I feel like we're kind of in between, but less about us, more about the game.
More about them. Yes.
Ascent, Haven, Bind. What a map pick here. None of the larger maps you'd come to expect that is normally played with these two teams, like Breeze and Icebox, coming to the fold.
Yeah. And it's all, I mean, you guys have been talking about the statistics for the past 3 months, and even just during the group stages, and I feel like it's still a toss-up here, and we've been saying that it's gonna go all to the third game all throughout the entire day. But you guys still think that that may just be the case here? Let's start with you, Raph. What do you think is gonna play out here?
Well, I've been disagreeing with absolutely everyone in the group stage or in our APAC Challengers, so I'm gonna disagree again. No, I don't think this is it's not supposed to be a toss-up. If I could take off my coat and show a jersey to show who the team I'm supporting is, I would, but I can't. But I firmly believe South Built should 2-0 them. I'm not saying anything bad about Velocity because I think they're a wonderful team, but South Built should. It should happen.
I do think they're going to go to a map 3 actually, because of the fact that it was Ascent. I was expecting, if anything, Split to be picked here, but obviously it was a really smart ban by Velocity to take that off of the board immediately. I was kind of expecting them to ban maybe Bind, but they let go to Bind. I do think map 2 and 3 do favor South Built when it comes to the play style and the game plan at hand, but looking at Ascent, when normally you would see them play a KO here in Velocity's side, that is something that typically would not favor the composition that South Built are normally known for in Ascent, which is a Sky. And when they do KO, they're just simply not as experienced with playing with a KO around them on Ascent as they are to the Sky. So I do think map number 1 will go to the way of Velocity, because Velocity starts strong and South Built do not. But then South Built will come back for 2 and 3 to take it 2-1.
Well, I will have to agree with Black and Blue there. We're going on to game 3 here. I don't care what you think, Raph. No, I'm kidding. It's a 3-game series. I feel like I mean, I have to, man. I'm your friend. Anyway, I feel like just seeing how Velocity was able to get that 9-3 lead against Full Sense that already speaks the part, but it was only just a factor of them not being able to close out with the lead that they have. And I feel like with that being said, they should be able to at least get a dominant map, onto the side of South Built Esports, but still South Built coming out on top. But that's us talking about the games. We have to witness it ourselves, and without further ado, let's head into the Fury Road that is this final best of 3 series between South Built Esports and Velocity Gaming.
Mga kababayan, boys and girls, it's time for the main event. It's gonna be South Built Esports versus Velocity Gaming. And alam naman natin kung sino ang mananalo na isusulat na sa cellphone detailer at saka na isusulat na rin sa Vilbia, mga kaibigan. It's gonna be 2-0. Ladies and gentlemen,
thank you for watching.
Matik na to. At syempre kasama ko si Tyrol at kami ang
The Mods. It's finally time for the matchup para sa huling match ng araw. Ang maglalaban at kalaban nila dito ay VLT. Naisulat na namin ni Vil. Actually, yung susunod na match natin ay formality na lang. Sabi sa panel, yung first game daw, parang hindi daw pabor yung mapa sa SBE.
Hindi! Kahit anong mangyari. Walang ganon.
Kahit anong mangyari, pabor sa atin lahat.
Oo, kahit pumunta tayo sa The Dust, ganun pa rin. Sa atin pa rin yun. Kahit sang mapa. Ay, naku, lumabas na si Bes, kamusta ka na? Long time no see, Kitang-kita mo. Kitang-kita mo naman ng damit ko, di ba? Nakabarong pa ako. Doon sa may-ari.
Pinagandaan mo no? Wala akong Filipiniana, pasensya ka na.
Men, tanda mo, doon sa hiniraman ko nito, RIP sa'yo.
Oo. Sabi ko nga nung isang araw, makeup na lang kulang bill Pwede na.
Tsaka yung bilog ng corona na bulaklak.
Pwede na.
Kaya maganda, papakain ako mamaya ng tinapay.
Tsaka
Cheesecake
kape.
Lemon square cheesecake.
3-in-1.
Tsaka 3-in-1. Sa labas nga may nagtutongits pero kaya
na. May nagbibingo na rin. Lahat-lahat na ng pwedeng
may nagmamajaw na nga rin
Alam nyo na guys, SBE versus VLT. Alam naman natin, ito na lang ang natitira at nag-iisang Pinoy team. At suportahan natin yan by sharing the stream. Kaya i-share nyo na yung live stream natin on Facebook. Dahil it's finally time. Live na rin daw yung English stream sa Facebook. Valorant Esports Philippines yung page.
Ah, talaga?
Oo. May English stream na din.
English yun?
Oo. Doon natin nalalaman yung mga regrowth. Oo, Valorant Esports Philippines ata.
Valorant yung sa nakita ko dito Valorant Esports 3. Yun yung English
Yun yung sa Twitch. Pero sa Facebook meron na rin kasi.
Oo, Valorant Esports Philippines. Yung English din doon.
Oo, English doon, man. English doon.
Natin sila. Sila naman nagkakaintindihan doon.
Dito, puro mga Pinoy ang mga nagkakaintindihan. Minsan may mga napapabisita rin dito May mga dalaw din. Buti na lang, merong C translation.
Yung tipong mga hindi natin maintindihan. Pero syempre, isa ka sabi, hindi ko naintindihan, Thai siya. Pero nung nakita ko yung C translation, sabi niya, hello? Hello?
Yun lang pala ang sabi niya. Kala ko kung ano-ano ang sinasabi. Hello lang pala. So, hello din sa kanya, no? Kahapon pa yun.
Tumigil
Grabe,
Pero
isipin mo, Vil, kompleto yung nakapasok yung Xerxia, kompleto lahat ng Thailand teams. Papuntang
yun
knockouts.
Wala napakalupit na FPS country rin talaga ang Thailand, mga kaibigan. Pero it's time for the game number 1 ng SBE versus VLT. Pero Death Maker, talagang natuldo ka na agad si Aziz dito, partner. Napakabilis. Pero okay lang yan. Mapa ng Pinoy to. Tandaan nyo yan.
Last time naglaro SBE dito, nakuha rin nila tong mapa na to Nung kayo yung nag-cast ni coach, ni analyst Black and Blue, nakuha ng SBE to. But of course, natag na nga nila si Aziz. Aside from that, bawas naman dito ng matindi rin si Deathmaker. Wala silang utility na pang heal. Maliban na for the side of SBE, they have that Sky that they can use. Pero 15 HP na nga lang dito agad. Nag-connect yung Shock Dart ni Right to Ace on 2 players. And Flippy, very low on HP as well. Kailangan nilang makapasok ng site dito. Pero buti na lang, wala nang nag-aabang on backside. So this is still gonna be a plan para sa Spike. Kaso ang daming utilities na pwedeng gamitin ng VLT and coming in. Deathmaker, 28 HP na lang pero umaariba pa rin habang tumatalon si Pro. Before and LFF, sila lang ang tumrabaho para matapos tong round na to. Partida.
Siyempre, yung mga tito natin, yung mga kasukasuhan yan, mga kaibigan, siyempre, hindi talaga muna yan gagalaw. Mamaya yan, this is the first time na naglaban ang VLT tsaka SBE. So, talagang ipapakita natin, kumbaga partner, ito yung ito yung getting to know each other stage. Dito talaga sila magkakaalaman kung sino ba talaga ang mas angat, sino ang mas sikat, mag-face off. Sila dito lang matindi dito sa asset, mga kaibigan. Tsaka syempre, alam naman talaga natin, mga action star talaga sa una lang talaga. Sa una, binububog yan, pero mamaya talagang babawi na pag mainit. Kasi parang diesel engine, man. Sa umpisa lang talaga ganito ang SBE. All the time, ganito lang sila.
Alam mo, itong dalawa, Velocity Gaming tsaka Southbuilt Esports, kung saan lang sila natalo, parehas, full sense. So, hirap talaga i-punish na itong full sense, pero dito muna tayo mag-focus. Focus muna tayo sa goal dahil nabawasan na naman ng isang SBE, that is assist. At habang tumatiming dito si Deathmaker on killing Ja, talagang ito yung meet and greet portion pa lang ng mga players natin. Nagbueluhan pa lang to kung paano ba maglaro ang dalawang players at dalawang teams dahil hindi pa sila nagkakatapat ever.
Hindi ba talaga sila nagkakatapat, mga kaibigan?
No previous encounter, sabi sa Valorant.G.
Oo, pakit. pakiramdaman portion lang talaga to. Okay lang na VLT ang nakakakuha ng panalo para lang syempre malaman nila kung ano bang feeling magkaroon ng puntos dito. Mamaya kasi tuloy-tuloy na yan ng SBE. Okay lang yan. Pero napakatindi naman talagang push ng ginawa dito ni VLT. Tas nakakuha pa nga dito ng shock dart do. Pero yun nga lang, eto na. Tingnan mo naman, di ba? Vandal kalaban ng Spectre, Sheriff, tsaka Marshall. Baka mana. Oo.
Yan ang sigaw dito ng SBE. Pero actually, ang ganda ng utility usage ng VLT dito. Last time na nakalaban nila yung full sense para silang nag 100% power tapos biglang naging 0. Na-comeback sila na na-comeback doon pero nakakuha sila ng magandang scores doon at least. But that just proves na kaya or may capability itong VLT. HellFF was able to take one away. That is Papi Chulo. Rendezvous lang para makapag-TP out at maka-reposition here on B side, and makikita mo movements from VLT. They're not hopping out, they're not being aggressive. Aside kay HellFF, nag-set lang naman siya ng mga traps dito. And sa pag-set ng traps na yan, nabigay niya yung impormasyon na may tao sa mid-market.
Yeah, pero at the end of the day, talagang lamang pa rin talagang SBE because of the firepower that they have. Pero yun nga, medyo mabagal ata yung push ng mga players natin ngayon dito sa SBE though. Hindi nila alam kung saan talaga pupunta dito ang VLT or wala pa sila talaga idea kung sabi yung mga eksaktong mga position nila dito. Medyo problema lang din talaga kasi meron nang nag-rotate from B to A. Pero yun nga lang, buti na talaga hindi natamaan sila SBE dito sa may A main. Pero ito na, papasok ko yung si Aziz mga kaibigan. Pero meron tao dun sa may taas. Pero the parado is settled already. Meron kasi Pro Aziz sa kapatid napansin si right to ace though, pero Flippy nakaisa pa rin. 4 versus 2. Health and Vibor na lang natitira dito. Alam natin walang magagawa yan, boy. Pero, Vibor nakachamba na naman ang dalawa mga kaibigan. Dito 2v2. Meron silang Vandal. My God, nalamang pa nga ang VLT. 11 seconds in. Aziz, getting that angle, getting that position. Alam, napakaganda ng position. Pero Diyos ko po, bakit ka nag-hesitate? Si Tito Bro, mga kaibigan, balot lang sa kalam. Pero health, sayang.
Actually, for the previous 3 rounds, laging si Aziz napapunish agad on the first 2. And on the third, talagang timing kung timing. Nauhuli sa timing itong SBE against VLT. So they have to figure out the right and correct timing in actually taking insights kung paano ba talaga maglaro, ano yung pacing ng VLT. Lagi silang nauhuli dito eh. Sipin mo, papasok na sana si Flippy, pero si Vibor nakalakad na. Ito yung mga pro plays na kumbaga iisipin mo na, i-imagine mo kung ano yung movements ng mga kalaban mo. Feeling ko yun yung naglalak ngayon sa SBE because of course, obviously with the smokes, with all the utilities na nagmumula para sa side ng VLT, hindi rin agad sila nakakabuelo, hindi sila agad nakakakuha or take into action kung ano man yung nangyayaring gameplay. Pero mukhang back to eco muna, back to basics para sa SBE. Pag binalik mo sa basic ang SBE, syempre dun umaaribo din yan. Ang lakas makapag-headshot na itong mga players na to. Just put them on the sheriff, they can get kills.
Actually, partner, back to the basics. Diyan malalakas sa mga ang mga old dogs, tandaan mo pa si VL. Pero si Detmaker, mga kaibigan, hindi man lang nakatama dun sa Aldro na nga
natawa na lang din siya eh. Sabi niya, hehe. Pakipatay naman, no?
Alright, let's go mga habibi, mga kaibigan. Pero nga na health! We're gonna take down Papi Chulo right now. Pero Aziz, tamang headshot sa ulo lang talaga. Pero nga na Aziz! Wala sabi na ulo, pero yung kapatid ko sa Aziz! Naka-wallbang pa nga! Diyos ko po, sheriff lang sa kalam, tandaan nyo yan! E nakakuha pa nga dito ng mga kills. And finally, lamang na ngayon dito ang SBE. Pero, paano ba sila makakapasok yung si Flippy Marcia operator, ladies and gentlemen? Pero, it's just the players na titiragan ng VLTs all around the place though. Right to ace onto the corner, pero not gonna be able to tag out anyone. Si Vibor, anong ginagawa mo dyan, boy? Pero meron tayo sa likod nyo. But Flippy, we're gonna get that kill instead. Pero Aziz versus Vibor, tapping the heads of Aziz. 1v2 operator onto Flippy. Amaterasu will not gonna be dead. Sayang.
Mama, alam nyo naman, SBE parang diesel engine yan. Katagalan, umiinit, pero dito sa following 4 rounds, hindi pa natin nakikita talaga. But slowly but surely, si Aziz nakakakuha na, nakakapitas na rin siya ng mga kills dito. Even with just a sheriff, na late siya ng swing onto health. Buti na lang hindi na sumilip or hindi nakakonect yung shots din as well because he's gonna just be punched down mula doon sa Vandal din na yun. At si Vibor, kala mo Pinoy, ang bilis din ng kamay eh.
Alam mo, mas mabilis ang Pinoy ng mas mabilis ang Pinoy ng mas mabilis ang daliri ng Pinoy partner. Pero pwede natin sabihin na talagang galit na galit yung mga players na to. Asan ba yung asan ba ang velocity ngayon? Nasa India pa sila?
I think hindi. Lumipad ata sila because I actually checked their Twitter and last tweet na I saw the boys were flying out to play for Asia Pacific. Dahil alam ko yung Mumbai server is actually not too good.
Ang ganda ng entry. Yeah, tama yung part. Sa Mumbai server kasi 90 plus yung ping mo pero nga lang Flippy. Huwag na flash out ang Amaterasu right now pero tamang double pick na talaga pero at least nakapatay si Flippy ng kahit isa. Pero pushing on a 3 versus 4 situation right now. Ja talagang binablock lahat ng entry points dito sa may B para syempre hindi talaga makapag-retake masyado ang VLT. Pero kung napapansin mo, wala nang tao dito sa B though. Papi Chulo and friends trying to push out these players. So Papi Chulo pushing and trying to be really aggressive. At least nakakuha siya ng isa dito. Meron siyang turret so pwede siya makabawi. Pero yung alam pro, nagmamatay na dito sa may lugs. Tignan natin kung mamamaba na. Tatadaanin ba niya sa edad? Ito mga players ng VLT ngayon. Turret is set. Health is not of trouble right now. Pero siya i-crossfire ni Pro at saka ni Killjoy. Pero yung alam, Papi Chulo may na-kill. Vibor, mag-isa ka na lang! And your champions!
Wala pa.
Sige no! Sorry.
4-1 is the score. Finally, nabawi ng SBE kahit isang round, kahit papaano, against VLT. This is a start of something new. Sabi nga ni Zac Efron, tsaka ni Vanessa Hudgens.
This is the start of something
Wala na akong boses.
Okay. Kasi guys, kagabi kasi magkasama kami nila Taylor. Yung mga VCT people, magkakasama kami nila Taylor. Kumanta kami,
nagkaraoke kami. Ayun, GG.
Tapos uminom kami ng tubig.
Syempre, healthy living tayo eh. Tsaka kumain kami ng maraming healthy. Tahong.
Grabe yung tahong nila.
Grabe yung banda no? Tahong.
Magigala Amaterasu binigyan lang ito. Z-Smart na pero yung mga players ngayon SB na sa loob na rin. Hindi nila alam kung saan sila sisilip kasi mag-isa lang sila sa loob. 2v2. Winnable for the side of SBE right now. Lockdown has been destroyed. Papi Chulo, alam niya na merong tao dun sa loob. Naririnig niya with the spider senses. Pro with the kill onto one right now. Jet trying to flag the place. Oh my god! Pro! Naku po! Pro!
Si Pro, di niya na napansin. Meron nang naglalurk pero at least nabigay yung information. Ibig sabihin, nandito lang to si Deathmaker. Kaso nga lang, walang choice dito si Papi Chulo kung hindi sumilip. Wala ring turret na pwedeng mag-gamit. Buti na lang, the angle was perfect para kay Papi Chulo. Buti bumalik dun sa pocket. Kung hindi bumalik yun, baka nakatingin sa kanya.
Time yun, man. And it's just the timing din talaga na nagagawa nila ng mga kaibigan. Pero kung napapansin nyo, minsan, kung napansin nyo, yung SBE, pag nananalo, hindi sila masaya. Alam mo kung bakit? Kasi dikit yung score.
True.
Pero pag hindi dikit yung score, masaya sila. Kasi at least talagang kitang-kita nila na talagang sobrang perfect na mga decision nila.
Maganda yung decision making. Kumbaga, lahat perfect execution. Yan ang gusto dito ng SBE, perfection. But on this map 1, it seems like nahahanap na nila yung footing nila kahit papaano. This is Aziz hopping on site, nakakita ng isa. The vulnerability from that pull on Ja was actually perfect dahil nahuli rin dito agad-agad yung isang player on site. But Papi Chulo napitas din. That is an indirect trade. Papasok na nga ata dito yung ibang players ng VLT. Nagpe-prepare na rin sila para sa post-plant nila. They are forced on an eco right now. That's why Ja is taking this opportunity to get the kills. The eco kills that we are looking at. But Deathmaker with the Blade Storm, nakapitas siya ng isa. Pero si Pro, sasagutin ata. Kaso nga lang, naunahan din siya with the knives. Deathmaker, this time around, he's showing off. Last time, hindi siya masyadong matindi maglaro.
Last time yun, pero yung babawi siya for sure. Pero Amaterasu with a kill onto that Sheriff though. Pero gusto po na thrifty pa nga ng side ng VLT. I mean, really solid na retake ang ginawa dito ng Velocity. Well, a partner, we can say that this is the best of the best, mga kaibigan. This is the best team of India versus the best team of the Philippines dito. So, I mean, they have all their stats din naman talaga na papunta dito eh. Pero yun nga lang, it's just the players of VLT is really popping off already. Kailan ba mag-iinit yung mga daliri ng SBE? Inaantay lang natin yan. And syempre, what is the next map, partner? Yung yung next map natin dito, first map Ascent, next map is Haven. So, there's a chance na baka mag-Astra ulit si Ja. Kasi nagje-jet lang naman si Ja sa Icebox.
Very interesting din to actually point out na itong map pick na Ascent, SBE picked this map, but it's actually one of the best maps also from the side of VLT. Na-mention din yan actually ni boss manager Lodi analyst natin na si Black and Blue on panel a while ago, na nung nakita niya yung map pick, nasabi niya na he thinks it's gonna go to game 3 dahil itong first map, it may be a strong suit for South Build, but it's also a strong suit para sa side ng VLT. And he thinks na mas mataas ang chance talaga pagdating dun sa susunod na dalawang following maps. Pero mas maganda kung makuha to ng SBE. At least isa na lang yung problemahin nila, di ba? Hindi yung ikaw yung maghahabol. Okay na yung ikaw yung hinahabol.
Oo, tama. Alam mo, mahirap naman talaga pag...
Nabulag lahat? Kasama po pamilya.
Lahat sila nagkahepa. Pero,
nanilaw yung mga muka.
Ang tanong, narinig ba nila yung shrouded step ni Vibor dyan papunta dun sa may wine? That's gonna be the question if ever. Pero nga lang, Amaterasu nagbabantay lang siya dito ng mga entry lang din. Pero kailangan nila silip. Oh my God, hindi nila sinilip! That's gonna be the biggest problem natin talaga dito sa mga players ng VLT, mga kaibigan. Pero kung napapansin mo talaga, na-delay na talaga yung ultimate dito ni Pro, mga kaibigan. At ngayon binubuhay nila ulit si Robo ka, pero Flippy we're gonna get the kill on to Deathmaker right now. Anong tripty? Lalabanan namin kayo kahit puro spectre lang din ang gamit namin ngayon. Basta Sheriff as well. Pero kung napapansin mo, 3v2, 2v2, 1v2, Pro! Dito Pro, mga kaibigan! Let's go, but health! What?
Na-timingan ni Health yung nasa A-main mismo. On the other hand, habang si Pro, pumapasok na rin yung ibang players dito na nasa site from the side of SBE. Nag-connect yung shock dart. They got a shock dart kill on that. Kaya naubos bigla. Yung 3v2 naging 1v2 biglaan. And SBE didn't expect that at all. Pro didn't expect that at all. Naguluhan din siya kung saan din muna siya titingin. On A-main or kung saan man o kung sa Heaven nga ba. And it was already a good timing when they hopped out here. Galing kay Ride to Ace. Tapos si Health, napatay din si Ja. So, na-sandwich lang dito si Pro.
Pero, ito lang yun. Sa mga players ng SB, mga kaibigan, at least meron na sila mga gamit dito. They have all the firepower that they need. Deathmaker will get a kill onto Aziz right now. Pero nga lang, si Papi Chulo, medyo delikado din siya kasi si Health nagbabantay lang. Pero at least siya nakapatid dito. 69 HP na ang natira sa kanya. Nice. Mapapa-nice one ka na talaga. Nice one, baby. Pero ito na yung Pechay ni Sky. Ladies and gentlemen, hahanapin talaga niya kung nasabay yung mga players dito ng VLT. Plus na lockdown na nilabas ngayon ni Papi Chulo. Para lang syempre mapapalabas lang din yung mga players dito ng VLT dito sa may BE. Pero Flippy, Amaterasu talaga hindi ka aalis, boy. Pero
my God.
Si Amaterasu pa rin talaga nakapatid. Pero nga lang, at sa Amaterasu talaga natutunaw with an anonymous grenade na meron si Papi Chulo. Pero nga lang, Pro at least nakakuha siya na isa dito. Pero Pro, hindi siya pwede makakakuha. Pero nga lang, from behind, one take down 2, 3v1, right to Ace. Baka mana, 6-3.
Baka manalo. Ang ganda na ng take ng SBE doon. And surprisingly, like Xerxia style, VLT was ready for the retake bago mo pa ma-plant yung spike. Just making sure na perfect timing sila, kumbaga kung sisilipin natin. But the opening kill mula kay Papi Chulo here on B main is one of the reasons kaya nakapasok din sila on site. Si Amaterasu, na timingan niya din yung smoke. Ang ganda ng pagkakaset, ang ganda ng information game on both sides of the teams. And Jazz position actually is a lot better than what his position is a while ago rin as well. So they see na nakaset ng stars dito on mid. They are well aware of all the utilities na ginagamit din ng SBE on this specific map. But on the other hand, for SBE, at least umu-okay yung kanilang ekonomiya. Pero para sa dalawang players, medyo masakit pa din.
Medyo masakit talaga party if ever ito ang mangyari sa atin. Kasi alam naman natin na kahit nanalo tayo, wala pa rin tayong enough money pa rin talaga. Look at Aziz, 0 credits na dito and Flippy as well. Pero at least naman, if ever manalo ang SBE dito, na konti lang ang casualties nila, pwede sila makabawi. Kasi ang VLT, meron pa rin silang pera para sa next round if ever. Oh my God! Kitang-kita si Flippy. Hindi nawangabol.
Hindi nawangabol. Pero alam nila yung information. So ibig sabihin may isa sa mid. Gumagapang na yung players dito ng SBE. Sanay na sanay sa gapangan. At Aziz again with the entry frag. But siya muna makakapatay dito. Clearing out A-main is a big step towards the future of SBE here in this specific map. It's now a 5v3 situation. Na-plant na rin nila yung spike as well. Kaya pa i-retake ng VLT to, pero syempre with SBE's positioning, lalo na ang laki ng hawak nila sa mapa. Aside from that, Papi Chulo is ready to cut off any rotations as well.
Pero itong side naman ng itong side ng VLT, wala na silang chance dito. Kailangan talaga nila mag-save. Yes, tama yan, partner. Kasi nga, kailangan nila ng pera next round. Kasi yung iba sa kanila walang pera, lalo na si Amaterasu. Ito si Health, bibilan niya yung isa. Tapos si Vibor, siya na yung bahala dun sa isa. So kailangan talaga nilang ipunin lahat ng meron sila. Kasi kailangan nila yan. Papi Chulo trying to be really aggressive right now. Pwede siya makakuha isa dito, which is si Health. Pero ito, Papi Chulo with a swing!
Nice
Papi Chulo with a kill! Getting the ulo of Health right now.
Good damage done para sa economy on the side of VLT. Kuha nila yung round na yun. Aside from that, napatay nga nila, na-punish nila yung economy na meron dito ang VLT kahit papaano. This is gonna be a broken buy, especially for Vibor na naka-Spectre lang. And for other players, it's gonna be half armors as well, just to buy those utilities that they need. They shut down this recon, but it's already too late. Naspatan na si Deathmaker na umaabante. But on the other hand, umaabante rin dito is Papi Chulo. He was detected by the drone, but punishing that drone early on can give back more to the team instead of having it later on para sa doon sa mga retakes na natin na makikita on the side of VLT. But this is also SBE. Ready din yung kanilang Cosmic Divide. Prepared din sila dito para ayusin yung pag-take nila ng site, no? Kaso nga lang nahuli si Flippy on that swing. And this is also the players of VLT right now positioning themselves. Pero si Aziz nakapasok na siya. Nakuha niya yung mid-control. Humahabol yung dalawang players on the mini-map. Makikita mo yung rotations dito ng VLT. Health was able to take one kill. This Sova will actually detect Aziz here on stairs. Pero okay lang yan dahil makukuha naman niya yung kill against Health. But right to Ace is just hiding inside the smoke right now. The gun of Papi Chulo just pops out like that. Insta-kill agad yan. But Aziz, it's up to him right now. It's not gonna happen. And VLT takes it away.
7-5. Na lang ang natitira. 7-5 ang pwedeng mangyari dito, mga kaibigan. Sana talagang mangyari dito sa side ng SBE kasi alam naman natin na ito na yung pinakahuli. Ang pinakahuling pride ng mga Pinoy. Pero actually nakita yung ginawa ni Papi Chulo. That's actually a mistake though. I mean, okay na nga kasi hindi siya nakikita. Then talagang natusok pa niya yung yung smoke. So lumabas yung nguso ng baril niya. So nakita pa siya. So I mean, that's actually an easy kill na ginawa dito ni
Hindi rin kasi nila ine-expect na may tao dun sa loob ng smoke. Ine-expect nila nasa backside pa. Kaso nga lang, expect the unexpected, diba? Sabi nga nila. But this is already the guiding light. It will detect one. It's Helef. Makakakuha pa siya ng kill with the 34s. Already taking up a little bit of damage from SBE.
Partner, alam mo sa totoo lang, gusto kong makita yung jet ni Ja, pero baka hindi mangyari. Because of the map, because of the map pick eh. Hindi mangyayari yun, medyo malabo eh. Kasi paano ba yung mamaya check natin yung yung sa mga mapa. Pero yun nga, I mean there's a lot of questions pa rin naman that need to be answered here in this game. Wala na silang flash. But they still have one initiator. They have that recon bolt, but they don't have any owl drone anymore. Pero Vibor, mga kaibigan, napakaganda na position. Oh my God, double pick pa to. Paranoia! onto these players. At kung napapansin mo, hindi pa rin lumalabas ang Deathmaker. Delikado to. Gets one. Trying to go with the second one right now. Plus 10 Bladestorm mga kaibigan. Pero he needs to get out. Delikado na to. Oh my God, Deathmaker with another one right now. But it's all up to Pro. And he's dead. Napakaganda ng pwesto ng Velocity doon. Andun si Deathmaker, andun si Vibor doon sa may wine. At sabi ni Vibor, sige pre, ako lang ang lalabas dito. Diyan ka lang, kalma ka lang, mamaya ka na lumabas.
Lahat ng kalaban din dito ng SBE nasa heaven lang eh. So there was no capability to actually smoke it off anymore. Dahil napitas nga rin nila si Ja. Ang napakaganda doon is actually the flash coming in from the KO. That gave opportunity para kay Deathmaker to make his play right there. And it was a successful one, definitely. And balikan ko yung sinabi mo, Vil, kanina, no, when it comes to the map haven, hindi rin natin makikita probably si Ja dahil mag-a-astra at mag-a-astra talaga siya.
Yeah, that's true. Mag-aasa talaga siya. Kasi nagje-jet lang naman si Ja sa icebox eh. Which is, apparently, yun ang huling binan ng Velocity. Kasi they know it already. Napag-usapan namin ni Coach noon na talagang sa mga malalaking mapa kasi, ang favorite ni Ja is off talaga. Off talaga with a jet. Tapos, pag malapitan, doon daw si Aziz na nagje-jet like this. Itong Ascent. So, it's actually really sad to see. And I mean, not sad to see, but sad to say. Now we're not gonna see Jajet. Ay nako.
Muntik nang gumanda eh, no?
Oo, muntik nang gumanda eh. Oo nga, Jajet eh.
Jajet.
Ay nako partner, what is happening dito sa SBE? Pero sana makabawi pa naman sila, no? I mean, this is not the end eh. This is the start of something new.
Oo, sabi nga ni na Zac Efron, di ba? So, anyway, with Ja, on an Astra, it's not too bad. Honestly, he pops off even on an Astra kasi ang kinagandahan naman, if ikaw yung controller, literal, you will have control over the map. Alam mo kung ano yung nangyayari sa bawat sides on A and on B because you've taken all the information coming in from the entire team. And once you know where everyone is, of course, that gives you an advantage. And once Ja, ano bang gagawin ng isang Ja? Wala lang naman yung utilities ng isang jet, but this is still Ja.
Yeah.
Hawak niya pa rin. Kapag may hawak pa rin niyang Vandal and if he knows how to play it out, especially with the information game, he can definitely pop off on this one. Nalilate lang. Diesel engine lang si Kuya Jamo ngayon.
Sobrang diesel engine talaga pero sino pa talaga ang unang makakakuha dito mga kaibigan? Pero that is the knife na meron dito nilabas si RoboCop. Pero wala naman siya nakuha dito kahit isa. Deathmaker mga kaibigan. Going in together with Amaterasu. Deathmaker with a push but hindi siya ma-flash. Oh no! Medyo mahirap to. Medyo masakit to nangyayari ngayon sa SB mga kaibigan. Help! Hindi man lang tumatama yung headhunter mo. Pero si Ja and Pro, nakakakuha pa nga Ja Pro. Pero Ja will kill again! My God! 8-5! And eto na ang pagbango ng api para dito sa SBE. Kasi in the end, sino man pumili nito? SBE ang pumili nito. So ngayon, babawiin na lahat ng inalis ng BLT sa kanila. Anong tawag dun sa ano?
Para ilabas ni Papi Chulo yung mga 6-man niya, yung third place niya.
Kumbaga, India versus Philippines. Roti versus Piyaya.
Oo nga, no?
Diba? Bilog yun, diba? Tapos bilog din
yung version natin
Piyaya,
eh,
diba?
no?
Oo. Ano pa ba? Basta yung parang mamon nila.
Hindi ko alam yun eh.
Ha?
Hindi ko alam.
Ako rin eh. Actually, men, gustong-gusto kong pumunta sa
India.
Sa India, promise.
Masarap
si May
mga
lang.
foods doon eh.
Oo, ang gusto kong matikman sa kanila is yung panipuri. Yung bilog siya, tapos kinakrack siya, binubutas siya, tapos sinasawsaw dun sa soup, tapos kakainin mo. Yun yung gusto kong kainin. Alam mo naman may twist yun kahit paano pero nga lang Deathmaker. Will kill on to Ja right pero si Flippy nakatatlo. Oh my God, Deathmaker! Wala ka nang magagawa, Balbon!
Di ko man nakita si Flippy na nakaharap on main.
Miski ako
Saan niya naubos yung lahat?
Ewan ko ba,
Bigla
magic?
na lang lumabas. Nag-magic. Biglang lumabas sa kill feed. Silipin natin itong replay. Deathmaker first got the kill. Flippy. There you have it. On short. They come in. At na-puncture actually using the Spectre. Nice. Nice, Flippy. Nice.
Napakalinis. napakalinis sa mga ginagawa ni Flippy ngayon. Kaya yun nga, tulad nga sinasabi ko kanina, alam naman natin yung mga, may twist kasi yung mga street foods na kaya gusto ko talaga matikman. Pero, kumbaga yung sa atin, kwek-kwek, ano ba yung sa kanila? Hindi ko alam hindi naman kasi ako taga-India Pero shoutout sa mga taga-India. Mahal ko kayo.
Dami mong fans doon
Oh, man.
May mga fans ka rin doon. Siyempre, international itong civil
What's up mga habibi?
What's up? Katropa natin dyan. Pero ito na, 8-6 ang score natin. Wrapping around the corner. Si Deathmaker, pasok na siya dito. Pero si Flippy nasa corner lang. Hindi niya pa alam. Actually, dapat naririnig niya na yun Pero masyado siyang busy on A main. Trying to puncture or trying to punish the players hopping in. This is VLT doing an entry already. And bonus round naman to para sa SBE. Papi Chulo, he still has a chance to make it... to make something happen, you know? If he gets a kill or two, that's already more than enough kung sakali mang hindi niya makakuha tong buong round na ito dahil medyo mahirap talaga in a 1v4 situation.
Papi Chulo, naiinitan na lang. Pati dito sa Valorant, nagpapaypay na rin.
na lang Init din dito
Oo, sakto lang. Nung kami, sakto lang.
Kahapon ang napakainit.
Mala total eclipse of the heart lang nangyari kahapon, partner.
Oh,
masaya.
Kahit nakabukas yung aircon mo, dun lang sa spot na tinatamaan ng aircon lumalamig.
Actually, totoo. Deathmaker na nga. Isa ba talaga wala second one pero kala amatera si Mirakel. Pero importante si Deathmaker namatay. Okay lang yun. Pero, totoo, partner. Kasi ako naka-aircon ako ngayon. Nakatapat sa akin yung aircon. Well, kanina pa ako
Kaya ramdam mo. Pero pag naglakad ka sa ibang parte ng kwarto mo, wala na.
Actually.
Init kasi.
Init
Summer
talaga.
na
Oo nga I mean, actually, hindi pa nga ito yung peak ng summer. Wala pa
Wala pa. May pa yan. May, April.
Oo, Diyos ko po.
Yung mapapalagay ka na ng yelo sa harapan ng electric fan.
Oo, ganun na mangyayari.
Ginagawa mo ba yun? Laking ano ka ata, aircon.
Hindi ginagawa.
Eki ng score natin. Nice. 9-6.
Yung ice yung nalalagay sa katawan ko mismo.
Nag-ano ice bath.
Ice bath. Oo nga, tama nga. Pero yung nga lang...
Mura pa kasi yung yelo dati nung bata tayo. Piso, dos lang.
Yung isang parang lalagyan na ice tubig.
Yung isang bloke. Aziz, nakapitas na nga ng isa. Mukhang gusto niya pa pumitas na isa. Help is actually waiting this a little angle or a little angle that he's looking at. Maybe he can spot another. But this drone will probably spot one. Hindi nga lang napatingin. Pero binaril. So, ibig sabihin, alam niya.
Nagkabarilan na nga yung mga players sa atin ngayon pero kahit anong mangyari lamang pa rin talaga ang SBE kasi lima pa sila. Si Papi Chulo, medyo delikado rin talaga if ever masilip to ni Deathmaker. Pero nga lang, Aziz, huwag kang gumalaw dyan. Diyan ka lang. Patience is the key, kapatid. Pero hindi ka matatamaan ng recon bolt, mga kaibigan. Okay lang yan. Patayin mo si Deathmaker kasi siya ay nasa harapan mo. Help!
Tapchi! Another one bites the dust. A triple kill onto assist.
Nice.
Si Vibor pumasok. He dies off as well. Right to ace na lang ang natitira. Does he have a right to ace? There's no opportunity at all. Tumalon si Ja. Di na niya naantay.
Men, grabe nangyari kay Ja. Imbis na talong ang nangyari sa kanya. Pero pro, Diyos ko po, right to ace, 5 ang natitira sa'yo, 9-7. Still in favor of velocity, pero okay lang yan.
Nakakahabol na ang Pilipinas, guys. Tandaan nyo, syempre, mga bida talaga sa una na bubugbog. But on the defense, actually, for the side of SBE, they have a really tight defense here. Nabubutas lang talaga doon sa mga timing. For example, like how Ja died off on that specific round as well. At mapapansin mo naman din, when it comes to SBE, Aziz in the operator, ang bilis makapunish. Parang mahihirapan talaga yung VLT, lalo na kung palipat-lipat lang to si Aziz, tas hindi nila mahuli, tas tumatama lahat ng shots. Naku po!
Makikita natin yan dito if ever lang din talaga ano mangyayari dito sa side ng SBE and VLT. Pero kung napapansin mo, walang kapera-pera ngayon ang VLT. Diyos ko po, naghihirap ang mga players ng velocity ngayon. So, SBE, it's time for them na talagang maging 9-8 ang score ngayon. Pero nga lang, Aziz, Diyos ko po! Kalungkutan gaming, mga kaibigan. One shot to the head. Walang nagawa si Aziz. Hindi man lang niya naputok yung operator niya.
Walang RO ay nakasama no? Pero nakapag-ROI naman daw siya kanina. Kung sakali man, butas nga ang depensa dito ng SBE. But it's still Papi Chulo with his own traps. Lumabas, nag-swing. Kasama si Pro. O boss, pati paanto boss. Yan ang sabi ni Papi Chulo with a 9-8 score. Such a good round coming in from these two guys. Ang ganda ng swing nila dun sa smoke.
Ang sabi ng SBE dito, welcome to B, Habibi. Ganun ang ginawa nila. Upos Tignan mo, Papi Chulo.
Swing out.
Swing out.
Sabay kay Pro.
2, 3. Binilangan nila.
Yung vulnerability, saan nanggaling yun? Sa pool? Sa pool. Kasi lahat, actually, when you actually check the assist, it's all with regards to Ja. May assist si Ja doon sa lahat ng kills na nakuha ni Papi Chulo. So it was the pull of Ja that actually made the players vulnerable.
Tulad nga
See how you can have a control of the map?
Tulad nga nasabi ni Wolf, vulnerable. Yun na ganun magsalita si Wolf, pero at least si Aziz meron na siyang operator ngayon ulit nakuha ng mga players ng SBE. Yung operator na nawala sa kanya kanina, pero nga ng Pro. Pamontage pa. Diyos ko po, Arduro na nga lang, hindi pa tumatama dito kay Health. Si Pro.
Naglalapag na ng TP tong chamber. Kala mo talaga no? Mamatay din naman siya mamaya.
Pag sinabi ko palang huli ka balbon, totoo pala talaga. Pero I just realized. Pero delikado yun. Delikado yung mga pinagsasabi ko dito.
Na-flashan dito si Pro. Kailangan niya lang bumalik ng slight, but the repossession mula sa SBE, you're looking at the defense here. With mid, meron nang naka-push off dito, which is the chamber. He can cut off the rotations kung sakasakali man na makita niya. Pero mukhang hindi ata magkakaspatan. Makakaramdam ata dito si Papi Chulo. Baka makita niya pa itong chamber. But on the other hand, this is already VLT going on site. Aziz and Pro na lang ang natitira. And Papi Chulo was cut off by health on the mid already. And this is up to Aziz, up to Pro. Are they gonna save this operator instead? It's still a 5v2.
Yeah, they need to save this operator, partner, kasi medyo delikado na naman talaga yung mga position nila dito. Itong operator na yan, kanina nawala na yan at hindi dapat mawala yung operator na yan sa side ng SBE kung gusto nilang manal. It's all to the pickoffs, man. I mean, those perfect pickoffs ni Aziz lang talaga ang nagmamatter lang din. Kasi kanina, like nung last round, na pick off siya agad, one tap to the head, pero buti na lang talaga na chup-chup ng mga Pinoy, ang mga Indiano dito sa may B main entrance. Pero yun nga lang, makakaisa pa ba dito ang VLT? Kasi medyo naghahanap na dito si kaibigang Health Pero importante, tahimik lang ang SBE. And medyo okay sila ngayon, at least sila mamamatay ngayon. Pero yun nga lang, double digit score na ang velocity dito sa mapa na to. Well, partner, pa natin sabihin na it's fine for velocity for them to, like kunyari na to get this, sila yung naman na meron silang double digit. Kasi Ascent is like, parang default map na to Hindi to nawawala Kumbaga sa kabilang bambang, parang didas to.
Totoo, sa true lang. Pero on the other hand, doon sa round na yun, kaya naman din umiikot si Health. Siya yung naglalurk. Kasi may rendezvous siya So kaya niya lang din makaalis. And yun yung hindi kaya gawin ng SB because they don't have that chamber. But obviously, on this specific round, at least they saved up the operator. Ang isa sa mga pinaka-importanting baril dito, especially for opening pick-offs na kayang gawin ni Aziz and holding down the fort for the whole team of SBE para hindi mabutas. Sadyang naunahan lang talaga kanina rin itong mga players ng SBE. For the side of VLT naman, Deathmaker, he's been pretty consistent from the previous matches that we've seen him. Talagang last time na hindi siya nag-perform is against Full Sense. And this time around, he's performing really well against SBE. And proven for us na gaya nga na sabi ni Coach Black and Blue, or rather analyst natin for SBE, talagang mahirapan ng SBE when it comes to this matchup on Ascent because it's also one of the best maps coming in for VLT as well.
Yeah. I mean, if ever lang talaga na manalo ang VLT dito, babawi na lang sila sa Haven, which is apparently talagang mapa rin talaga ng SBE yun. And dalawa yung favorite maps ng SBE is actually Icebox, then syempre ang Haven, pero yun nga lang, Bind, partner. Sa tingin mo ba medyo okay ata yung mga players natin sa ng SBE sa Bind?
Nagre-raise ba si Assist? Si Ja ata ang nagre-raise sa team nila, or Jet lang talaga yung pinipili dito ng SBE. But when it comes to bind, yung mga pushes or rather yung mga matches na close fight, akalamang naman yung SBE when it comes to that eh. Lalo na pag si Papi Chulo, hindi pa nagpa-pop off si Papi Chulo.
Mamaya to. Mamaya
pag ito, lagi itong pumo-4K.
Ay! Naku po!
Yun na nga, the opening
Aziz!
pick-off.
Ito po, Viboro.
Wow.
Tamang smoke lang kasi natakot to. Scared siya, wala siya nagawa eh. Pero nga na Vibor pushing it. Pero Diyos ko, makaharap ko na. My God, Aziz, hindi ka tumatama. My God, sobrang sayang noon, Aziz. Pero okay lang yan.
Importante, hindi siya namatay, men. Yun yung pinaka-importante doon. Hindi siya nahuli, hindi siya nasalisigang.
Grabe naman si Pro, mga kaibigan, merong line-up. Diyos ko, pero habang nagtotournament, gumagawa, nag-YouTube yan, tamang alt-tab lang din.
Kaya medyo na-delay. Pero tumama naman yung shock dart niya.
Oo, pero
kasi
ito.
Kailangan niya pang i-YouTube eh. Pero ito na yung lockdown.
Initiated.
Bumula kay Papi Chulo.
Ito na.
Tama.
Oo.
Pero baka sirain lang din ng Hunter's Fury.
Oo.
Or depende na lang kung gusto nilang gamitin yan really for the post plant pag yung i-defuse na yung spike. Mag-hold lang tong mag-hold lang tong Sova on a main eh. But
Aziz!
Papi Chulo, he was able to take 1 kill. Maybe it's not gonna happen anymore for the side of SBE. Naubos sila doon isa-isa.
Men, yung lockdown na yun, lamang ang velocity.
Malayo eh.
Oo, lamang ang velocity kasi hindi naman nila iisipin yun eh. Wala naman silang pakialam eh. Kasi ang gagawin na talaga ng velocity dito sa Hell, mag-antay. Ganun lang din. Oo, parang, ito oo nga.
Lalo na may nag-aantay sa A-main na Sova.
Andun sa may wine. Pero yun nga part na which is actually mahirap lang din. Nung naglapag si Papi Chulo ng lockdown, walang ginawa ang VLT. Literal na walang ginawa kasi hindi naman sila gagalaw, hindi naman sila aalis or what. Doon lang din sila sa same position kung nasan sila. May lockdown o wala, hindi sila aalis doon. And ang problema lang din talaga si Aziz na pick off pa. Hindi tumama yung mga blade storm niya.
Maliban din kasi sa problema nila nga on Hell, they still have the Hunter's Fury overall. So yun pa rin yung pinaka-punishing dito para sa side ng VLT. Unless ang dami pang players ng SBE na kayang mag-retake. But it was only up to a few players here. And it's too difficult already. Ang dami mo kailangang i-clear off at i-clear out rin as well. But I think this is gonna be set up mula dito sa players ng VLT. Maybe they play on default pero mukhang e-entry o magiging advance ata dito. Mag-isip yung yung VLT magpa-flash ata sabay peak.
For sure, ganun lang talaga pwede nilang gawin dito, mga kaibigan. Pero ganun si almost gonna happen dito sa side ng SB. If ever yung iba sa kanila may baril si Aziz, yes, meron siyang Vandal. Pero tignan natin if ano ba magagawa ng mga naka-sheriff sa kanila. And dito naman I mean, for the side of VLT, we're actually waiting for their entry lang din talaga. Pero partner sa totoo lang, sobrang solid din talaga na entry na ginagawa nila dito. Starting off with that smoke, Omen smoke, pero walang chuchup na mangyayari dito sa may entrance ng B main. Pero si Ja will gonna take down one pro as well with another one. Meron pang isang tao dito sa may speedway. Right to Ace na chopper right now together with Amaterasu Patzel pushing it out 2v3. Merong pera. I mean, pwedeng pumulot ngayon ng SBE. Ito na ang pagbangon ng api. Ito na yung inaantay natin, mga kaibigan. Spike is planted already. Na-flash pa yung mga players dito ng VLT. Meron pang turret. Aziz nakaisa pa. Aziz, tinuhog yung dalawa.
Very good play coming in from SBE. Well executed. And knowing na eco round nila to, actually, na thrifty round nila itong VLT. So it's very much possible for SBE to take this away from VLT. Konting push pa para sa kanila. Yung mga viewers natin dyan, hindi daw nila napanood yung last round dahil biglang lumabas yung ads. Buti na lang, hindi nyo nakita yung pagkatalo ng SBE doon. Pero ang gandang round na ito para kay Aziz. Talagang umaariba na siya dito.
Ito na yung pagbangon nila, men. I mean, dito talaga natin makikita if ever ano ba talaga ang kayang gawin ng mga players ng SBE. Pero
That's a good spot.
On the scoreboard right now, Diyos ko po, natamaan na nga ng lintik yung mga players ngayon ng VLT dahil dun sa Odin. Odin ni Pro, kinilabas na ni Pro ang Odin niya mga kaibigan.
Mapapaatras sila, malaki daw masyado.
Oo, malaki masyado. Actually, ang kulay ng Odin ni Pro, black and yellow, black and yellow. You know what it is. Pero ito na. Ito na yung long katog ni Pro mga kaibigan. Pero
nag-connect yung isa ata, pero
hindi
enough eh.
Hindi nag-connect.
Muntikan lang.
Oo.
Pero si Ja, Trailblazer out, sumakto yung kagat. Kaso si Ja wala nang follow-up. Masyado ng low HP. Importante sa kanila, mabuhay lang si Ja. Kailangan nila makapag-heal dito. Papichulo was able to get a kill. Flippy as well for the second. And Deathmaker nakakuha rin siya ng isang kill dito. 2-1 trade lang. But this is now a 4v2 situation. Deathmaker very low on HP because of what happened on A main a while ago.
Pero ito, kailangan na mag-hit talaga ng mga players ngayon ng SB, mga kaibigan. Hindi alam ng VLT kung ano bang gagawin nila dito. Pero ito na, Deathmaker. 12 na lang natitira sa kanya dito.
Pero lumabas yung utility ng Sky sa A-main. So, they might know where they actually is. Or where they actually are. Especially when you pop out that flash like that. Si Flippy at saka si Ja magkasama dito. Alam na nila nakapasok na on site. Itong dalawang players. So, Shock Dart connects as well for Ja. Pero buti na lang, binuhay siya kanina. Ja was able to get one kill. It's all up to Deathmaker to make a play happen. It's not gonna happen because Flippy shuts him down with the triple kill of his own.
Wala silang nagawa dito, partner. Nung nilabas ni Pro yung Odin niya, takot na takot, di nagigil.
Masyado nga daw kasing malaki. Umatras na lang eh.
Oo, men.
Mga OG yan, si Pro. Huwag nating labanan yan, men. Pero ito napakagandang kills na nagmula kay Flippy. Yung smoke na tinataguan nila, lalo pang naging problema dahil wala silang makita.
Wala talaga silang makita at all, pero lang at least nakabawi sila dito kahit isa. Pero nga lang, ito na yung mga players ngayon ng SB. Talagang pipigilin na mag-push ngayon ng VLT, pero wala silang pera at all. Lamang na lamang ang SB dito mga kaibigan. Pero Diyos ko po! Ang season kill on to one Flippy, pinatira dito si Robocop. Pero eto na yung Pet Chinese Sky. Nang-earth-newt na kayo mga players dito ng VLT mga kaibigan. But right to ace, popping off, 2v3 situation. Ja!
Nice!
With a kill! Nice! Spike drop!
Masyado kasi kayo. Gusto nyo pa mag-revive? Dalawa na nga kayo laban sa isa eh. Gumusto pa kayo. Now with a 1v1 situation, they know the spike has been dropped.
Ja,
and this is help.
Come on. Ja, do it. Do it, Ja.
Nice!
Nice one!
Tumiming!
Ja! With a big clutch, and you've just seen a very esports clutch moment of the game. Ladies and gentlemen, tandaan nyo na hindi mabubuo ang India pag wala si Ja.
Oo nga, no?
Bars!
Ilang araw mong pinag-isipan yun?
Ngayon lang, 5 minutes ago, literal.
5 minutes ago.
Oo.
Muna po yung joke na yun. Pero because of the rest, they know that they were reviving. Binigay lang nila yung informasyon dito kay Ja na andito ako, nire-rest ko, barilin mo ako. Kapag gumusto,
binibigyan! Diyos ko mo, hindi kita dapat makita para mapatay kita. Tandaan mo, sabi ni Azuray, all walls are wangable. Lahat
is wangable. Wangable kasi.
Oo, gusto ko wang eh. Pero ito na.
Para bago na.
Pero kung napapansin mo, si Deathmaker, alam naman natin na wala siyang pera ngayon, kaya sa patalim muna siya kakapit. Bladestorm. Pero, ito yung mga players ng SB trying to spot these players. Hindi rin kung nasan ba sila, pero nga at least meron silang idea kung nasan ba si Health. Naririnig nila, meron, mukhang alam na kasi piling nila, pero ito nga, lumabas na ngayon yung birdie ni Flippy mga kaibigan. Pero tamang mambayout.
Umatras din.
Men, ang angas kanina, talagang dumediretso mo, kala mo naman talaga, tapos nakakita ng kalaban, out na. Ano, puro amba? Pero Deathmaker pushing in! Pero sumataw na mga papichulo! My God! Napakadali mag-Valorant pero parang komplikado ka! Ja! We are 2K already! Walang magawa yung mga taga-India! Pero 5-2, it's all up to right to ace! Pinalabang lang, gusto pang manalo!
Oh, the kill comes in towards Papi Chulo, but Flippy stops him on his stalls. Match point para sa SBE.
Diyos ko! Basic!
Kumulilat pagdating sa dulo, tsaka pa kayo nakulilat, sir. Pero okay lang, sige, para manalo SBE.
Walang nagawa
Bias na bias eh. Bias talaga kami.
Oo, bias talaga kami. May nagsabi, kalma lang ako. Pero sabi mo, tingin mo ba ako
walang
kakalma?
kakalma dito.
Walang kakalma dito.
Pinipigilan ko na to si Phil. Kung kulang na lang, kapitan to. Pero lalaban pa din yan.
Oh, man! Pipiglas
Susugod
ako!
yan, susugod. Kahit anong birdie, kahit anong Odin. Hindi kagaya na itong isa.
Sino?
Atras
Nice,
agad
nice, nice.
Itong mga players ng BLT.
Oh, natin na yung Aldron dito. Ano ka, vlogger? May CCTV ka? Meron?
Bulag na yan si Papi Chulo, pero nakapatay pa din.
Tamang spell lang talaga.
Nakapatay pa ang monitor.
Oo, eh. Ito na.
Sumagot, okay lang.
Ito na.
Sige.
Kitang-kita natin si Promal, ang vlogger, ang galawan, gumawa ng montage dito sa may B. Pero Flippy, mukhang makakaisa si Pro. We're gonna get that way. Pero Diyos ko po, na-chup-chup all the way from the Philippines. Tandaan nyo, lamang ang VLT. Diyos ko!
SPE takes this first game. Sinabi ko naman sa inyo, guys, na isusulat na yan. Nasa cellphone na naming lahat. Nasa Vilbia na. At lahat. Tignan mo, kasiyahan ngayon ang mga players ng SBE. This is such a good confidence boost coming in from these players. At sabi ko naman sa inyo, nasulat na yan kanina pa. Ginamit na nga ni Vil dito yung tinatago niyang barong na hiniram niya pa.
RIP
nga
sa'yo.
pala sa hiniraman mo.
Oh, tama. Pero partner, I mean, sobrang init ng game na yun eh. Sobrang init ng game na yun. Isipin mo, men, lamang na lamang ang VLT. Siyempre, pinasarap lang yan mga kaibigan. Pinasarap, pinalamang. Pero kung sino ba yung panalo, malamang ang SBE. Walang nagawa ang VLT kanina. Nag-choke ata mga kuya mo eh, no? Tandaan nyo, mas masarap ang piyaya kaysa sa roti.
Sa roti. Oo, man, yung piyaya, yan ang the best eh. Yan ang number 1. Ito na yung labanan ng mga piyaya. Pero anyway, guys, 13-11 ang score natin. Looking at stats, Papi Chulo definitely showed up during that latter part of the match with his own 20 kills, 237 combat score, and 1.6 KDA. Ang ganda ng quadra kill niya or 4 kills niya kanina on B main. But that was because of Pro and Jazz help as well. Because of that gravity pull. And dahil din sa pag-swing ni Pro kasama si Papi Chulo, doon nagsimula lahat eh. Doon na nag-snowball.
Oo, I mean, it's all the snowball. Isipin mo, talagang they really need that one round para makabawi. Lang din talaga. And they, 9-11 eh, no? Doon sila nagsimula. 9-11, then tuloy-tuloy na. Ay, 8-11, partner. Tama, 8-11. Tama, 8-11 na
Napako
nangyari.
talaga sila sa scoreline na to, basically. Wala na silang nagawa dun sa dulo eh. Parang hirap na hirap silang makapasok na, lalo na nung nagising na si Nadja, nagising na yung ibang players dito ng SBE. Ang ganda sana ng panimula eh, pero ganito rin kasi yung VLT against Full Sense. Ang ganda nung simula nila, 100%. Tapos biglang 0.
Oh, wala
It's
nangyari.
either all or nothing. Parang ganun yung VLT.
Pero, pabayaan na natin sila mga kaibigan. Okay na yan. I mean, tapos na ang laban at lamang ngayon ang SBE. Pero syempre, next map, Haven, dun sa mapang pinili mismo ng SBE.
Actually, pinili ng ano ata. Pinili ba ng SBE yun?
Hindi. Hindi nila pinili, pero para sa atin, pinili nila yon.
Para sa atin, no? Kala kasi nila makukuha ata nila tong first game eh.
Oo.
Pero binigay nila yung Haven na susunod na mapa. So, that's gonna be exciting for the next matchup. But look at this highlights play. Pagdating doon sa defense, ang ganda actually ng depensa dito ng VLT. It was good enough for SBE to actually take rounds in the attacker side a while ago. Kung di ako nagkakamali, 8-4 ata yung naging score during that time. But on the latter part, Flippy also popped off for the rest of the team of SBE. Everyone just worked. Ito yung sinasabi ko kanina, yung pull ni Ja, naging vulnerable lahat. He swings out with Pro, and Papi Chulo was able to take on that 4th kill easily. Easy peasy lemon squeezy ang sabi niya dito. Pero kung tutusin para sa playstyle at game style ng VLT, nakakatakot din kahit papano, nakakakaba.
Kabang-kaba sila eh, wala silang nagawa eh. Alam mo yun? Talagang inubos sa Flippy oh. I mean, eto, simula na itong ganito, tuloy-tuloy na. Wala na nagawa eh. Ito, papartida, may paranoia siya eh, no? Pero, ang sabi ni Papi Chulo, calculated. Alam niya kung saan mag-e-end. Yung dash ni Jet, mga kaibigan, kitang-kita niyo naman. Kailan ba natin makikitang ngumiti si Pro?
Tsaka si Aziz.
Oo.
Di ba? Si Aziz, di masaya yan kapag masyadong malapit yung score. But this time around, in the lower bracket, especially if it's a do or die matchup na lamang na kanina pa ang VLT pero na-comeback nila ng ganon-ganon, you would definitely be happy. At nakita nyo na yung first game natin. SBE takes map number 1 onto map number 2. It's gonna be Haven. Parehas pa rin na maglalaban at VLT pa rin yan versus SBE. But right now, we're just gonna go in a very short break sa pagbabalik ng VCT Asia Pacific. It's gonna be our second map. Please don't go away.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high.
Muli tayo nagbabalik dito sa VCT Asia Pacific. Nandito pa rin tayo sa ating group stage. 1-0 na nga ang ating score laban sa VLT. SBE nga pala ang naglalaro ngayon. Filipino Pride. Nakita nyo naman si Vil bad trip na. Sino na naman kaaway mo, Vil?
Wala. Kasi sabi.
Sabi ni Sweaty.
Hindi. Sabi ni Katsuzel, pag nanalo SBE, papatato ko mukha ni Vil sa Tewup. Kaya gusto ko mag-isip. Kaliwa o kanan? Saan kaya ako doon?
Nag-iisip ka kung saan. Kung sa kanan o sa kaliwa. So, hinahanap namin ngayon yung nagko-comment kanina pag nanalo daw ang SBE, magpapatato. So, hinahanap nila. Yung mukha ni Vil, kapag hindi natin nakita yan, wag na lang, no? Mag-quit na lang kami. Hindi pala. Hindi pala. Walang mag-quit dito. Pero anyway, guys, we are finally back. Andito pa rin ang The Mods para iatid sa inyo ang aksyon para sa ating game number 2 o ang ating tinatawag na final map. Dahil hindi naman naabot to ng game 3. Yan na yun.
Ito na yun.
Feeling sweaty 2K. Masyadong sweaty.
Feeling ko tapos na eh. Huwag na nating umpisahan
Si Coach.
Oo.
Si Coach Sweaty.
No? Ang sabi niya, syempre, syempre, depending side naman ascent mo. Pinagsasabi mo! Walang, anong depende sa attacker side? Hindi ka ba Pinoy? Umalis ka dito!
Nakatagalog na nga yung comment niya eh. Pero anyway, baka akala niya hindi natin alam yung mga pinagsasabi natin dito sa stream natin. But, we are finally back, guys. Itong mapa natin na susunod is actually Haven. So, itong mapa na to ay pinili ng Velocity Gaming kung hindi ako nagkakamali. Pumili pa sila ng mapa, papabor sa atin.
Oo. Pero
ano ba yun?
Wala, Haven eh. Alam naman talagang mapa natin. Pinili lang ng Velocity yan para sa mga Pinoy. Maraming salamat, na appreciate natin yung generosity nyo na binigay nyo pa yung mapa rin talaga ng SBE. I mean,
hindi lang pala tayo ang hospitable. Sila rin pala, no? Nagiging hospitable. Salamat sa lahat, no? Haven yung susunod na mapa. Thank you.
Oo, tama. Pero syempre mga kaibigan, there's a lot of things out there na talaga na kailangan din talagang i-consider, lalong-lalo na yung mga strategies and syempre the way na maglaro yung kalaban, the way na maglaro tayo. Paano ba yung mga strats na gagamitin? It's all about the connection we bring together nung mga players natin, kung paano tayo magiging synchronized. Tulad na lang talaga ng ating sponsor ngayon, Fiber Strong, family strong with the new G Fiber. Only 2099 ng Globe at Home. Game with speeds of up to 150 Mbps. Mabilis na, unlimited internet pa. To learn more, go to shop.co.com.ph/broadband to know more. And syempre, but wait, there's more.
There's more.
If you
click... Wala namang kasunod yan eh.
Wala pa, sorry.
Masyado, alam mo, namimiss na natin mag-host. Ito yung mga lagi naming trabaho ni Vil dati. Nung host pa kami. At ngayon, nagbabalik kami sa pagkakast. No? At nandito pa rin kami sa PPGL. Salamat at sinasama nyo pa rin kami dito. At namimiss namin kayong lahat. Pero anyway, itong VLT, all or nothing kind of team, na yung map nila kanina, which is ito nga, yung pinili ng SBE, obviously, when we look into it, lamang na lamang yung VLT on the first few rounds na parang yung SBE hindi nila alam or hindi pa nila ma-figure out kung ano ba yung nangyayari sa entirety ng map. Pero binigay lang talaga nila yung unang 4-0 para basahin itong VLT.
Pero dito naman talaga sa Haven, I mean, ano na tayo, kumbaga nasa comfort picks pa rin talaga ng mga players natin to. Pero actually, tulad nga sabi ko kanina, medyo nalulungkot ako kasi hindi tayo makakita ng Jajet later. Kasi walang icebox na pwede mangyari. So, kung ano yung mga... Baka nga pwedeng pumasok si Micro, actually, di ba? Pero, pero there's a chance na pwedeng pumasok si Micro, do. Pero,
kasi hindi pala. Hindi nga pala icebox. Sorry, but... it is actually Haven. I was thinking Micro uses Viper typically and then si Jajet ang mangyayari. But it is gonna be Haven nga, and the typical lineup naman na ginagamit ng SBE dito is just the typical lineup din na we see or we saw actually on the first map. Si Ja ang typically nag-Astra pa rin on a map like Haven, and aside from that, these two teams hindi pa naman to nagkakatapat ever eh. So baka makakita na naman tayo ng mga slow plays sa simula. But VLT is actually a very fast-paced game style na talagang pumupush at pumupush ng pumupush. Kaso nga lang kapag na-punish mo sila, talagang complete stop.
Yeah, for sure. And yun lang din talaga yung problem lang din talaga dito sa SBE if ever. And it's just, ang kailangan talaga natin is yung momentum. Napaka-momentum based na team ng SBE partner talaga. Ilang beses na natin to nakita sa... Feeling ko tayo din yung nag-cast nun eh. Nung yung sobrang tagal sa Icebox na na OT. Naalala mo yun?
Oh, yung pinakamatagal na Icebox map sa
nakita
buong
natin.
mundo ata yun. Men 17 Ano ba yung score nun? Parang 17-15?
Hindi, I think it's siguro mga 17-15 or 17-19 if I can recall correctly. Pero ito, I mean, like what I've said. Tapos di ba Icebox sobrang tagal? Game 3 pa ngayon eh. Pero nga, just like what I've said, it's just the players lang din talaga na kailangan nila ibalik yung nawala sila kanina, yung nawala sa kanila kanina dun sa game number 1. It's all about the complete reset nila dito. Clear mind, kung ano nangyari kanina, it's over, tapos na yan. At least nakita nila yung mga capabilities and abilities sa mga players natin, kung ano ba yung mga kaya nilang gawin dito sa match na to. And all they're gonna do is just try to reset their minds and try to think of new plays din talaga dito sa side ng SBE and VLT for sure. Kasi napag-aralan na tayo eh. Napag-aralan na tayo for sure. Kasi iisipin mo, anong oras ba natapos yung game kahapon? 7 o'clock? Di ba? 7 o'clock. Tapos, ito yung maganda. Ang SBE.
Anong oras tayo natapos magkaraoke?
alas 2 na kami. Alas 2, alas 3 na. Basta yan. Basta ganun. kaya yung boys namin kanina nila Taylor medyo iba eh. Kasi syempre
Ako nawalan na ako ng boses actually. So, medyo nagcha-choppy na ako. Mahina signal ko ngayon. Buti na lang naka-globe. Ayun.
Ang ganda nga ng connection ko. Clear,
Tingin nga ng kabila. Yung kabila. Turn around.
Yun yung ginakatawa kahapon ito, no? Total Eclipse of the Heart. Grabe pala si Riri, no? Pero alam mo kung sino pinakamakapal na mukha? Si Dax, ang kapal na mukha ni Dax. Naunahan ako.
Isipin mo kumanta ng Wonderwall kagabi. Kumanta ng Wonderwall, walang nakikinig. Pagtingin sa scoreboard, 100.
Tas ako todo performance pa.
May dance movements pa si Vil. Tapos hanggang 99 lang.
May dance
performance. Pero kapag backup singer, ipatago natin sa pangalang Red Garcia.
Nga eh, like and share, Red Garcia. Alam mo yun? Tas meron pa nga smoke machine sa likod ko. Alam mo yun? Tas ganun lang. Dinaya.
Wala man lang +5 dun sa puntos na nakuha mo. But anyway guys, we are just waiting itong mga players ngayon ng both teams, kumbaga, no, sa pagpili nung pagpasok dito sa match na to. Kasi syempre, di naman magsisimula hanggang wala pa sila sa loob ng sa loob ng mapa natin, o kaya sa agent selection natin. Ito na, ang inaantay niyong lahat. Caster start game, SBE on the defenders.
Ito na! Defender side. Dito sa SBE, Flippy! Ang maglalaro dito, sila pa rin, wala pa si Micro. Kasi naglalaro naman si Micro pag Icebox. Si Micro, isa lang naman ginagamit niyan, Viper.
Kita nyo naman, Japa rin on the Astra. Para sa side ng VLT, it's basically the same composition. They have an Omen, they have the KO as well. At para naman dito sa side ng SBE, pipili sila ng Breach na tunay.
Pustahan!
At hindi peke. Ano yon?
Pustahan. Kasi syempre, matik ang SBE, ang kwento niyan is talaga magpapabugbog muna sa una yan, tas dun sila.
Mga 4-0, mga ganyan na naman.
So if ever,
4-1.
So if ever manalo ang VLT ng mga first 5 rounds or first 8 rounds, gano'n, na lamang sila, okay lang yan. Tanggap na natin yan. Kasi later pa yan. Pinapasarap lang ng SBE ang laro. Kumbaga sa alcohol, mga kaibigan, mas matagal, mas masarap.
Akala ko, rabing alcohol.
Hindi, best. Hindi ko iniinumin. Hindi ko iniinumin.
5 seconds para masimulan na tong pistola na to. Itong formality match natin.
Ang bilis.
Para sa 2-0.
Ito na.
Ay, bilisan. Tapusin.
Alam mo, feeling ko pa rin yung pagod ko dun sa pinagagawa ko kahapon.
Nararamdaman mo pa rin, di ba?
Oo. Si May nga pagka-uwi, bagsak eh. Higa agad, promise.
Siyempre, nagtatrabaho tayo 6 days straight. Kaya...
no? I just realized
Hindi mo ba na-realize? Tapos labas pa tayo ng labas? Oo, di ba? Ngayon mo lang napansin. Di ba? Nakakapagod.
Ganun kasi ginagawa namin,
tapos,
guys.
Tapos tatanong mo ko, pag upo ko dito, tatanungin mo ko, bakit ako nawalan ng boses?
ano ba naman yung mga pinagagawa natin, di ba?
Nag-shoutcast ka ng 7 hours, tapos kakanta ka pa ng karaoke pagtapos.
Shoutout nga pala kay PTC, huwag kang magalala, may ambag ka na.
Finally.
Oo.
Sa kwentuhan namin, gawang topic. Ito, susunod naming topic actually, si Sweaty 2K.
Oh.
Salamat, nag-comment ka.
Oo nga, Sweaty 2K.
At least meron na kaming bagong topic dito.
Oo nga, sige, Sweaty 2K, huwag kang mag-alala. Sana pagpawisan ka araw-araw. Pero ito rin yung mga players ngayon ng VLT, mga kaibigan, trying to go in inside the C side already. Pero ito na rin talaga yung rotation na ginagawa ngayon ng SBE. Medyo naging aggressive din talaga si Aziz dito, pero not gonna engage even further. Papi, chulo! We'll get that ulo of right to ace right now. Pero, what? Are you kidding me? Nasa A-ram pala yung mga players dito ng VLT. Na-debated ata yung SBE dito. Pero ito na ang pagbangon ng api. Oo, ginebate nyo kami. Pero sabay-sabay namin kayong dudurugin. Pero kung napapansin mo, si kaibigang Omen, talaga nag-a-attract talaga with that Hadouken. Pero, Vibor?
Natamaan din si Ja eh. Actually, makakatakas si Ja doon. Pero wala pa rin takas dito is si Vibor actually. And this is SBE taking round number 1. Hindi na kami magpapabugbog. Dire-diretso na to.
Oo, ano? Vilter, ano pinagsasabi niyong 5 anong 5 rounds manalo ang VLT? Pinagsasabi niyo, hindi mangyayari yun kasi galit na kami. May date pa kami mamaya ng jowa ko, men. Pag uwi ni Ja, anlibuko Diyos na naman siya.
Matik, sabay tamang Korean barbecue na naman. Itong mga tropa pips natin from SBE, pakiramdam ko may lakad mamaya pag nanalo.
Oo nga eh. Si Ray Ray. Kanina nagkakas kami. Vil, saan tayo mamaya?
Saan tayo mamaya?
Parang pagod na pagod ako pero G naman ako.
Send mo nga yung yung address.
Oo, pasend lang yung address kung saan tayo. Kasi alam naman natin na talaga magsasaya tayo. Pero Aziz, with that Marshall, hindi natamaan yung isa, pero let's see if everyone pa
si John,
nakakuha na isa. Importante rin. Help pa, silip ka ba?
Konti na lang. Konti na lang si Flippy to the rescue.
Nakabawi yung kuya mo mga kaibigan. Pero ito na si Robocop, mukhang mag-garage din ata. Pero Ja, nasayaw ang bola. Kung mapapatay mo pa si Amatras, pero Sheriff ang gamit niya. Okay lang yan, sabi ni Ja. Time!
Ang importante ngayon para sa side ng SBE is walang collateral damage. Kumbaga, walang mamamatay. Dahil pwede nilang laruin itong mga baril nila when it comes to the bonus. And this is only right to ace the man remaining. And he's gonna go down in the hands of Ja. Si Ja, gising na. Kanina, parang medyo may delay pa yung pag-swing-swing niyang ganun eh.
Oo. Ano pa eh, no?
Ngayon, active na.
Pasway-sway pa eh, no?
Pasway-sway pa. Parang nakakain na ata ito ng masarap na lunch.
Oo. Tandaan nyo, mas masarap ang adobo kaysa sa biryani.
Tsaka sinangag supremacy.
Oo. Grabe talaga. Ang saya talaga pa nag-rhyme tayo lagi, partner. No?
Here.
Parang ikaw lang yung natutuwa.
Tutuwa ako eh.
Parang ikaw lang yung masaya.
Oo. Sinabi ko pa masaya ka rin. Hindi naman.
My point.
Sige!
Pero ito na yung bonus round ng SBE.
Sige.
At itong smoke ni Ja, baka meron naman siyang mahuli. Baka hindi matuto tong VLT. Pero mukhang aatras na lang sila.
Oo, kung sana lang, hindi nila tinigilin ng wallbang hanggang maubos yung baril nila, hanggang maubos yung bala nila eh. May tao dyan, men, 5. Andyan lahat sila. Pero health. Kalma lang sila papunta dito sa may A, mga kaibigan. Pero ang importante, merong turret dito sa may short.
Mid. Tsaka short. Sinira na ata or kinuha na nung Killjoy yung mga traps niya dito at mag-aabang for their anti-flank is actually the Omen itself. Magkakatapatan nata sila ni Ja on this one. So, pinapat yung camera saglit pero wala pa namang engagement. The spike is now planted on site. At nag-aambahan itong dalawang players. Si Ja ang kailangan pumasok dito kasi siya yung papasok para sa retake nila eh. Kaso nagpaplano pa yung ibang mga players dito. Si Ja very careful. Umaatras na rin si Vibor as well. And this is now shock darts. Upon shock darts probably from right to ace pero hindi magko-connect doon sa ibang mga players. Itong shot ni Amaterasu ang magko-connect instead. Flippy was able to take 1 kill pero health goes down with Papi Chulo going down as well. Ito na nga ang players ng SBE. Isa na lang natitira. Maker goes down as well.
Pabandal-bandal pa kayo! Si Ja, may oras yan, men! 3-0!
Easy.
Nice!
Easy Bugatti. Easy upgrade. Hello.
Diyos ko! 4-0! Ano mo sinasabi kasi ng mga casuals kanina, masi-0 for the kami ng BLT, pero hindi! Nagalit na ang SBE, men! Diyos ko po, kitang-kita natin si Pibor na baril sa likod! Sabihin ko ba?
Isipin mo si Ja, nag-survive din doon ha. Kung lumabas siya agad-agad against Vibor, baka siya yung ma-pick up doon. Pero ang nangyari, nabaliktad eh. Si Vibor di na nakapag-antay. Kailangan niya tulungan yung iba niyang mga kakampi dito kasi wala na silang magawa on site. So this is now a 3-0. Nakapag-upgrade din ng libre ang dalawang membro ng SBE dito. At they have the operator right upon the hands of Aziz right now.
Pero ito ba?
Sila.
Kaya pa bang gawin to ng mga players natin talaga mapanalo din na to? Pero syempre, oo, pero nga lang pro, tamang flag lang din talaga nagsama yung dalawang montage dito sa side ng SB and VLT. Pero importante na patayin nila si Health ngayon, pero nga lang Aziz. Tamang pop flash lang din talaga pero wala naman makukuha yan. Tinamaan dito sa Aziz pero wala naman siya pakialam dyan. Deathmaker. Try to spot out these players lang dito pero probably they're gonna go here in mid instead. Wala nang, asan yung turret dito? Okay, nasa C yung turret. Planted for garage yung turret ngayon, pero ito na ngayon, papasok na yung mga players ngayon ng VLT dito sa may SB, dito sa side ng B mga kaibigan. And now it's time for the side of SB para makabawi ngayon, pero nga ng Deathmaker with that Oni Phantom mga kaibigan, pero yun nga, para wala namang ginagawa yan. Ja, si Vibor, nasa tabi mo lang, menting, kasakanan nandiyan na siya. Vibor will be taken down by Pro ngayon. 4v2, Amaterasu, low on HP, 4-0 already! My God! May barel? Men, isipin mo, ang VLT, may barel, talo! Walang barel, talo! Ano na?
4-0. Pero mamaya na natin unahan to kasi kanina na 4-0 din tayo pero nabalik natin yung score. On the hands of SBE, they have this huge lead right now. And knowing that it's supposed to be for the attackers, especially tatlo yung sites natin dito at napakalayo ng pagro-rotatean. But still, SBE with a 4-0, walang butas.
Oo, walang
Wala
task
silang mapasok na butas.
Sabi ni Robert Anthony Rabadeo Melendo, lugi daw panglamay ang outfit. Buti nga ako, outfit lang eh, ikaw.
Pag-away na ng section.
Ako outfit lang eh, ikaw. Time!
Si Flippy may merong Rolling Thunder na pwedeng gamitin. Pwede niyang gamitin to once the retake is set in. Kung makakapag-plant ng spike.
Baka
itong players ng VLT.
Oh, naku po, chamba.
But the first kill goes to Flippy, or rather help killing Flippy off. Wala na silang yanig sa tagig.
wala nang langit-ngit ng papag mga kabi, pero na.
Dito sa Haven PGC.
Oy! Right to is Miracle on to Jar right. Tapos yung ito, 3 vs 5 situation. Wala man lang bawas ang VLT. Kasi SB ayaw nilang bawasan yung mga kalaban nila. Kasi baka sobrang masaktan. Baka biglang mag-tweet ng Valorant pagkatapos ang laban nila. Health. Trying to push out dito lang sa may garage though. Pero si Aziz, he needs to be really careful right now. I mean, pwede naman siya mag-outland din talaga. Yes, he got enough money, pero it's better if he's gonna go into the safer side though. Na save na lang sila. They have a lot of money anyway. I mean, for Papi Chulo, Flippy, and Ja, well, makakabili pa naman sila kahit hindi siya dinadrapan nila Pro tsaka nila Aziz though. Pero the thing that they're gonna do right now, it's just that exit frags lang din talaga, and hopefully makakuha sila might as well 1 or 2. Pero I think VLT knows that already. That meron tao dito sa may CT and meron din tao dito sa may A-Link. Pero yun na nga, I mean, 4-1 lamang pa rin ang mga Pinoy.
Diyos ko, nag-comment si Ray Ray, gising na daw siya.
Ray Ray, patulugin nyo na or iban nyo!
Please, matulog ka muna ulit, Ray Ray, mamaya. For SBE, nakuha nila. At na-save pa rin nila yung kanilang operator, no? So they just wanna save this out as much as they can. They wanna play it safe. And it works out so far for the side of SBE. They still have that operator, kompleto pa rin pagdating sa utilities, and syempre pagdating sa Vandal and Armor rin naman nila. On the other hand, for VLT, ito ata yung
Scanning ahead.
They had a while ago. Meron pa rin silang pera on this.
Pero ito na si Ja, nag-aabang lang din talaga. Nakita niya yung Ecoms. Pero ito na, oh, tamang chup-chup lang. Pero Deathmaker with a kill on to Ja. Okay lang yan. Chamba, pre. Babawi tayo, pero si Pro napakadaming pero nga Aziz. Oh my God, okay lang kahit sumilip ka. Meron ko makikita siya, pero Diyos ko po, Aziz! Delikado ka! Right to Ace with a kill on si that Hunter's Fear. Won't take down Aziz, pero at least si Pro napatay rin si Robocop dito. 2v4. Hindi alam na Deathmaker ang gagawin niya. Ire-rest ba niya o lalaban siya?
Pumasok na dito players ng VLT using the knives to suppress all the enemies. Because of that ultimate na nanggaling kay Amaterasu, nagkaroon ng space created. Di di makabuelo si Aziz ng dash out kung sakali man gusto niya dahil nga dun sa suppress na nakuha niya. But this is now up to Papi Chulo. Meron pa siyang 6-man dito na itago natin sa pangalang turret. Meron pa siyang 5 o 4 na kailangan patayin. Nakuha niya na nga ang isa. Might be hopping out. The alarm bot is still up online. But this is that maker finishing things off for the team. 4-2 scoreline. May pambili pa rin nata ng itong players ng SBE.
Okay lang yan, partner. Meron. Masyadong mayaman si Pro. Sobrang yaman ni Pro dito. Oo. Napakayaman yan eh. Ilang taon lang nabubuhay sa mundo yan.
Kaya nga.
Hindi pa ba nakaipon yan kahit papano? Si Papi Chulo tinry niya. Pero ang importante lamang pa rin sila. 4-2. And ngayon, babawi na dito ang SBE. Pinapaganda lang nila, pinapasarap lang nila ang laban, mga kaibigan.
May lockdown din sila eh. Tsaka naka-shotgun to si Papi Chulo. So he might be playing close by. And this is already that maker. Na-wallbang nga. Yung operator na yun, hindi man lang naputok ni Aziz. Yung operator, but Papi Chulo with his own gun here, with the shotgun. And tamang secure mode muna, security guard mode muna with the shotguns here. But Ja was also punishing players here, and as well as him. Na-punish din siya with the 2v3 setup right now. VLT plans the spike. Flippy na lang at Pro natitira dito. Nagamit na rin yung Rolling Thunder.
Alam mo, partner, masyadong ang mga Pinoy gusto talaga pinapunish sila. Kasi sa dulo, dun bawi sila. Pero right to Ace, trying to push in dito lang sa may garage together with the players of VLT as well. Right to Ace with just that recall. Pero wala ka naman makikita dyan, Balbon. Pero yung mga players ngayon na SB talaga papasok na dito. Pero Diyos ko po, grabe naman talaga si Ball. Pati kakampi na, pinaparanoia niya. Pero nagkasilipin na ka dito para dyan. May kung kill on to one right now. Isa sa harap, pero dalawa sa likod. Kaya pa ba to ni Flippy? Probs is gonna get that save na lang din talaga. Katya, sumasya talaga ba na second one? Pero wala siyang oras dito. Pero at least may pera siya. Pero at least may baril siya. Kaya okay lang yan. At least sapatay niya yung mga kalaban niya.
Nice try.
4-3. NT.
Nice Flippy. Okay lang yun. At least, ubos niya, no? At least, kailangan bumili ngayon ng baril ng VLT. And of course, weird nung knife out. Wala na ata siyang bala nung time na yun. Huli siya eh. Napatime out dito.
Sabi ni Win Pop, wag lang sila mag-rush, hinihintay lang sila ng BLT na sumunod eh. Okay, sige coach!
Nice coach.
Nice coach!
Ang tanongin natin si Sweaty, attacker side po ba to, defenders? Kasi hindi namin alam eh.
May 2K ka pa. Yan lang ba laman ng wallet mo?
Oh my God. Siyempre alam namin yung mga pinagsasabi namin. Magulo lang talaga kami ngayon dahil syempre Pinoy team naglalaro.
Oo.
Hindi, pero ito si Flippy, na-save niya yung baril niya. Si Pro may pambili. Yung ibang players, feeling ko magsuspector kasi ifo-force nila to para masabayan sana itong dalawang players na mag-vandal kung sakasakali. O baka they're just gonna go for a sheriff. Let's see.
Shoutout nga pala kay Super MJ na nanonood ngayon. Hello!
Yung si Super MJ sa Facebook, no? Nakita ko yung comment niya eh.
Oo. Hello, Super MJ! Hi!
Yung si That Maker, gumagawa na rin ng paraan eh para ma-open up yung site.
Desperado na ang kuya mo, men.
Desperado moves na eh.
O si Flippy, meron pa siya, meron siya fault lines dito pero in 7 seconds pa na magagamit niya. Pero Diyos ko po, ito na yung gumagawa ata ng VLT ng vlog. Dito nagmontage sabi mga kaibigan, pero ito rin yung mga players ngayon ng SBE. Oy, kitang-kita! Alam na alam ni Flippy kung nasan ba ang VLT ngayon. Pero meron pa siyang fault lines, meron pa siyang flash. Kompleto sa recados pa ang mga utilities ni Flippy dito. Plus that aftershock as well, para lang syempre to prevent the possible pagpaplant ng VLT. Pero ito, baka ma-debate na naman ng mga kuya mo. Pero pro, delikado rin talaga kasi si Vibor nandyan talaga sa harapan mo. Pero, so, pro, catches one, pero the damage is enough for you to take down si Right to Ace dito para at least meron naman siya recon bot. Oh! Kala ko kalaban, pero okay lang yan. Vibor, bakit ka sumisilip? Alam mo naman na, alam mo naman na
sumakto yung shock dart.
Na may Pickers advantage, pero help, oh no! May dalawang nakatay sa kanila! Jawan with the kill! Try to go win a 2K, pero ito na! Aziz with a kill! Libre upgrade mga kaibigan, maraming salamat!
Salamat! Hinatid na naman!
Oo!
Naka-priority delivery!
Grabe. Itong VLT, meron silang foundation eh. Bibigyan kita ng Vandal Foundation. Maraming salamat. Kasi binibigyan tayo.
Binibigyan tayo lahat eh. Sige lang.
Oo.
Tatanggap naman kami. Alam mo naman, syempre, para sa side ng SBE, lahat tatanggapin nila dito. Pero actually, nalaro lang din nila yung last player remaining doon na gusto silipin si Ja. Easy Bugatti lang para sa kanila. Isa pulot lang. Pagdating dun sa mga Vandals at si Deathmaker mga forced into using the Blade Storm. Sabi nga ni Bill dito, talagang kakabit ka sa patalim.
Oo, men. Mapapablade Storm ka nito talaga dito, pero walang tamang frenzy natin talaga magagawa dito. Protection, bago umaksyon, pero wala naman magagawa yung frenzy mo dito kasi napaka-tulis ng mga baril dito ng SBE. Pero ito nga lang, Amaterasu nakachamba na naman ng isa, pero meron pa ata dito nagpa-flank pa, which is si Papi Chulo. Pero at least, nasa heaven naman dito si kaibigang pro.
Pwede sila mag-retake.
Oo, ito fault line aftershock, ano ang gagamitin ni Flippy para lang siyempre makapaalis. Oh, blind
aftershock.
Nice! Na-deny yung alarm bot dito, pero merong thunderstorm grenade mismo sa harapan. Nice! Pero Papi Chulo! Nice kill coming in from that guy! Pero dito, apat pa rin. Uy! Yung oras!
Yung oras! Tumatakot! Pasok na sila dito. Si Vipor, kailangan pa nilang tapatan. And then ito na yung ibang players ng VLT. Kailangan nilang umalis dito. Pero namatay silang lahat. Halos sila. And right to Ace to finish things off. Kaso masyadong matagal.
Ano yun?
Wala, inubos lang nila yung pera nila.
Lamang na lamang kayo? Tapos hindi kayo... Ano yung pinagawa nyo? Ngayon na kasi mag-altab.
My God, look at that. Susubukan na sana nila mag-retake dito. Dash na si Aziz. Pero yung ng spike dito, sasabog na eh. Masyado nang late to do the retake already for the side of SBE. They still managed to kill off everyone anyway. At least damaging the economy on the side of VLT right now. At sila ang merong lamang dito. Kumbaga, when it comes to that, they have the operator. Hindi na nasilip ni Pro yung nasa kaliwa.
Actually, I have no idea what happened in that round. Pero sige, okay lang yan, NT. Importante lamang pa rin talaga tayo. Pero nga lang, Aziz, sila mauna makita. Pero yun nga lang, Deathmaker! Maganda ang position niya. Masyado na siyang malalim at naunahay pa din si Aziz. Pero okay lang yan.
Siyempre, alam mo naman, hinatid yung barrel sa atin kanina eh.
Oh, diba?
Pagbigyan natin ng isang kill, okay lang yan. Si Deathmaker, sumisigaw na. Sinasabi niya na dito. Nasa taas, man. Nasa heaven. 2 agents suppressed right here. The grenade is out. Lumabas din si Flippy. Nakita nila yan. And this is now the Cosmic Divide coming up para kay Aziz, or rather, para kay Ja. And this is na, ito na yung Rolling Thunder. Naghahalo-halo na yung English ko sa Tagalog.
Ito na ang langit-ngit ng papag mga kaibigan dito sa may A, pero nga hindi pa ata nakapasok dito ang side ng VLT mga kaibigan, nagkahatian na nga ng mundo. Oo, 4 versus dito, delikado ngayon ng VLT, maganda ang position ni Flippy. Together with Ja, tamang crossfire sa Valorant mga kaibigan, if ever lumas yung isa, matatrade off agad yan ni Ja o si Flippy, pero ito na, okay lang, sige, bigyan nyo kami ng lockdown, sanay na sanay ang Pinoy sa lockdown, okay lang yan!
Sir!
Oo!
2 years kaming na lockdown dito!
Diyos ko, isipin mo pag SBE pumunta ng Iceland, meron bang kasamang face shield yun?
Wala nang restriction dun. Di na nga kailangan mag-mask eh.
Spike down.
Pero tama ka! Dadali natin yun doon. Itong side ng VLT, hindi nila alam gagawin nila. Paano sila makaka-entry? Sinubukan nila sa A, nag-fail. Sinubukan nila sa B, nag-fail. Kanina sa C, nag-fail din. Talagang yung mga times na, actually yung mga times na nakakapasok sila at nakukuha nila yung rounds, may mga mistakes yung SBE eh. So nakakapitalize naman nila kahit paano pag nagkakamali yung SBE dito. Kaso nga lang, nahihirapan talaga sila maka-entry, di sila makahanap ng posisyon. On the other hand, si Aziz, pasok na agad dito yung mga players ng VLT. Si Ja, nakahanap ng isa, pro na ang bahala para sumagot sa iba. And Ja with the triple kill and Flippy to finish things off. Fast lang para sa SBE.
Oh my God! Anong nangyayari, Sweetie? Okay lang yan. Puso lang. 7-4 already.
Di sila maka-entry.
Makakakita tayo ng 2-0. Sana para maaga matapos.
Kasi lower bracket din to eh. Pag natalo, GG go next eh. Kaya sana talaga. Pero anyway, 7-4. Deathmaker, papasok na naman siya dito. Dash in lang, pero busy si Aziz. With a double kill already. Going for the target, doesn't connect. But Papi Chulo was able to kill already one. That is a matter. One more down. And this is up to right to Ace. It's not gonna happen as Flippy takes 2 instead. 8-4, natapos nga ang ating first half ng napakaganda. The future is bright.
The future is bright, ladies and gentlemen. We came from the future, ladies and gentlemen. Tandaan mo, nagpa-lower bracket lang ang SBE. Ganun lang yan, partida na yan para sa kanila. Kasi gusto nila may thrill. Ladies and gentlemen, always remember, you can spell Inja without Ja. Time!
Grabe nang pinapakita dito ng SBE. Si Flippy talaga ang nagsashine. You can see immediately when you look at the scoreboard with the 16 kills and 4 deaths only, with the help of all the pulls and all the smokes off mula kay Ja, they are able to also punish the players of VLT who are doing entry. Si Aziz nakakakuha rin siya ng mga impactful kills. Usually though, namamatay siya. But on the other hand, yung iba naman ditong players tumatrabaho. Si Pro sumasakto din yung kanyang ultimate doon and hindi na talaga makapasok during that last round. Itong VLT specifically because of the smoke off, because of all the utilities, and of course, the Hunter's Fury that just finished them off. Aziz with the opening kill, sumunod lang yung iba with Ja as well.
Kung napapansin mo dito sa, feeling ko, partner, sa totoo lang, medyo nagkaroon sila ng parang sobrang tinding impact dun sa nangyari dun sa first game. No, partner. Parang parang manatalo na sana ang VLT pero nabawi pa talaga ng SBE. And now,
baka may kasamang tilt.
Oo, siguro, well, it's all about the mental fortitude of these players naman.
Yeah, specifically kapag nandito ka na sa lower bracket kasi the pressure is definitely on for the teams that we have here. This is a do or die match and knowing na series point na rin ang SBE, it's a make or break. Literal, tanggal na sila. Yung pangarap nila makapunta ng Masters Reykjavik ay hindi matutuloy kung sakaling matalo sila dito. Pero para sa Pilipinas, magandang pangitain to na mukhang makakapunta tayo, papadala tayo sa Iceland, no?
Kita-kits tayo sa Iceland.
Kita-kits tayo sa Iceland, mga tropa!
Maraming damo dyan! Bakit? Anong gagawin sa damo? Wala, magtababas.
Picnic da.
Oy, picnic. Bakit?
Amaterasu with nice opening kill. Si Deathmaker nakakita rin ng isa, pero kailangan na lang din nila umatras. Reposition tayo. Masyado madami.
Masyadong marami, so talaga dapat nila bumawi. Pero yun nga lang, probably they're gonna go here and see inside. Pero nga lang tamang flash lang din. Pero meron tayo dito sa may kaliwa. Pero they need to win this game already para syempre talaga dire-diretso yung pagkapanalo nila with a clean 2-0 kasi anong oras na, Pro? Outdrawn lang din, pero meron siya maratag dito na isa, pero tamang double shock dart lang ang ginawa dito ni Raito S, pero wala naman siya matatamaan dyan kasi sa ibang place naka-plant yung spike. Actually, maganda yan na hindi usual dyan pinaplant yung spike, okay yan. Pero nga oh my god, Vibor with a kill onto Ja right now, pushing it out 3 versus 5 situation right now, pero nga Doubtmaker with a big turnaround na ginawa dito, VLT. Mukhang na sila ata ang nakakakuha.
Nanginig ng slide si Deathmaker doon, kinilig. Pinakill lang ng dalawa, kinilig na. This is gonna be a defuse. And obviously, pagdating sa ganito na setting sa second half, once you get the pistol, you have the advantage when it comes to the guns. Makakabili sila ng kanilang mga Spectres. SBE, they need to plan, make this work out. At least yung itong eco round na to, pag meron silang plano kahit papaano, baka makapitas sila ng marami. At maubos pa nila, mabaliktad pa nila yung sitwasyon sa VLT. Nangyari na yan maraming beses dito sa Asia Pacific eh.
May nagtatanong, natawa ako. Matanda na ba si Pro? Sino mas matanda sa kanila ni Bash?
Hindi namin sasagutin.
Natawa ako doon.
I got the spike.
Ikaw Joanna. You're asking the right questions ha, pero wala matiraso. Hop!
Good pop flash. He gets assist with the nade. Pero pumasok na nga dito ang SBE sa loob ng smoke. Siyempre, tatalon-talon lang si Papi Chulo dito. Malarabit ang galawan. But it's not gonna go in the hands of SBE. Instead, for VLT, walang napitas kahit isa.
Okay lang yan, guys. Walang problema dyan, walang masama dyan, men. Tama lang yan. Talagang, second round, VLT ang first round, VLT na nanalo. So talaga meron talaga silang advantage dyan. Pagbigyan na natin sila kasi minsan lang naman yan.
Oo, pero minsan lang sila makapalag.
Yeah, pagbigyan na natin sila kahit paano. Minsan lang yan.
8-6 na. Dalawa na lang yung lead dito ng SBE. They're looking to make it bigger for the rest of the team. But obviously, play for picks muna mangyayari dito. That's a very deep smoke na nanggaling from VLT. And the players of SBE, kailangan nilang umatras dito because they don't know if someone is actually pushing them or not. And para naman sa VLT, ang gagawin lang nila dito, magantay. Wala naman silang kailangan i-focus eh. Kasi sila magde-defuse. Kailangan i-depend sa nila na matindi-tindi yung mga site nila. Kasi SB ito.
Oo, pero nga meron turret sa may taas, pero at least meron naman siya smoke dito, pero yung nga nakikipag 1v1 si Aziz dun sa turret. Pero Aziz is trying to be really careful right now, pero just ko po kitang-kita sa mga players ng VLT ngayon nasa baba naman din talaga. Pero 3 versus 5, pero Papi Chulo will get all of these players lang din. Pero Flippy, oh no, man, walang naka-specters lang ang VLT, pero bakit nanalo sila? 2v4, puso, kaya pa ni Papi Chulo and Ja. 2v4 situation na right now, lamang pa rin ng SBE.
Apat na players ng VLT dito.
30 seconds left.
Nice! Men, delikado.
Obviously, isa pa lang. 2v3.
Malalim. Malalim yung spike best, medyo mahirap, pero nice one! 2v2, winnable! Nice! Isa pa! 1v1, Ja! Nice! Let's go! 6-9! Nice! Guys, teamwork tayo!
Ng VCT.
Diyos ko, guys, watch party to ha! Teamwork tayo ha! Huwag nating gigisingin si Ray Ray!
Walang caster dito! Teamwork tayo! Tulong-tulungan! Walang gigising kay Ray Ray, please!
Oo! So hanggat tulog siya, mananalo ang SBE! Let's go para...
Nice!
Men! SBE! SBE! Let's go! Ay, nako.
Ekin,
nice. Diba? Napatay out pa ang SBE. Alam mo, nag-time out ang SBE. Hala, kumawa naman yung kalaban natin. Tara, time out tayo para sa kanila.
Teka lang, pa-altab muna ako, pa-status muna ako saglit.
Men, pero...
Kailangan mo na i-PM si baby girl.
Ihanda mo na yung buko juice. Uhaw na ako.
Paki-book na yung Korean barbecue mamaya. Actually, nag-timeout sila para tawagan yung restaurant.
Oo, men. Ihanda mo na yun, buko juice, baby girl. Yan ang sinabi nila, men. Ay, nako, ano na? Sweaty!
Sweaty. Ano to? Sweaty. Attacker side ba? O depending, ano? Coach, pakisagot. Kung BLT, hindi na makabuelo din eh. Pero nabibigla sila sa mga kakayanan nitong SBE. Di yata nila in-expect. Walang madedetect on site. Entry from Aziz. Turret out. Para sa kanila, si Aziz ang tagalinis dito. Hindi na natuto yung Killjoy. Alam na nila yung galawan dito ng BLT. Hindi nagbabago yung mga traps eh. Kaso sinalo ni Flippy. Yung yung shock dart. Sabi niya, sige na nga, para kiligin to.
Men, kumbaga sa Mario, ginawang kabuti yun eh. Sinalo eh. Pero nga lang, Aziz! Kahit low siya, papatayin kita! Right to ace! Ace ka ba? Hindi ka nga makapatay kahit isa!
3v1. Nag-scan pa. Basag din agad. Wala siyang nakuha informasyon.
Diyos ka!
Nalungkot siya dun eh. Sabi niya, ay, okay.
Wala pa gagawa.
Good killer. There you go. 26 HP. Nakapatay pa si Kuya mo, Aziz.
Ay, nako. 6-10 mga kaibigan. Oh my God. Diyos ko. Men, doon sa may-ari talaga ng barong ko, RIP sa'yo!
Pero salamat! Mukha may barong bat!
Diyos ko, promise!
May pampaswerte!
Men, pag nagsuot ka ng barong plus 10 makabayan, tandaan mo yan!
Dagdag points! Dagdag Pinas points dito, men!
Diyos ko!
Wala talaga akong boses pagtapos nitong match na to.
Oh, men, meron
nararamdaman ko na eh. Pumipiyok na ako eh.
Oo, nagbibinata ka.
Nagbibinata na ako, guys!
Ay, nako! Diyos ko po! Ay, nako. Sana masarap ang tulog mo mamaya, Sweaty. Pero ito na.
Wala pang nakukuhang informasyon ng SBE dito. Kaya chill lang sila sa pag-free fire. Because of that smoke, they can't see anything too. At nag-aantay sila, baka may forward. This is the Sova drone right now. Forward din. Nagdo-drone shot lang, kumbaga. Para makita kung ilan nga ba ang tao. Before, ang nasa backside, 59 HP. Ready blind to, mamaya partner, kung sakali. Ayan o.
Diyos ko.
Hadukin, wala namang tao dyan, sir.
Diyos ko, isipin mo. May paranoia pa, pero naka-sheriff lang naman talaga sila. Pero 50 seconds left dito sa side to up. Alam nila na baka may paranoia dito si Omen do. Pero paano nila babawiin to? Okay lang yan. Meron naman smoke or probably a counter flash lang dito nakakaibis kung nasan ngayon si maganda yung position ngayon ni Flippy. Pero nga natatawa natin yung mga players ngayon dito ng side ng SB. Pero eto na! Aziz catches 1! Catches 2! Trying to go with a third one right now! 6-11, ladies and gentlemen! My God! Kanina, pinalamang lang gusto pang manalo. Ito hindi. Wala nang lamang-lamang to. Rekta finals na to.
Manalo. Papi Chulo to finish things off in a flawless round. SBE takes it away. 11-6 na ang ating score. May nagtatanong dito sa comment section, Bill.
Ano?
Bakit daw? Pa-explain daw ng play for picks. Ano daw yun? Tsaka bakit ginagawa yun? Siyempre dito yung sa Filipino broadcast, informative tayo. Bakit nga ba, Bill?
Kasi ganito kasi yan, makinig ka, child. Hindi kasi, of course, sa lahat ng plays naman talaga. Kasi you don't have to be really that aggressive na push A, push B, push C. No, you don't have to be like that. Knowing na tatlong sites to, you really need to play for picks muna. I mean, play for picks, ibig sabihin nun, is parang just get some kills. Kung kahit saan man, makapatay ka sa A, makapatay ka sa B, makapatay ka sa C, parang at least you're gonna have that information kung saan ka pa talaga pupunta. And if ever nakapatay ka, you need to start from there already. Doon ka magsisimula, doon sa unang patay. Kaya kung napapansin mo, walang push A, push B, push C. Walang mangyayari dito. Play for picks lang talaga ang nangyayari sa lahat ng competitive matches talaga muna. And you're gonna start from there.
Tsaka on the same hand din, kung isipin natin yung play for picks na yan, is actually knowing kung ano yung mga binabatong utility sa'yo. Malalaman mo kung ano yung mga agents na nasa site na nag-aabang. Kagaya ng mga Sova Recon. Matic, kapag may Sova Recon na makikita mo, kapag di ka kagad nag-push at nag-play for fix ka, sisilipin at kukuha sila ng informasyon, pero makukuha mo rin yung informasyon kung sino yung nasa site kasi sa mga binabatong utilities.
Yan.
Ayos ba yun?
Yun, grabe naman talaga.
Meron din tayong nasabing tama.
Oh, di ba? Okay lang, pabayaan natin sila na maintindihan, pero ito na yung pagpasok ko yun ng SBE mga kaibigan. Kahit suppress yan, hindi naman yan kailangan ng skill kasi nagsi-CSGO yan. Wala namang skill doon. Op, Deathmaker pa! Op ka pa! Hindi naman tumatama!
Players ng SBE off your feet. Yan ang sabi ni Flippy as they entry. This is also the blind. Bulag na bulag. Kung hilo-hilo si Kuya Mo Amaterasu. They are now on site. They are still planning the spike right now. Walang mga shock darts na pumapasok dito to cancel it out or to actually delay it. But help will go down in the hands of Jahir.
Nice.
Meron silang operator dito pero di mo na magagamit yan, sir.
Oo nga, wala ka na magagawa dyan, sir. Sabi ng SBE, bawas naman kahit armor lang. May baril na nga kayo. Diyos ko. Pero hindi nyo pa nababawasan ng SBE kahit piso. Pero ito tamang recon bolt na wala matatamaan si Deathmaker. Kung ako sa kanya, umout ka na lang. Tandaan nyo, ang SBE, match point na. Saan nanggaling ang SBE? Sa lower bracket malamang. Kasi gusto niyan, natatalo muna.
11-6, make that to a 12-6 scoreline after this spike just pops. There you go, match point! Mga kaibigan, match point na! Uy, namatay pa! Naku po!
Okay lang yan!
Tumama sa hukay yung dalawa.
Diyos ko!
Walang pera, sir! Walang pera!
Walang pera! Ito, bibigyan ko kayo ng pera!
Let's go, SP!
Feeling ko papost ko na eh. Papost ko na yung 2-0 eh. Diba?
Papost na!
Diba?
Paki-ready mo na yung post! Diyos ko!
Papost ko na, Diyos ko. Wait lang, SBE win. Ito, wait lang. Papost ko na. Hindi ko na kailangan antayin to.
Ang importante, basta ang importante, huwag niyong gigisingin si Ray Ray, utang na loob.
Oo, huwag niyong gigisingin si Ray Ray. Men, ipopost ko na. Ito na. Malapit na. Teka, ini-edit ko pa. Asa ba yun? Diyos ko po, congratulations.
Tumatanggap ng nade dito pero Blade Storm muna para sa kanya. Hawakan niya pa rin yung kanyang Spectre on the other hand. Baka sakaling kailanganin niya. But tignan mo naman yung confidence. Ginagamit yung Blade Storm pang shutdown lang ng alarm bot. Diyos ko, the blind hops in. Yes, it is there. But he wouldn't push anyway. Walang follow-up na kasunod. Ito na ang pagpasok ng mga SBE. They get two out para sa side ng VLT right now. Hindi nag-connect yung shock dart. Kaunti lang. 3v3 situation. They can plant the spike right now. Kaso di pa pulot. Pro was able to take one. Recon in para sa kanila. The knife will detect Pro. Pero it's too late already. Amaterasu. Nakapatay pa ng isa. 2v2.
2v2. Puso lang yung mga kaibigan. 2v2 lamang ang SBE dito. Pero kailangan nyo tumingin sa garage. Pero ito na lockdown. Pero hindi sanay ang Inja sa lockdown mga kaibigan. Jawi na kill. 2v1. Anong gagawin mo, Amaterasu?
Wala na siyang magagawa dito. Well, antayin niya. Tapos susubukan niya mag-entry. Susubukan niyang palagan itong mga players ng SBE ngayon. Papi Chulo, may 6-man yan. May turret yan, sir.
Ilabas niyo na yung papa na to.
Ako, 2 bullets.
1v1.
He gets down. But there you go, SBE. Wins it with a clean
2-0. Naisusulat sa Bilbia. Chapter 6 verse 9 mga kaibigan. Southbuild Esports will win VCT APAC.
Diyos ko, paano di mananalo eh? Yung coach eh, parehas kami ng jacket.
Diyos ko, nakabangon ako.
Wala nang boses.
2-0 mga kaibigan.
Sinulat ko na kanina pa. Sabi ko sa inyo, formality lang tong match na to. Replay lang to.
Men, my God. Ang aga nating natapos. Let's go. Pero importante, let's start the week right with a 2-0. Maganda ang Monday natin ngayon, partner.
Oo, Guten Morgen talaga. Mapapasabi ka na lang araw-araw kung ganito lagi. Congratulations, SBE. Saan tayo mamaya? Yan ang katanungan na masasagot ni na coach. Pero ito, SBE, tingnan natin yung stats. Jack! Sabi mo nga, hindi man mabubuo ang India kung walang Jack.
Oo, tama.
Kaya ito si SBE, 23 kills, 3.1 KDA, 327 combat score. Ito yung sinasabi ko, Vil, kanina. Ja, even not working on the jet, or kahit hindi siya naka-jet dito, he has complete control over the map. He gets everything, every information that comes in. Pumapasok yan sa utak ni Ja because he was the one, or he is the one that should set up sites and should use the utilities. Kaya alam niya lahat yung positioning dito when it comes to VLT. He had good map awareness, and everyone in the team as well had good map awareness. Kaya ganito yung scoreline natin. Hindi na nakadikit ang VLT dito. SBE just took it away from them, and it is their map pick.
Ay, nako. 6-13 is isipin mo, nanalo ang SBE sa map pick nila. Nandalo ang SBE sa map pick ng kalaban nila. So, ano na, di ba? Kasi, to be honest, sa mga nanonood ngayon, talagang naka-affect talaga. Feeling ko, I have a feeling na sobrang naapektuhan sila dun sa loss, dun sa first game partner. That is actually a really painful loss, sa totoo lang, dito sa side ng VLT. Pero, they did it. As long as talaga na nakuha nila yung momentum, as long as na talagang kaya nilang ubusin lahat na nakikita na dito, everything is on point. There's a lot of people saying na asan yung jet ni Ja, asan yung jet ni Ja. Huwag nyo nang hanapin ng wala. Kasi andyan naman si Aziz, mga kaibigan, na malakas din na parang si Ja. Pareho lang sila. Pareho silang sobrang lakas. Aziz lang sa kalam, tandaan nyo yan.
Tsaka itong mga players natin dito sa SBE, gutom actively pag-match na ito. And taking it away just gives them a boost of confidence heading to the knockout stage. Dito na talaga yung napakatinding stage coming in sa mga susunod na araw, guys. Because ang makakatapat na nila dito, syempre lahat ng mga nakapasok at hindi natanggal. Ang dami nang ang dami nang na-filter out na teams on Asia Pacific sa dami ng araw natin na broadcast.
Ay, nako.
Daming natanggal, sir.
Ang daming natanggal, ang daming nawala, ang daming naging masaya. Kasi ang Pilipinas nag-advance na! Sheesh! Nasa knockout tayo! My God, masyadong masaya to!
Send na lang yung address, no, para sa mamaya nating kainan kung saan man tayo mapunta. Pero ang importante ngayon actually is to take a look at kung paano naglaro ang SBE dito. They have control over the map. They have good map awareness like I said a while ago. But on the other hand, hindi ma-punish ng players ng VLT. And this pop flashes coming in from the KO, it helps. Yes, the suppress, sometimes it works. There are rounds na ito yung dahilan kung bakit natalo yung SBE. But how far can you actually use those utilities na efficiently na talagang masya-shutdown yung players ng SBE? Kasi at the end of the day, if you don't win the engagement, no matter which utilities you use, hindi ka makapatay, it's not gonna happen. Or hindi mo ma-plant yung spike or ma-delay yung kalaban, it's not gonna happen for the side of VLT. Nice try though.
I mean, they really tried so hard, but we can say that it's just SBE. It's just too much for the side of the Indian team, which is VLT. Pero GG well played pa rin dito sa VLT, and syempre mga kaibigan, it's gonna be on Thursday na ang ating knockouts. Malalaman na natin kung sino ba ang representative ng Asia Pacific sa VCT Masters on April, and I really can't wait for that. Once again, you're watching VCT APAC. We're just gonna have a very, very short break. Once again, on behalf of Ray Casters, my name is Phil. Alongside with me is Eliza Taylor right here, and we are the Mods. See ya.
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak.
drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows just cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows just cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. My cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's effing from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot.
The Raf, you said it better yourself while we were waiting here. The power levels were just completely different from South Asia versus the Asia Pacific region. And with that, South Built Esports, they win a 2-0 victory against Velocity Gaming. They punch in their tickets into the knockouts. But we still have a lot more to say during that entirety of the series. Welcome back to the panel. I'm Nomad with Black and Blue and the Raf and Ascent. Really, it kind of was like the same story that happened when Velocity Gaming went up against Full Sense, getting that significant lead in the first half and then losing it in the second half, and then just cascading downwards to a downward spiral there to their defeat.
Yeah, you can really sorry. I was gonna say you can really tell sometimes in these kind of matches, Mr. Raf, we're too alike. We think of the same things exactly the same. Yeah, we steal each other's points at this point mentally, with the communication. But you can tell there on map number 1 that Ascent. And this is saying something. I was kind of curious why they picked Ascent, and I was like, okay, that's the way that goes. Typically not the best map for South Build, especially not when there's a KO on the other side. They get this one through though, and I think it really just came down to them kind of adjusting to the play style of Velocity. But once they got that red, Illustrator pointed out, once they got it locked in, they were locked in.
Enemy kill. What's this? Lock in sight.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, this entirety of Ascent was really South Built Esports coming back from a deficit and then just making a statement from themselves that their playoffs mode is on, definitely
is supposed to be the case, at least. You see them in their knockouts mode when they do best is like on that final half of Haven. But here in Ascent, there definitely is kind of that warm-up period from South Build. It's almost like something you kind of expect for them to do, even though it ain't supposed to be that way. But they're almost like a boxer that's more defensive sided, where they kind of pick their battles in the opening rounds, and in round 5 to 12, that's when they really start to get going once they've gotten the reads on how the opponent's side plays. And I think that's really where this team's strengths lie, is at least they don't start off strong, but sometimes it's more important how you end it than how you start.
So you're saying they are the type of team that is a pretty straight puncher. Not a lot of hooks, not a lot of overhands. It's all about that late round setup, and it's been proven. As I was mentioning earlier on the panel, when I was experiencing a little bit of a technical difficulty, is that GLT, it is truly, truly unlucky that they had to experience the same type of crescendo in the last two series. But once again, we have to give her credit is due because they put up a great fight. The way that they've been evolving throughout all of our APAC challengers just makes us so excited to see them moving forward in the future and what kind of teams we get from that region.
Yeah, and you know, just a sliver more, they would have been able to make it into the top 8, into the knockouts, and they have already been looking like the best, you know, team from South Asia. And as many have predicted, you know, Velocity, they might not always get the best of like their own region, like of global, but they did look like the team that would perform better on the international stage, and that they did prove here today. For you know, for them, a team that comes from such a closed off circuit, I think they played spectacularly for the effort given at hand.
Yeah, with that being said, we're definitely looking forward to see how South Asia will evolve after this, going into Challengers 2. This may be the second time that they've tried to make it into the world stage, but this isn't the last time we can get to see a lot more from the South Asian region. But with that being said, we've finally rounded up all the 8 teams that we need to see going into the knockout stages. And before we show the brackets that we have, of course, let's have a look at the journey that these guys went through by looking at the brackets they went through during their respective group. Over at Group A, we saw Boom Esports and Made in Thailand make it into the knockout stage. Boom Esports coasted easily, not easily, but coasted undefeated throughout the entirety of the upper bracket, 2-0 against No Namers and against Made in Thailand as well. They knocked Made in Thailand down to the lower brackets where they had that rematch against CERBERUS Esports, and Made in Thailand made a point that we're not gonna have the same story. We're gonna dominantly end your run here in the Asia Pacific Challengers, and that's a story for Group A. Over at the Group B, I could say the same for Paper Rex, 2-0 against Fancy United, 2-1 against Persija Esports. But at the end of the day, as close as the matches were, Paper Rex still makes their way into contention to the knockout stages, and Persija Esports gets knocked down. We saw Bonkers evolve from that first match against Persija Esports. When we went to that rematch, it was as close as it can get, but at the end of everything, Persija Esports, the newer team, all things considered, will prove worthy to get into the knockout stage, and we'll see Oceania a little bit more in Challengers 2, definitely. But over at Group C, the touted group of death, Xerxia, ONIC G, Naos Esports, and Bleed Esports, they gave out everything that they can get. With Bleed Esports, first one to qualify. Xerxia Esports, unfortunate we weren't able to see them yesterday, but when they performed earlier on today, a 2-0 victory to seal the deal for themselves to make it once again into contention to get into Masters. And lastly, things are heated at Group D, definitely, as Full Sense, 2-0 all across the board, all the way to the knockout stages. Velocity Gaming got knocked down earlier on. They went up against South Belt Esports, and South Belt, even despite falling down to the lower bracket, they were able to flip the switch and get the tournament mode going. Playoffs mode, South Belt Esports, definitely something that we have to look out for going into the knockout stages. Now, we've seen the teams play out throughout the entirety of the week, and we've been speculating on what type of brackets we're going to have here for the knockouts. And here we are. What an opener here. Full Sense versus Persija Esports. Bleed versus Made in Thailand. Boom Esports versus Xerxia, and Paper X and South Built Esports. What do you guys have for this?
Oh my goodness. Look at that, dude. All these matches are going to be, I guess, expected to just completely surprise everybody in just how hyped they're already going to be. I mean, moving into it, you already know they're going to be hyped, but when we actually get to it, man, oh man, how many teams do we have here who have a real shot? I think you can even argue that the vast majority of these teams have a real good shot of being the champions at the end of things.
I'm still looking at that, and my goodness, it truly is quite difficult to comprehend. All-stars upon all-stars, gods upon gods. If you thought the play-ins and the group stage was entertaining, boy, you have no idea what's ahead of us for the knockouts. And the stakes are just that much higher, but we've had a grueling week. It's only going to be more brutal once the knockouts start.
Yeah, we started the week with elimination, and we started the entirety of the Asia Pacific Challengers with 20 teams, and now we're down to our last 8 teams. And for all that's worth, we're only going to be getting 2 teams in the Asia Pacific region to represent in the first ever Masters for the year. And before we wrap up the entire show, any final thoughts going into the knockouts, guys?
Oh, I kind of want to hear Raps first before I close mine off.
Oh, no,
actually.
you go ahead. Don't put this on me. But you know what? Since you've already passed the ball, shooting guard gotta shoot. I don't think I left anything to the imagination with what I expressed with the excitement and honestly the awe for that bracket, right? Yet again, these teams are forced to grow, forced to set out to a journey of improvement, and my goodness, the level of competition we've had this year just only getting higher and higher. I'm honestly so excited for our region as a whole.
Yeah, and there are so many great teams right now in Southeast Asia as compared to last year that look international caliber, international quality, that they can go even past the APAC stage and maybe make some noise once we go into Masters, once we go into that LAN. And you're looking at the potential like 4 or 5 different teams here who can definitely make something happen when they get that far, if they get that far. Who will we have go that far, though, remains to be seen. There are definitely some favorites, but I am only expecting the unexpected at this point. I'm only going to be looking forward to being surprised and being amazed at what we see come next week.
Well, the wave that is rising in the Pacific is getting higher and higher, and it's all about to crash. We'll tune in here at the Asia Pacific Challengers later on this week for some more hard-hitting matches. And on behalf of everybody and the casting desk in all the regions that we have here in the Asia Pacific region, as well as here on the panel, I'm Nomad with Black and Blue, and Raph. We'll see you in knockouts. Good night and good fight.
Look how things will slip. People there quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to a bitch, nah.
Where's Da Vinci?
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no problem.